you're looking to play these games or looking for this type of buff to your aim, right?
Yeah, that's like something that's like with Quake and all the arcade FPS games, arena FPS games I played. Like there's so much tracking that glass was always preferable.
Why is my stream stuff going so far down?
Placement and so on and
Live dashboard. Give me the dashboard.
There's just so much precision required that, generally speaking, the trade-off doesn't feel worth it in the loss of control, especially with the faster sensitivity as well. So it's it's interesting because, you know, in terms of what's optimal, I was going to
manage my life.
To ask Cartoon. I mean, of course, we can't ask him every single question, but I wanted to ask him what range of CM360 he thinks is particularly good for a game like Valorant or a tactical FPS game. Because he kind of mentioned. Okay,
good. My stream's working. Let me know how the sound is.
That's what I'm kind of wondering. You know, can we get to a place
in terms of like the volume of the
recommendations, and we sort of understand where the exceptions are as well and why
people that are playing in a tourney.
You're absolutely right, and I think we are just scratching the surface.
Hi, welcome.
But it's absolutely evolving to the point.
For some reason my OBS is like going nuts.
What arm aiming is going to do for you versus focusing on your wrist and things like that.
Needs to chill.
I don't think we're anywhere close to the right answers for that. I think and now we kind of understand.
How do I close this? Okay.
Right, with static or tactical FPS, it needs to be within, you know, maybe the 40 to 70 range is normal. But that's still a massive range, and you see players at both ends of the spectrum that are incredibly good.
Let me know how the sound is. Like how loud my vocals are versus the stream that I'm watching.
And what, how are they doing? How are they doing this? And what do they focus on? The science is certainly still out in that, and I think that
I have not heard of this guy. Who's it, Desi?
It's going to take everybody in every game to kind of start becoming smart and thinking about these things in order for us to actually find.
I think it's kind of cool that they're doing.
Yeah, I think there's a huge.
Okay, good. Thank you.
That needs to be done in terms of also.
Raise it up a tad. Okay.
People don't really talk about is the anatomical differences between each individual. So, for example, if
it's early here. It's not the same. What is it? 9:40 on a Saturday.
And aiming like grip, because if someone has the focus on a fast.
This man is playing an aim lab tournament with sunglasses on.
The same mouse gets more range of motion that is possible. From that particular combination than somebody else.
I kicked it up about 10%. So who do we think is gonna win? It's could be anybody's game at this point. So Cartoon won the first round against Luki, I believe it's pronounced. 3-2. It's a single double elimination tournament.
Super interesting. Like, you know,
people just do 5 tasks, and it's like a variety of tasks. So you got precise dots, you've got a T switching, there's a reactor tracking, there's kind of like speed clicking. Lori's is an absolute Chad. I'm gonna kick up the stream volume a little bit. So I haven't played this task yet on AimLab, but this is Raspberry made this one. He makes a lot of the scenarios on Kovacs that are really good. Probably one of my favorite static clicking tasks is by him. One wall, 6 targets Raspberry, and it's got kind of like some amount of the VBR one, like the bots slightly vibrate. I don't think they can do that in AimLab though. AimLab like has a lot of limits on how you can create the maps. So like the map makers have to do some creative stuff to make it emulate the same type of thing that you can do in Kovacs.
A huge innovation at this point. I don't think you can make it through the materials, the switches.
Yeah, Cartoon is
necessarily pretty much all the people.
He was the one I was thinking that was probably gonna win.
Same stuff.
But it also just depends on the types of scenarios that they have. Like, he just isn't as good at reactive tracking. And they have this weird little, I don't know, it's like a tower defense type scenario at the end, and it's silly. Like, I'm surprised they have that scenario in it. I was like, what is this? But he just completely dominated that scenario. I think Unans has a pretty good chance. I haven't seen him performing lately, but he's usually consistent across all the different scenario types, as long as he doesn't get nerves.
We have a sense of like that, but we don't have greater specificity beyond something like that yet.
And Hot Rod is doing the commenting on this. I watched another tourney that they had, and commenters were meh, but Hot Rod's really good at it. I wonder how Fusa's gonna do. I haven't seen Fusa play in a long time. I only see his weird cryptic Twitter posts. How many aimers? I think it's 8. Yeah, Lori's is just destroying this one. Maybe Hakim.
I know that weight was
Look at that.
Really big topic.
That beautiful face.
To reduce below 100, right? 100
If
mouse, right? And
if I read in like an article about this man and found out he was like low-key a serial killer, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't even know if I should scroll down. Like, I might get banned.
A lot of people that I have talked to that are in the AIM community scene.
I want to just become completely unhinged. I feel like that would be a pretty cool lifestyle. Agreed.
Right, but maybe for static.
Oh, this is the tower defense one.
For tracking, you might need something with a little bit more weight for
the payout. I'm not sure. 10K, I think.
Easier to do, especially with
good. Kara, how are you?
And then once you get a mouse moving in a certain direction, if it's lighter, it's going to.
I had a rough week,
take
so
effort out of
I needed to
move it consistently. But that might be too little effort in order to
take a breather.
From left to right or right to left across your mouse.
Work's been kind of brutal lately. I've been doing a shit ton of writing.
Although I'm all about innovation and pushing the limits.
Lori's is just killing it. Lori's is just a beast. He's got sweet glasses. I think him and I had the same frames.
I think that it's going to start going the other way, and build quality is going to become a little bit more important. Maybe some other features, maybe start looking at
I can't get with this scenario. I don't know. It looks like fucking duck hunt or something. Like,
but just overall build quality and what will separate the best mice on the market.
y'all probably don't know what duck hunt is.
That material might definitely change, right? I know Final Mouse is really being innovative with that, but I think a lot of.
I think Mad Bad Man couldn't
footsteps. I also want to state
participate.
I know we're definitely nerding out a little bit about
got like
here, but Lori's is
a lot of injury, like hand injury problems.
I don't know anything and should not be here as an expert.
Because as I've learned in the AIM community is that he doesn't believe in reading, so he just like treats his hand like a slingshot.
It's been Lori's all along.
And it's different too because it's like it's a tournament environment. Plus, you get one shot. It's not like the average over 10
it's
plays.
It's the sunglasses, Dan. It's the sunglasses.
Yeah. All the VT dynamic exactly. Put one cent and also like grown in size.
That's a good point. Well,
like I don't want to shit talk maps because I can't make maps, but I don't know. I'm not a. I can't see offhand the value of that particular scenario. At least they did a coverage. I think they went like half and half between Revo and Voltaic.
Maybe we'll see a comeback from Dusty in that lower bracket. Maybe it's some nerves.
Yeah,
I think that certainly could be a factor in this first tournament on a big stage like this. It's bound to be an issue for a lot of these players. We've even had
nerves is a thing.
Players like
although
state openly,
I think maybe if he was not wearing sunglasses,
very similar to playing
might help.
Right.
but maybe it helps with the nerves. I don't know.
Definitely doing this more as a side project, as a hobby. These guys have been dedicated.
Scoochie, is it Scoochie?
Amazing in the best.
I think Scoochie. So I think actually Random Dead Dude and Unans is going to be a pretty tough matchup. And the only reason why I believe that is because a Random Dead Dude is strategically probably one of the best scenario attackers, if that makes sense, because he does a really good job of methodically thinking through how to optimize a specific scenario. If it was more like you didn't know what the scenarios were coming in, I think Unans would definitely have the edge. But because they've had time to prep, I think they've had weeks to prep. I think Random Dead Dude might have the edge.
You've already been through a round once, and I think that
Hey Zombie, what's up? Zombie Death Race. That's a sweet name. And you have a sweet avatar.
Sadly for Desi, we'll be up against Luke.
I wonder if I can use my cool little
in the first round, and really gave Cartoon a run for his money. So yeah, we're just waiting for the interview right now.
I can.
I want to just actually start with a question that's follow up to the.
Can use my little emojis.
And so on. You know, I feel like
if I get more subs, then I can get more emojis. Incredible.
You know, from what.
Gotta guess, Hard Scoochie would be the final matchup.
And less friction, or you could have, you know, really light.
You think Scoochie over Cartoon?
With a lot of friction, right? These are like ways you can kind of modify things a little bit.
Actually,
counterbalance. Is one better than
Scoochie is definitely gonna outperform on the. Well, I can't say, you never know. It's highly likely that he's going to outperform on the reactive scenarios and the target switching, because he's just got that really super smooth style. So I think it's going to come down to the water tower. Cartoon's going to take the other two. He's going to take the 2-shot and 6-shot. Who could have predicted that the water tower scenario is going to mean the difference between winning and losing? What a joke!
Kind of crushed it.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. That was close. That was, I don't know. MPTS, I was like stressed out for no reason.
Oh, this is Lori's.
I put like 400 when like I was averaging like Daisy scores like
that's awesome.
TV, so I don't know.
That's it. That's it. The pressure is off now moving forward, Loris. First off, félicitations. And now I wanted to know a little bit because looking at your profiles too, I see that you
Loris is French.
A lot of Valorant, a lot of Apex, some Overwatch, and I wanted to know what your training is like and what you use for those specific games.
Earlier they were talking about if you can change your sensitivity on a regular basis and what that means. I thought that was interesting.
I don't know. I think for Valorant, I just play like 1-1-2 target, and it just helps me for static as well. I don't know. I don't really play anything else. But other than that, I don't know. For Overwatch, I don't really play anything.
I've got a couple of questions, Lori. Some that are maybe a little bit outside of the AIM world, but we'll start with. How much have you been playing recently? How much have you been focusing on training?
I think Lori's won
around the scene for a couple of years now.
All the Kovacs recent
if that's an increased level of effort, or what can you attribute to
events, or at least was top 3.
I think
Arduinans is going to be fun. Yeah. Well.
I'm playing less than before, but I'm just playing like when I play. I try to play way more focused on what I'm doing instead of just playing mindlessly. And
I wish that they had this evening time instead of morning time so I could drink, because then it'd be fun. Like, you know, back in the day I used to watch StarCraft 2 a lot. It was really fun to watch, and
one of the world's best trackers, but
it was always Japanese time, so and I was living in a different time zone. I was able to watch it in the evening time.
Yeah. Nah, they've studied for like the past 6 months. Because before I used to like never play it, kind of underlook it, but now I just like actually have been playing it like way more than anything else. That's basically all I play.
Are you consistent? Oh, sorry.
When there's no comps.
I was gonna say, are you consistent with the mouse and the pad that you use, or do you tend to like switch things up a lot?
zero soft. That's my second one. I've been using like a zero soft for like
Zero soft.
like, I don't know. It's like my favorite pad. I need
Wow.
to switch.
Awesome. And like the mouse as well. Okay.
3 years. This thing's
I don't know. I used to play Xbox
lasts
One,
forever.
but since I got it, I just skipped it. I don't know. It's good.
Next one.
Mine's just a little comment here.
I still got my artisan pad. I can't. I think it was a Raiden FX. I just just have a Sky pad on it. That's all I use. Drinking at 10 a.m. It's fire. Oh man, it's something.
Yeah, I mean, I think you posted like 2 songs in the past like 5 days with like some really chill beats, and I really like it. So I hope
nice.
it can continue.
Yeah, do you practice listening to your own music?
No, I don't.
Lori's makes music.
I don't.
That's dope. There's a lot of people that make music in the AIM scene, I feel like.
Inspires me after like I just chill and make music. I don't know.
Yeah.
But thanks, man.
It shows with the chill vibes you get.
What's that?
It shows like a chill music is the chill vibes that you're currently bringing in the interview as well. So it really matches into that too.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Looking really good today, Lois. Best of luck.
Thanks, man. You too. How do you guys?
I'm
do?
killing it.
Go.
Personally, yeah, I think I'm doing a great job at this. So thank you.
the confidence from Hot Rod. Wow.
Thank you, Lois, for your thoughts. We'll
Where's Hot Rod from?
A little bit later on.
He's got a little bit of an accent.
Thank you.
Merci.
I was in the Voltaic Titanfall 2 server and one-on-oneing Hot Rod and he was destroying me, so
What's the
Yes,
deal?
And now that
got him a
Lori's
couple
there, I
times.
can brag a little bit about him. Love that guy. Very hardworking.
I feel like on the
One of
you
nicest
see
people in
the
community, especially when it comes to
Cinny and Hot Rod and stuff and Whisper and some of the people who've been in the scene for a long time like always give each other shit.
questions, trying to help people.
It's fun. It's fun to watch.
Whatever the question might be, as simple or beginner friendly as possible. Lori's is
An 8 gaming pad. Okay.
and has really had to work over a couple of years with just getting better and better. He knows all the tricks of the trade.
I still got my Revosect respectful aim when it was called respectful aim. Mouse pad.
Damn. Well, can't linger on that point, sadly, as we have the
Fusa just
ready. Skooky
is
versus Fusa.
unsettling to look at.
Both players have actually, or at least Skooky for sure, has been
Skooky.
on
It's
a
Skooky?
challenge in the past. So
Oh man,
experience there for sure.
I've been saying Scoochie.
You know, hailing from Italy. Definitely a pretty good player here. You know,
It's like the same thing. Like I still don't know how to pronounce Kraski. It's like Kroski or something. I don't know how to say it.
It shows. He is one of my favorites to actually.
I think it's kind of cool that
um,
there's so few like
participated in a lot of these and has always been one
U.S.
of the best
dominance
favorites, but is looking
in the
right
AIM
now
scene.
in
Like
an
there's
IB
people
representative.
from literally all over the world that are really successful.
Come through and we can ask him questions about his
You rocking the Gigantus? That's a good one.
What he's been doing. But I'm looking for big things out of Skooky today. Fusa has been around.
How are you liking the Skypad? I think it's really good.
And has
I think really the most important thing is that it's
nobody can reach. So I'm not sure
it's super consistent, reliable, it's easy to clean.
Around Fusa's skill set, but definitely if you
It also
use
helps you
which is maybe one
kind
the
of
qualities
understand
he has
your
dedicated to the
physical
aim,
movement associated with aiming a little bit better because you
a win in the future
can't
for Fusa
crutch,
as well. Today I think it might be tough in the cards, and he's got a really hard draw coming against Skooky in the first round.
like pushing your fingers into the pad as much.
Protect the water tower.
I think
Skooky.
you'll see Fusa do really well at this.
You
first
must be playing at a higher sins.
right? I think you'll see Fusa do really well with the one.
I wonder if he's playing at like 43 or something.
Is a very quick, fast switcher, very accurate.
3.0 or 2.0? I'm playing with the 3.0.
Water tower task.
I got the latest one.
Dots are so small that it plays to the strengths of some other competitors here.
It's not your favorite
I don't
pad?
know
What,
if he's going to win that.
what do you not like about it?
To win this best of 5, Fusa's going to need
And what's
to
your
come out of
favorite?
the gate pretty strong on this one.
Hi, Kendrick.
It's not one of Skooky's strong points, and maybe steal this first task away, and then we'll need to win MPTS.
It's entirely consistent, but I do love mud pad. I could see that.
Possibly the small dot clicking, but
Yeah, mud pad's definitely
the world record for MPTS.
like you can see where the friction is beneficial. You know, like you could definitely feel it.
Damn.
We're gonna need it. We're gonna need.
You know, FPS. You're such an important figure. Oh, thank you, man.
He's gonna steal away this first round.
That means a lot to me. Thanks for stopping in.
Can we go back to nerding about the mouse?
You're doing caustic C static routine. Yeah, so Krasky is like honestly one of the best routine makers ever, in my opinion.
Player profiles, and I'm looking, okay, what mouse are they using? What mouse pads are they using? I'm like, what are these mouse pad brands?
Uso looking kind of.
Coming from like the esports world, you're going into like the main marketing ones. It's like, okay, the Logitechs, the HyperXs, the Steel Series, etc., etc. But
looking a little bit weaker here. Definitely more on the
what works well with
smooth side. I kind of saw the difference between Cartoon and Luki.
Yeah, I certainly think that it is an equation, right?
It was almost the exact same between Fusa and Skooky.
Both
like Fusa and Luki were both pretty smooth. Fusa is obviously not happy with his score, understandably so.
A level of friction that you feel comfortable with, or that you aim best with. A lot of the players today, as far as mice goes, I think we actually have half the.
This man's having a whole conversation with himself.
Which is kind of crazy.
You can see he just went through the 5 stages of grief in like 3 seconds.
The mouse pad is where we get a little bit more range. I think we have 2 people on the Artisan Heian.
Get the 3.0 as well, but it's too fast for me using the M2K. It's an M2K.
On a little bit slower pad as well. I think Desi
Artisan 0 wore out too fast. Crazy.
I think that it certainly varies.
Loris was just saying that he's been playing with his for like 3 years.
But a lot of these
AC Plus. Yeah, I like the AC Plus too. I liked how it felt on my hand. Like that was probably my favorite. Like if I ranked them, other than the SkyPad, I like the AC Plus, and then it was kind of in between with the Inked and the Artisan, the Raiden FX.
Just be good specifically for the tasks that were selected today, and they're not changing anything.
Late 30, early 40 community. Take home the gold.
Between the tasks that they're going.
I'm actually not competing, but thank you. I am definitely old.
On all types of aim. So small dot clicking.
Thank you for your support.
Extreme, where you would want
what mouse pad am I using? I'm using a GPX.
A little bit more reactivity.
And SkyPad.
Solo,
3.
Like solo tasks. And didn't need to play all 5 of these. I think you might see.
I like seeing the gamers like reactions like after they finish like. Yeah.
What is your thought on
Skooky?
Like fast sensitivities and like which whereby fingertip aiming is more.
Fusa, you got this.
That might be mice.
Oh man.
Do you feel like there's
what FOV is he playing at? The other
players have disadvantage.
Luki was playing at like much higher FOV on this. I want to say like 130. He looks like he's playing just on 103.
I don't think that there is enough data to objectively give a correct answer to that, and the reason is I will run across aimers with different.
Maybe you need to wash it again.
All the time that are insane.
That's honestly one of my favorite things about having the SkyPad is it's so easy to clean. Like I hate having to clean mouse pads. It's just a pain in the ass if it's cloth, especially like the Artisans because of how much liquid they soak. Like it's easy to clean, but it just takes forever to dry, and it doesn't fully dry, and it still feels like humid.
People need to quit saying that palm grip is hurting people's aim. It certainly isn't, right? And he would know better than most. That guy is an absolutely insane aimer.
That's kind of interesting. You said they just said people need to stop saying that palm grip is affecting their aim. 100%. Ever seen INS like do a smooth tracking scenario? That man is insane. He's like one of the best trackers in the world, and he palms.
And anybody that tells you that, hey, you should actually switch to a fingertip because it's going to make you better at this, if they can't explain it.
What voltaic rank am I? I don't know. I haven't done voltaic in forever. I would say probably like Jade, maybe above Jade.
In your fingers. So where does that make you better, right? That'll make you better if you're looking for precision on small dots.
Oh, you switch out the SkyPad for about back FPS. That makes sense. We're getting some bad lag on this guy. Yeah, see, I wish that we could actually see him perform this because of the stream. They had problems with the stream last time too. It's a pain in the ass, but he's got 59% accuracy right now. Skooky is so good at the smooth style of reactive tracking. Actually, when I make my reactive video, I'm gonna talk about that exact topic. But
this is another one of those situations.
Oh, he's getting some bad bot patterns.
Objectives first, and what you're trying to do, and then can cater.
Dude, look at this, man. I can't even fucking watch this. It's like the tempo on this.
That's what people need to start understanding. And I'm sorry, it's not a very easy and clear cut answer as to what is optimal or what.
Yeah, exactly, Kendrick. They're.
But
I guess that just goes to show you, like, when you get to like the super highest levels, like you're.
Why a certain mouse? Why a certain mouse pad?
It's relative to you, you know, like.
The objectives that you're trying to meet.
What's great for you just elevates.
Yeah. And I almost feel you could have like some sort of a basis, but when it comes down to player to player, it becomes.
Dude, Fusa is like on some shit, man. What is he doing?
You would always have like
what a god.
Clubs on the tour for a lot of the players.
You better get like 60+% accuracy on this bitch. This is like hurting my eyes. This guy's crazy.
So, for example, Bryce DeChambeau, who's currently probably #1 in the tour, has
I didn't even, because I should just, what am I doing?
we've ever seen from
Get this up. I can actually see.
But is also beating everybody else by like 40
Best TF2 player uses an ancient gamer type palm grip. Yeah.
Running the science of how he wants to run his swing. Has found his level.
I mean, there are advantages and disadvantages to each grip type, but I mean, you can't just look at one factor. Like, there's so many different factors that go into your overall aim. Like, isolating just one component. Like, you might need to use a specific grip because of like features. Like, if you have like RSI or something, like, and so that's best for you because you don't want to get an injury, you know?
Yeah.
Are smaller mice always better? I would say no. I think it's like your hand size kind of factors into it and your grip kind of factors into it. So you want to find something that feels right for your hand based on your physical features.
Right? Dan, you might have been talking to Quake Pros.
Yeah, edge control.
Just to keep things fresh might change the sensitivity, right?
I feel like Fus is just fucking around. Like, he's just showing up.
The mouse for me. Let me switch a mouse real quick.
Thoughts on the Zaunkönig? Is that how it's pronounced? Zaunkönig? That's probably German. M2K mouse? I do not know what the hell that is. Hey, Silky's on. What's up, man? Make sure to, if you don't already subscribe to Silky's channel, check him out. He's a fellow older aimer. He's a little younger than me, but he's really good at aiming and really good at teaching people how to aim. Let me look at this. Zaunkönig.
Regardless of your setup, or if you need a quick win and a quick confidence boost, why don't you try switching a mouse?
Holy shit.
Try changing your sensitivity.
24 grams? Yeah, I'm in Germany. 300 pounds? 300 euros?
I think to something like that. I think.
What is this?
I like Alicia's approach personally, just because
this is like the Lamborghini of mice.
From a cognitive standpoint, we can end up like magnifying that to a degree that's actually not logical.
Oh, it's got a cute little bird.
And you know, when you're feeling as though you have an underperformance, you start to focus more.
Yeah, I'm not spending $380 or whatever it is.
That you might be approaching situations because, as you say, once your confidence drops,
Artosis.
Just your emotional estimation of your
Artosis is the man. I loved watching Artosis and Tastosis casting StarCraft 2 tourneys. So it was so fun.
Capable in certain scenarios, so you don't end up going for those scenarios. So for some players, it may not even be really about aim, because when we're playing
tactical trick.
it's also about just
Hey Cornel,
well.
I see you on the channel all the time. Thanks for following and supporting and everything.
You know, you need to be able to feel a certain amount of
New
confidence.
Tester AimLab will take players stuck in bronze / unranked. I'm diamond 1 on AimLab, but bronze on Voltaic?
I like Alicia's approach because I think you have to do the work to decouple.
Oh, diamond 1 on naturally in AimLab. So I will say that like the default tasks in AimLab are generically not suitable for like improving your mouse control. the original developers, a lot of people don't know this, but the original developers of aim lab, when they created it, they didn't really create it with the idea of building your mouse control. They created it as like a metric collection engine. So basically you just need to play, you need to keep playing Voltaic and keep playing, if you haven't, check out Rivasec's tasks as well, because they're really focused around actually building your mouse control. And generally people start with static, either static dots or smooth tracking. It's kind of like, those are probably two of the easiest mechanics to learn first, because they're just straightforward foundational mechanics. So I would focus on those two first.
I'll have to agree with it as well, because for me, I was thinking of like, okay, well, if you switched over to, especially if like you're a sponsored pro,
Be consistent, focus on your weaknesses. Yeah, that too. Like, it helps to kind of, when you're training, like, to be as focused and intended as you can, and kind of like be intentional about how you're playing the scenarios, and kind of like think about, you don't have to sit there and like super analyze it like scientifically, but try to identify, this is what I tell people, try to identify like one thing that you see that you need to be doing better, and then your entire time that you're training, just focus on improving that one thing, and then that becomes more automatic. And then the next time they aim train, maybe like 3 or 4 times later, maybe it's something else that you identify, and then you could just slowly over time like build up all these bricks that create a sweet house.
Yeah, and it's interesting.
Yeah, it said 8,000 hertz. I was like, what?
The psychological elements themselves, even though
like, what is it? What's even the point of that?
In terms of how they perceive these things, because you know, this is
we're gonna have some crazy mice in the next couple of years.
Players will have the complaint that, why is it that I'm just super sick? And
do you recommend a certain playlist while using a sends randomizer? No. I'd say like you can benefit from a sends randomizer with just every type of scenario, but I would say smooth tracking and reactive tracking probably benefit from it the most. Improving it in those techniques.
There's no bad outcome really in deathmatch. You can miss a shot, but that doesn't actually impact anything. So your focus is on different.
How do you find your ADS sends? Your ADS sends, I think, is going to depend a lot on the game and
so then suddenly there's a lot of
in the role that you play. If you're more aggressive, and like let's say you play Apex and you're more aggressive and you use a lot of shotgun or wingman like close up, then you're gonna want more of like a 1-to-1 probably with your hip fire.
Even if it was just one data point.
But if you rely on your ADS to be like your more precise, you know, value when you're playing an FPS game, then you might want to just leave it with the game default.
To get to there, it seems easy, right? And sorry, I meant spooky. But now that you're actually looking at the...
Should I work on all aiming mechanics like static dynamic tracking, etc. at the same time? I think so. I think you should just do whatever keeps you interested. That's above all else, there's no like optimal...
This is the second sweep.
Like some people will play the same mechanic for months. If you can do that, like do it. Hey, Gord's on.
I think anything less than a win in this tournament is going to be a disappointment based on his latest form.
But yeah, just play what keeps you interested, whatever keeps you focused and attended. That is, above all else, that's the most important thing. I like to play different routines all the time just because I like to try different things, and it's what keeps me interested.
I'm looking forward to seeing how...
Are you going to check out Oblivity? Yes, I am, and I did. I just haven't made a video on it yet.
Previously, so they both have experience in this tournament format, and the double elim is a nice change, I think, for them to give them a little bit more security. But we can see this is how now the bracket is beginning to look. So
I'm hyped for the new Voltaic benchmarks. I like that they added that. Like I was actually playing it on stream a while ago, but I like that they added the Rivasec component. I hate long arena style, like gauntlet style tasks. And I think it is way more important to do like a timeout. Like Rivasec did an amazing job on that, I think, where like you can get the different bot patterns associated with a run without requiring somebody to kill each of the bots just by having it time out. So that's what they did.
I think it's something that is particularly interesting because it's having the awareness of what's going on.
Is lighter better when it comes to mice?
Most players really develop
Like a GPX on a SkyPad feels like a wild animal. I think you can get used to it. Like, what ends up happening is like you either change your sense or you change like how you're approaching performing scenarios based on the physical changes in your environment, like due to your mouse or due to your mouse pad or whatever. You'd be surprised. I don't think lighter is necessarily better. I think that there's probably a point when it's too heavy, but I think lighter gives you some advantages, but it's not really necessary.
Yeah, something that most people don't think about at all, but
Playing 4-3, should I play Kovac on stretch as well? I mean, play whatever. It doesn't matter. Like,
I mean, honestly, we could
play whatever is
24-hour show.
good. Like, whatever seems good for you.
Yeah. What is up, Skooky? Congrats on
Skooky
crushing it. 5-0.
Skooky crushed it as well. 5-0. Fusa didn't even put up a fight. They should interview Fusa, man. I just want to see what this man has to say.
One of the interesting things that I'm noticing.
Have I tried Raw Excel? Not yet.
A custom mouse, and you're one of the only.
Hey, PP here. Is it PP? That probably sounds bad. Pippi? Pippi also makes good content on YouTube. Make sure you give him a sub. If you like my stuff, check him out.
I figured out with him some good shape.
Imagine not using rid emojis. You love gauntlet maps? You're a sadist. An absolute sadist. Can you use a SkyPad without a sleeve? No. I have to, yeah. Your arm will stick if you don't.
I still need to study more if it is worth it or not to have this kind of range in grams. It's
IP roll. I don't know how to pronounce that.
But you know, I can understand why using AIM.
Any progress sheet for the new benchmarks? No. Or they don't have
ceiling of those scores can help you determine if this mouse is good for you or not, right?
They don't have a
that's one of the
playlist share code yet either.
Limit,
can we do something to get better reaction time? Yeah.
Moving your mouse in something like
play reactive heavy scenarios. Work on your eye movement and your ability to look at fast moving targets. Drink lots of water. Take fish oil 3 times a day, or kelp if you're vegan. Get 180 minutes of zone 2 cardio every week if you can. And get regular sunlight exposure, particularly in the first 90 minutes after waking up. There's no secret to getting good reaction time. Like, I mean, other than, you know, taking like amphetamines, which I would not suggest. It's really just being healthy. Like, it's having good brain body health practices. Get plenty of sleep. Sleep is mostly associated with getting letting your neural pathways kind of get established as you rest. So sleep is required for your neural pathways to establish when you are learning motor development, but it's still required. Stream became a Q&A. Yeah, it did. It always does. That's how I am. Who would you say are your top 3 aimers? Oof. Right now, it's probably Lori's Cartoon, and I'm gonna go with ARDD.
Like the 40-gram mouse plus like a SkyPad, and it's feels good, but it's not as consistent.
Zone 2 cardio is like when you're performing, like you're running or jogging or something. That's just
that you're looking at that you're maybe a little bit
enough
or afraid of, or okay, yeah.
I can't think of the word, like stress, I guess. Like it's just enough difficulty where you can still hold a conversation while you're doing it. So like you're not like breathing super heavy.
I feel like I'm in a good spot against him, but against everybody else, I'm good.
Yeah, understood.
So comfortable second place, Skooky at least.
Exactly.
Awesome.
They're trying to hype up the cartoon
quick interview with us.
Skooky
I look forward to speaking to you again.
competition.
Good luck in your next round.
Okay, thank you.
Good luck, man.
That's it.
I need to get some coffee.
Dude, like Pulserizer, Toxic, these people I was playing against in like 2003. Like,
Yeah.
feels kind of weird to be talking about that, but very awesome.
What are they talking about? 2003?
I feel like these
Unans.
skill sets that he's going to be super dominant at, but obviously so good that it doesn't.
I'm excited about this one.
Unans versus a random dead dude is our next matchup, and
Really
Unans actually,
looking
speaking
forward
of
to
the low friction pad and high sense, this was someone you mentioned before, Horrod.
I feel like
So
Ard and
these guys
Unans have very similar styles.
Underrated aimers. Unans has been ever since he came onto the scene has been one of the fastest and the best target switching players. I think because of that,
Unans is only 18. Oh my god,
more suited to target
these
switching
children.
just as fast as possible. Now I think during this tournament, he's actually moved
Extended
all the
fasting
just to sort of make
state
use him a bit more
will help your focus. Yes, definitely. I fast every day. Have I looked into nootropics? I think he meant nootropics for aim training. A little bit. There's a lot of good
that dude is one of the most underrated aimers that I think
evidence that nootropics, specific nootropics, can be good for improving your focus and improving your ability to learn skills with very little downsides, but I'm not a physician. I think Alpha GPC is probably one of the most. Oh my god, look how fast this dude is.
Not related to what you just said, but
Alpha GPC is probably the most likely to be a long-term nootropic that's effective.
And I'm saying this because I know Quake players that have been playing at the highest level that have made it.
No, Zone 2 cardio is not like HIT at all. It's not like high intensity training. It's kind of like the opposite. Like you should be able to just like have a conversation while you're performing the cardio. Do I know Juicer QT? Yeah, Juicer is insane. He's an amazing aimer and he's also really good at applying it at video games. He just released a new
the thing is, like, you can't
montage.
change it. Like, you'd have to commit to it for a very long time, especially I've been doing it for like 20 years. So
well,
it's,
you didn't have a choice, right? When you were playing like Quake 1 or 2.
Scroll up a bit.
I mean, I had a choice.
What I miss?
I started in Quake 3 with it, but
Okay.
but I mean,
so I'm older.
The thing is, in theory, it just, I guess it depends on your grip a little bit, because it's ultimately about, like,
I see. Because you want the
mouse movements and so on.
I'm just gonna maximize.
Like, especially if you're like a palm and claw, I don't think it really changes too much.
How does AimLab make money? I have no idea.
As long as
I think they have like
you're comfortable in the range.
dude, Unans is looking so good right now. Look at this man.
It's the same as
I think he plays at like 22.
Down is reversed. Otherwise, it's kind of
same stuff. I
mean, and he's gonna crush the TS task too.
It really is the same movements that you're making with your hand, right? It's just flipped upside down. So I don't think it's
Look at this.
necessarily a hindrance, right?
What would you do if you could aim like this man?
More likely
Like
a hindrance in an actual game where maybe you're looking up versus looking down more often.
it's like watching a glitch.
Versus in an aim trainer when you do need to
Like he's
look up and
actually teleporting.
like the task that's being played on screen where you're just smack dab in the middle and going up and down is
How are they even getting heart rate readings?
I also have a question that's not on topic with that one that we just talked about too with inverted mice, but it's actually on topic that we talked about.
Yeah, Juicer's nuts.
With Skooky, and was looking at the performances from we went from physical.
I actually
to
fought him in Apex once and just didn't even have a chance. Kid's insane.
Talk about performance coaches or people that can help pro teams when they're playing on the big stage or they're playing within a team environment.
So this is going to be an interesting matchup, this particular scenario. I mean, I think this is like Unan's bread and butter, but Ard has just been proving to be such a strategic like mastermind in terms of like how to approach the scenarios and like optimally. So that's the only reason why I'm thinking he might
but we're trying to move in that direction, right?
pull it.
A lot
But
of what individuals focus on, especially when they're young and new in the AIM community, are pure mechanics of these things. But I do not think that is where you're going to find edges, especially once you get to like the top aimers like what we're seeing here today. I think everything in the kitchen sink that you could do to find an edge, psychologically speaking, is also going to be beneficial. What the AIM community is actually trying to do is contact more professionals that have been doing
you're
this
Hungarian
sort
too?
of
That's
thing
cool.
for a little bit longer, and they're a bit more mature and have kind of tips that they can actually help share with the AIM community that can help with these things. The more
Thank you.
That we
Like the
can
light
pick up,
too.
right? And learn from these professionals, the more
2379.
and I think that's something that the AIM community is really good at.
300
It's
below
just
his
figuring
top.
out
And he's probably not feeling good about this. He might just be having some nerve issues. I mean, you have to get it in one run. That's the other thing. Like performing one time really well is like pretty difficult.
So I think that
He's playing on a higher FOB.
that's definitely on the horizon and where we're going to start experimenting very heavily.
Yeah, Inez has this.
At this point in time,
His
I
flick
think
speed
that
is
the
just
gaming community
insane.
as a whole is a bit immature in that aspect.
What have you gained most from the relationship with the Liege? Because as you
Nice
mentioned,
milk
you really
swingers.
in the conversations in the AIM community.
Thanks.
Yeah, so he's definitely a very busy person, right? But he is starting to.
I rank in benchmarks. Simon complete. I'm like Jade. I don't play benches.
Challenges. The biggest things that you can pick up from him, it ultimately come down to just looking at.
Oh, he's having a hard time now.
Everything in his life and how seriously he takes.
I like his little bright green bots. I think Unans has said that he likes green because of some kind of like
at that level, right? Liquid trying to finally beat
evolutionary issue. Oh wow, he
any edge that is possible. Like, and Leech does this. He's got a schedule that he tries to stick to. He's got people that he talks to where he thinks he can.
Unans is having a good time.
Feedback that might help him.
Unans is 18.
Have that conversation.
How many hours I fast? I do 16-8. So I fast for 16. Feed for 8.
And he believes they are, and that's why he gets involved in it, right? So he's willing to take chances on things that might not be proven yet.
Tournament style similar to Trackmania where the low scores drop out over time so you can get more. I totally agree. I thought the exact same thing. Like, or even just like do multiple and then it's sort of like the Olympics where they let them do like 3 runs and then it's the best of 3 or something. Like, why not? And then maybe do less scenario types. I don't know.
I understood about Leisure pretty immediately through knowing him, and it was really interesting too because he kind of put me onto. I was already thinking a lot and looking into like sports psychology a lot for the psychological elements of performance and understanding that.
Really, really good. He's also getting an amazing bot pattern on this one.
Sports psychologist that he uses, and that principally is.
It's kind of a shame that they chose BT Zach Plaza as the
to become like the most consistent player in North
reactive tracking send, but whatever. Because I feel like the Revo.
It's exactly that mentality.
35-10. Oof, 58% accuracy. That's really good.
There could be an edge somewhere. He'll just try it and figure it out and apply the greatest amount of professionalism to.
Yeah, benches are good. I don't.
Really understands whether this approach
I don't
can be
have a problem with them. I just don't run them.
Especially when you do find the things that work for you.
I am not fasting for Ramadan. I'm just.
I think this is.
I just fast.
It's like for a lot of people,
I've been doing it for a couple years now.
It's like you have the aiming community that's effectively like collectively doing their PhD in aiming.
Yeah.
Whereas for everyone
Kendrick,
else,
exactly.
Operating within the
some kind of
that currently already exists. That's,
pseudoscience associated with it. I don't.
The kind of pure aim trainer sense.
Know if it's true or not.
Well, I'm playing a specific game and I'm getting really good at this.
Yeah, Ard is.
Situations.
I was thinking Ard was gonna take this tournament. Like,
So you're kind of getting
he's slept on. Like, he is such a good. Like I said, like, not only is he technically capable, he's really good at strategic elements of playing the tasks, playing the scenarios. Like, he thinks through every single scenario and like what is the absolute most optimal thing to do, and if this thing happens, if like X happens, now I need to do Y. Like, and he's always kind of like methodically thinking through that. Would I join Voltaic if you had the chance? No.
You know, so there's all these consensus things that haven't really been challenged per se, and no one really there's not the science or the studies to challenge them, and there's not the focus.
Yeah, Unans is
that area of knowledge in general
getting crushed.
Yeah, up to this point, all of that has just been kind of word of mouth, and a lot of people, and even still to this day.
Yeah, our scenario guys are really good.
Think that this
Needs to make more of them. TBH.
Okay, what's their setup? What mouse are they on? What sensitivity do they use? And they'll just copy it, right? What the AIM community is trying to do is figure out, is that person actually correct? Are they on to something?
He's got
that's, you know,
really good neutral wrist as well. Like, if you see his wrist, it's not really pronated or supinated. I can't remember the two terms, but you really want to try to keep your hand as neutral as possible. I see some people, like when I was watching Juice's montage and his hand was always pronated, like that's really bad long term. You can get very bad like tendon damage. GG.
But it's more about educating people into finding these things out for themselves versus
There's a dominant color in nature that makes you think of growth.
Why is this person so good on this sensitivity?
Well, that's cool.
Why did they use it? And
why is it showing me analytics?
So, like, why? And if not, why
care
not?
About how many people.
And it's there's not enough also like mouse cams and stuff out there too, because I really like to
have to root for Art as a fellow Australian. I didn't know he's Australian. That's cool. Man, there's, like I was saying, like there's people from all over. I think Unans might just be having nerves. He's just kind of struggling.
Depending on the type
Poor
of
guy.
on screen, because you know there might be a specific range of motion.
He's really good with the wide flicks. If there was like a wide wall, like WW3T or something, I think he would easily take that, or any kind of like speed TS. But he just didn't get those.
Let's say positional change with the mouse and these kinds of things. I guess that stuff's really interesting to know.
There's a reason you don't have it angled like that anymore. Yeah, like I think it's just there's way too, well, not way too many, but there's a ton of young people in the AIM and FPS world, and it's just easy to overlook stuff like that when you're young. I mean, I did myself. Like, I never thought about that kind of shit. But it's very important.
Your wrist and allow more range of movement there. So there's absolutely.
Almost got super bad RSA and all. Yeah, exactly. And the funny thing is, everybody kind of assumes that you get what the hell is that condition called?
So I've noticed that.
Like 128 to 130.
I think
What is it called when like you're carpal tunnel? Like, people always think it's carpal tunnel, but carpal tunnel is like a very specific thing. It's usually tendon stuff. I bet you he's gonna kill this scenario just because he's gonna think about the
So ARDD has actually moved
strategy.
This platform in this task. Didn't know you could actually move in this task, but this is kind of a strategy that I think is going to work out. It gives you a little bit better angles on the targets to the side.
And the targets will be a little bit larger as well.
Yeah,
a little bit closer to them.
He's going to need to move.
The only reason why Unans might have this is because of the wide angles.
They're watching the stream right now, and they're going to pick this up and give it a shot.
I told you, man. Art always has. He's got the strategy. He always knows. He's like a chess. He's the chess player of aiming.
I was trying to get into that a little bit as I was trying to do the research myself on it too. where even Ronald Rambo Kim was talking about calling it motor memory. So for me, for example, when I'm thinking about muscle memory or motor memory is riding a bike. I know that I have to hold the handle a certain way.
They're talking about muscle memory.
There's really
Not again.
only one way of biking. So how does this really translate into a motor memory or muscle memory in the gaming community when you actually have like different mouse grips, different positioning, different peripherals? Like what's a basis that you wanna of how you want to define your muscle or motor memory?
Yeah, so
Which, by the way, Unan just moved to the front of his platform.
He did as well. I like this. I like that the strat that we have going on here. You know, these players are going to be spending a lot.
Yeah, I think Unans has this one, but he's already lost.
For the past previous week.
Unfortunate.
In them, right? Having a breakfast, lunch, and dinner alongside this water tower. So I'm glad that they're figuring these things out and learning how to.
Muscle memory is fake news. I just hate the terminology.
Of the AIM community, the term itself, muscle memory, is almost a trigger word, and this is because it is a little bit overinflated into how important it is when it comes to aiming. There are things that the AIM community has done to actually prove to some extent that muscle memory is almost irrelevant, to the point where people are, and inside of AIM Lab, right, changing or their sensitivities mid-task, like using a feature.
Oh wow!
Which, yeah,
he got his high score.
So anytime they make a small mouse movement, it's going to be different from the next one that they make, right? This is actually pretty decent training, right?
He beat his PR by one.
To show, like, you can set your very best scores when
flick and vertical. I always use my arm and shoulder.
Totally off. He is off the.
I'd say
he's swimming in the water. He's jumping up to defend the water tower. Close.
What is this?
There's chaos happening at the water tower. Takes a little pause.
I wonder if that's the strategy if you focus on the one.
Visibly cringing from the casters. What's up, West? Make sure to subscribe to West's channel as well if you like my content.
But he did win. He did win that task at least. So that's
yeah, very good.
But we probably had that interview.
So the thing that I always tell people is
let me dive into it just a little bit, and we can touch on it a little bit.
Not to focus on external components and instead focus on how the outcomes that you're getting in the game. Like, don't think too much about how your shoulder is placed or your elbow is placed or if your fingers are touching the pad.
To some extent, we're pushing the narrative that that's not really that important. You can change a sensitivity and be back to like a fully functioning aimer within seconds, right? Even to some degree, if you change the mouse.
It's kind of funny hearing the conversations though, just because people that are like always in the AIM community, like we've been thinking and talking about this stuff for a long time. So just seeing how it's broadcast externally is kind of interesting.
What we're trying to push is it's not necessarily irrelevant, and like an example that we give is if you're playing Counter-Strike and you're on the old Dust 2, and if you were T-side and trying to snipe doors down mid on Dust 2, right? The flick that you make is such a quick flick that, and you practice it so much that it probably is muscle memory. And the reason is that flick is.
Yeah, I think the tournament's pretty cool.
Not really gauging where your crosshair
they do better every time that they have these. The first couple I saw were pretty janky.
It's just a flick that you remember how far of the distance you need to go, right, on your mouse pad. Yeah. However, with most of what you would see in game, in aim chainers and in other games, your eyes are fixated on that crosshair and constantly feeding your hand information as to where it needs to go. And it doesn't matter your sensitivity. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, I was playing on 29 CM last night and still like hitting some pretty good shots.
Very powerful and very good.
Sometimes I play at like 52 or 43, even in Apex.
Or understand that to this point. Another thing that I would say, like, even throughout your day, a lot of people have problems with humidity on mouse pads, and that will change the way things feel, right? So there's so many factors that go into messing with exactly how much effort or force you need to put on a mouse to move your crosshair to certain positions. So muscle memory is
Forgot who said it, but changing sends is a good thing because you can isolate an issue, like if you're bad with aiming or using your arm. Yeah, I mean, basically to me, like when you're changing your sensitivity, one, you get used to changing your sensitivity. Two, you end up using different parts of your arm and your different muscles. So like if you're always playing tracking at like smooth tracking at 52 and then you switch down to like 25 or switch up to 25, then it's going to be totally, you're going to use, you might have been using more of your arm before, but now you're going to use a lot more of like your wrist, for example. So like it helps you develop, like basically the more muscle control that you can build, like the more options you have when you're approaching scenarios and the better you get overall.
Places on angles on certain maps. So it made a lot of sense, I think, for it to be bespoke in that way in Quake.
How could I add progressive overload to my aim training? You're gonna have to elaborate what you mean by that. My opinion on aim coaching, I think that coaching overall is
crazy what's happening. That's his personal best.
Coaching for anything, any discipline is useful for people because you get just inherently whoever is performing something, like the practitioner, somebody performing, has a different context than somebody watching somebody perform something. And there are just things that naturally, like if you've ever watched your own VODs versus watching somebody else's VODs, like you can probably pick out pretty quickly what somebody else needs to improve on, but it's hard for you to pick out what you need to improve on. So I think aim coaching, if it's a good coach, like somebody who's actually interested in isolating the problems that you're having and improving them and helping you improve based on your current context, then it would be absolutely useful.
This one, as it's not one of Skooky's strong points, and maybe take.
Hi, Yaryan.
But it's going to be tough.
I hope I pronounced that correctly. I need to get a coffee refill.
For MPTS as well as Zach Plaza, I will run across aimers with different grips all the time that are insane.
Congrats on crushing it. 5-0.
Thanks, man. It was a good feeling crushing it.
I think everything in the kitchen sink that you could do to find an edge, psychologically speaking, is also going to be beneficial. I think that that's something that the AIM community is really good at, is just figuring out, okay, I've heard this strategy from these professionals. Let me try it myself, right?
And that stuff compounds over time, especially when you do find.
I need to lower my desk, actually. Do I stream often?
This platform in
No.
this task. Didn't know you could actually move in this task. Okay,
I used to. I might start streaming often again. I'm not sure.
He's swimming in the water. He's jumping up to defend the water tower close.
Gotta refuel. Get that caffeine in you. Once you get a solid addiction going, you gotta keep it going. You're at 26 and I might lower to work on your arm aim. Yeah, exactly. Like, and people will criticize you sometimes, like in the community. I saw that they're like, oh, you have to decrease your sends to get smoother. You're just gimping yourself. And it's like, no, like you're using different, maybe you're better at the lower sends because you're more used to it and using the or the higher sends. You're more used to using those parts of your arm, and you need to actually develop other parts of your arm. That was true for me. I used to always think that it's just better to play a higher sends because it's just always optimal for smooth tracking, for example, to always be pushing yourself, and I got better when I lowered it. It's 4 a.m. for art. Oh my god, that dude is a beast. He's committed. Is caffeine really that helpful in gaming? No. And it can actually work against you. Based on this, my understanding of the science, if you are used to taking caffeine, then it's fine, but you shouldn't try to take caffeine to improve your performance like right when you're not used to it. Hey, ODB's on. What's up? ODB is a sage gamer He's somebody I get advice from a lot. Probably doesn't know that, but I listen to what he says a lot and I incorporate it in the stuff that I make for my content. He's good at explaining concepts. Yeah, exactly. Aim trainers are for experimenting. Marin, super impressed with your 30+ minute videos. How does the work process look? Making something that's, thank you. The work process is very difficult. I want to say I put between 40 and 60 hours roughly into each of those. So yeah, it's very complex and I'm not really good at it. Like I don't have a good optimized workflow. I'm getting better at having an optimized workflow, but it's tedious. But I also partly do it for myself. Like when you try to learn something, like constructing a concept into something meaningful for somebody else also helps you better understand that concept, in my opinion. So that's kind of what I do, is I just like construct things in a narrative like way that I'm able to better understand it, and then I give it to people. I'm actually trying to spend more time learning like how to make content that connects with people, like on other levels, like emotionally and not just conceptually. So once I'm done with the crash course, I'm gonna focus on stuff like that. How long is this competition? I'm not sure. I was actually thinking about that. I was like, should I stream? Because then I get to commit to the whole thing. I mean, technically, I guess I could just stop at any point, but I'm not sure how long it's gonna go. I mean, it's double elimination, so it might be like 6 hours. How do I should like share this. Share Twitter. Old man yells at fast aimers. Oh yeah, Yams. Yams is actually a really, really good aimer. I'm surprised he's not in this. I wonder if he just didn't make it to the round of 8 or didn't participate. I think Yams is on the younger side too, maybe like 16. I feel like there's gonna be this whole like generation of like FPS gods because of aim trainers, and the people that start like really young and also then go on to actually have like careers in FPS games are gonna be, which is gonna be a small percentage. I mean, but I think they're gonna be some of the best, most talented players that we've ever seen. Yams is like 26, really? Who am I thinking of? ODB knows like 20 times more about aim community than I ever will. I feel like I watch people talk about stuff in Discord and like aim community stuff, like it's so casual, like, and I don't know any of it. Let's go. Let us go. Hype. Hype. Ball. Ball. Wait, if I do rid ball 3 times, is it gonna just say rid ball? Huh, that's kind of weird. Rid ball between 2 balls. I feel like I could make something completely inappropriate with the balls. We out here. So who's gonna win? Who's got it? So Unans is not looking good. VT Art is looking good. Cartoon's looking good. Luki might be, as they said, the dark horse. I wonder where the term the dark horse came from. Like a dark horse. It's just a... Was it like in horse racing, maybe? Okay. Yeah. I wonder who's the best, like, post 35 aimer. And it's not me. I think it might be Silky. There's this other guy, Raildon, and he's got really good scores in Kovacs, at least. I think he's like 41 or 42. I mean, Sirius over 35? Sirius Quake age. Doesn't say. He's probably... Silky's 29. I thought he was 33. I'm terrible at like remembering minutia like that. Comes with old age. Balding gamers. Exactly. I don't think I'll ever have to worry about balding, thankfully. And my hair did get gray though when I was like 16 or 17, so can't win it all. Diabolical. Rafa is so good. It's a shame that Diabolical like just did not do well. Arena FPS needs like, it needs something. It needs something to revitalize.
Welcome back, everybody, to the AIM Lab Community Challenge. I'm your host, DDK, with Van Silly and Mr. Hot Rods. And, you know, AIM, we've been nerding out pretty heavily here. We've been talking about the
AIM
science,
nerds.
aiming, and just every
nerding out
that you can ask for. But there's so much. I found this tweet a couple weeks ago from a resource.
I wonder if they have the
I think is absolutely fantastic when it comes to performance
results. Oh yeah, Huberman. There we go.
Andrew Huberman, definitely follow this man, and all of his content is fantastic. But I saw this tweet and it stuck out to me because, you know, he's essentially saying here that you're looking for...
This is what I talk about all the time.
15% failure rate when you're...
I literally made a post on this.
Because that's sort of that resistance point where your focus is increased to a degree that it actually forces adaptation or learning. And that's kind of the... That's, you know, he's
friends only leaderboard issues.
to try to
it's been fine for me.
This question, and this is a question of how do you approach training? What is actually valuable when you're spending 6 hours training? If you're doing it within your complete comfort zone,
What are they gonna say about this? I wonder.
To help. So what actually helps? And Hot Rod, I'm sure you must have some takes here with how the aiming community perceives this.
Absolutely. I think that. So it's actually been a topic of discussion in the AIM community recently as to what is perfect training or what is the most optimal training that an individual can do.
Yeah, plug me.
We subscribe to that message of
yeah, plug Rid.
A level of difficulty that
he's the one that I was talking about in the community.
What is that? So this is the reason why we create tasks in AIM Lab that are very easy for those that are just
see. I stir up the controversy and then
advanced aiming.
they get the credit. It's fucked up, man.
Through your aiming journey, you climb up through the ranks of these tasks and you play ones that are increasingly difficult. Where that becomes a little bit confusing is to, okay, how difficult should I start out? And one of the reasons why we actually don't like people playing stuff that's way too hard from them is if it's so hard, you have multiple areas that need improvement. And how can you zero in focus on what exactly needs improving, right? Is it your speed? Is it your precision? Is it your overall physical mechanics of what you're doing with your arm? Things like that. And to that point, like at that 85% range, I think that's about the sweet spot where you can just
85% range is the sweet spot. I walked so everyone else could run.
Right, in this tracking task where I'm over flicking all.
I mean, to be fair, I'm just getting my information from
if you're over flicking
stuff like Hooverman and shit. I'm just applying it to aiming.
All of these problems just thrown at you at once, you might not get a lot of benefit out of coming from that.
And there we have it. Yeah, really interesting topic, and we're going back right into it here with the bracket.
I see, it's all about that marketing, man. You gotta put yourself out there. You gotta sell.
For our lower bracket, Lukin versus Desi.
So Fusa and Unans, I bet you they're just gonna fuck around.
Very difficult matchups, I think, pretty much across the board. Cartoon narrowly winning against Lukin.
So are they gonna show the? Are they just gonna go left or right? They're gonna go. Are they gonna keep doing the winning bracket, or are they gonna let the losing bracket catch up?
We also increased the amount of cash prize, or the bounty amount, for each respective task. However, we're going to be jumping into one of these lower bracket matches. We've got Lukin versus Desi to start off with.
While we're waiting for these two players to ready up, I want to continue with that question based on the topic you just talked about.
Who do I think will win? I think Ard.
Maybe a 15% in terms of a gap or allowance to continue to improve our skills at 85% or higher. But what's the threat?
It's gonna be either Art or Cartoon, probably.
Potentially, is it precision? Is it speed? Is it positioning? But what is still a benchmark per player that you want to gauge at? If I'm explaining myself correctly, because myself, for example, being new, I want to come into this. Do I want to make sure that my accuracy
Desi is just a dream.
Above 85%, but my main score is still going to be like,
man, still has a modeling career if his aiming career doesn't work out. Different model arc.
From the get-go.
Yeah, it's a great question, and I think this is kind of speaking to the aspects of why being in one of these aim communities is so important, because the answer to that question is going to be different for each aiming type that you're actually trying to become more proficient at, right?
Look at that fat little crosshair.
Point to and kind of match the percentages of 85% would be static clicking or dynamic clicking in some circumstances. And when we talk about 85%, we usually associate that with accuracy, as we're seeing a 98% run coming out of Lukin right now. What we like to do is, if you are around that 85% accuracy range, we'll start asking the player to start adding speed to that, right? Until you drop below that 85% accuracy range. If you are well above, like at 95% accuracy, that probably means that you could go faster in this clicking task. You can see Lukin right now at 95%. It might be better to increase a score by going a little bit faster and maybe dropping a few percentage points off of that, right? Just to kind of focus a little bit more on speed.
Shame the comp is so biased towards static. Yeah.
Really great runs coming out of the top guys, like as you can see on the scoreboard right.
High DPI or low DPI? High DPI. It's objectively better.
World-class run, right? But for most anybody that is getting started with aiming, when we're coaching them on dot clicking, we like to keep it around that 85-90% accuracy range and add speed.
I'm kind of surprised that Desi likes lines and bricks on his static.
Glasses are off. That's the training.
See, he took his glasses off. He's not fucking around anymore.
Desi's coming.
It's gonna be a hard score to beat, though, I've got to say.
Dude's got 99% accuracy. He is just not missing.
Good.
This is a really good run as well. This is a very high accuracy run. You can see that the initial flicks are very, very close.
So, and there's no square root accuracy on this, right? It's just
micro correction, which is what
this is just flat accuracy.
From the world class.
Yeah, that's a really good point. That's
high DPI. How high should you tune your? Yeah, like the research that I've seen is after 1600 it starts to fall off, but it's in terms of like diminishing returns, but higher is always better.
And if you can skip that step entirely, that's pretty legit.
Yeah, exactly. That's
if you intend to play actual games, you should go for above 95%.
I think both of these players are pretty evenly matched.
Sev, what's up, Sev?
I'm really not sure who's going to take it.
Sev's got the little beer glass.
Anybody's game, but the sunglasses are off, and I think that might mean.
Yeah, I don't think Fus is gonna try. He's fucking around. So I will say.
Yeah, that now.
All aim lab sends you square root accuracy. I didn't know that. Okay.
This second task is actually one of Desi's strengths of the tournament.
You can't choose. Yeah, there's a lot of limitations in the aim lab map making, isn't there?
Into the lowers after everybody gets.
That's the impression that I get just seeing how the scenarios are made.
Focus on putting that crosshair over a target.
I find these kinds of tracking tasks, as someone that's predominantly fingertip oriented, I find the kinds of curves, the trajectories of the orb like very difficult to kind of quickly adjust.
I would say
it feels like it's a very specific thing. That's, I don't know, it feels like the palm grips are,
if you're trying to improve at something, like if the purpose of you working on a task, a motor task, is to get better at that, then you should shoot for about 85%. Not accuracy, like metric accuracy necessarily, but 85% success rate of performing the correct movement, the criterion movement, no matter what. If you're trying to perform, then absolutely you should strive for better performance.
You're definitely going to be able to go micro adjustment into like a phase where you're actually tracking the target. You can see this here as well. Another thing that I want to point out.
So basically the highest CPI setting on my mouse and then lower in-game sense. Yeah, exactly. Which becomes a pain in the ass for some games because like Apex doesn't let you use decimals. And it gets to be super annoying trying to actually adjust the slider, and like you have to actually edit the config files. It's dumb. But
people are like Tom Brady out here. If they're coming across the middle, they're going.
Wow, Zeke. What's up, Zeke?
Target of choice, and you can see right there when he goes to the next.
I'm fangirling a little bit. Zeke was one of the original high-performing aimers years ago when I first got into aim training.
I can see the prioritization comes into play for sure. A question for both of you guys, actually, talking about the fingertip grip. For me, trying to understand that, because, for example, the way that I rested and not going into like the full definition or knowing it, I feel like I have like a palm grip. So is like a fingertip grip meaning I would be tracking with more of my wrist than using like arm movement?
Some mice can go. There's some newer mice out that can go even higher.
Right, is because it gives you just
they can go like 3200 plus.
Small movements that you need to make. When we're talking about tracking,
but normally 1600 is.
Let's say a crosshair. We'll just say an inch on your screen, right, for lack of a better.
Highest.
Here. That is probably going to be really tough to do with your fingers, especially if you've already made a micro adjustment with your fingers, and your fingers are already a little bit out of place, right, from center or home position, we'll say. So in that aspect, you're definitely not using.
Getting a bad bot pattern on this one.
You're already tracking with your wrist or your arm, whichever one kind of.
It's getting better.
Best. So, fingertip is really good for really small micro adjustments, but that also comes with you're adjusting your fingers, you're adjusting your wrist, you're adjusting.
Are people allowed to change FOV? I think there's probably a lower limit, I would imagine.
However, once you do make those finer movements, your fingers can kind of get locked, and it's tough to actually stay on a target. So I would recommend it highly for static, but I would also say it's not necessarily the best when it comes to tracking. I don't think it's necessarily a deterrent, right? People can get used to it, but it's not the objective best.
It's I remember a long time ago I studied
103 to 125, 16 by 9 horizontal is allowed by the rules. Feel free to change between runs. Okay, well, there's your answer.
I think at the time it was like
Ebe.
centimeters for a 360.
Ebe makes tons of scenarios
He's very, very good. So
and benches.
he might be a good example of optimal mouse mechanics, at least for attack FPS. So I wanted to see what does he in what
Instrumental in progressing the
like, which
aim
part of his
scene.
arm or his wrist, or like what is for what. And he does a really good job that when a movement's needed for a certain degrees, like a large amount of degrees, that will be like a very arm dominant movement, and he kind of has his wrist locked in a neutral position, so that when he's flicked to that position and needs to make a
What's the score right now?
then he can do so with his wrist. And then if there's like any minute adjustments from that, then maybe there's a tiny bit of fingertip that's going to be utilized. And this kind of highlighted to me that you can have a sensitivity where you can kind of effectively use all of the different types of movements that are possible with your arm. But if you're on a very high sensitivity or on a very, very low sensitivity, you're kind of pricing yourself out of those.
Pricing yourself out. This man's using market terminology to describe aiming.
Everything. And similarly with, if it's super fast, then you can mix in some arm, but generally speaking, you don't need to. And so, you're just...
I have this issue of changing grip styles. Certain times I'm better at tracking and claw, but better at click time being faster. I mean,
let's say like micro adjustments. If
that's just, if you're optimally using your
let's say holding angle
hand, which I mean, there's gonna be certain mechanics where it's just objectively better to use a particular like grip, or because it gives you more stability, or
so that means you can very easily
but
when you're
I don't think it's
because of that. So
it's worth like focusing on.
So I found that like I looked at Shroud and
unless you're trying to get like the top 0.008% better at an aim training scenario.
And I should be in a good spot.
Yeah,
Gave up after about 6 months, but I learned a lot.
Like the value of aim training as far as like FPS games go is it makes the mechanics more automatic. So when you're performing in an FPS in game, you're not thinking about your aim as being a constraint, and you can focus on the strategic elements of performing the FPS game. So I just wouldn't even I wouldn't worry about it. Like, think about what's important for you for your aim training instead, and what your context and goals are. And just eliminate it as a factor.
Not the other, you can get in trouble for that, is something that players need to look at. It's not just there's physical mechanics that are behind these aim movements, right?
Like, eliminate things that like, always be thinking about eliminating things that provide no value for what you're trying to achieve. It's just optimizing your pipeline, basically. Like, if you look at training as like a product delivery pipeline, if it's not actually meeting the goals of why you're practicing, then don't do it.
There's an understanding there that if I put more arm movements into it, I wouldn't run into this wrist lock situation where I'm just like fighting against the tendons in my arm to try to hit a target. There's so much
having trouble improving raw speed.
Not being presented to your average FPS
Any tips?
Make them better, and this is what AimLab and this is what the AIM communities are trying to
focus on larger bots. Focus on bots that have wide angles. So run like the jumbo versions.
Do you, for example, just in Voltaic,
and force yourself to move your mouse faster, probably 10 to 20% faster than you're currently comfortable with.
For me, is maybe about 7 years ago when JDM was still playing Counter-Strike at a pro level, and he was like the lounger that leans a chair all the way back and then he looks like he's sleeping on the couch. Or on
We got this scenario again.
And even the most recent example for me is looking at Saya player from the guard over at Valorant that seems to higher his desk or lower his chair so that his table pretty much reaches his armpit. to be able to be comfortable and to play like very flicky as a jet, for example, where you actually do need to be very quick and
There's something about how this scenario looks that just upsets me.
You have like those different types of gamers that have those positions.
So, absolutely. To shortly answer your question.
Ooh, that was a
but, again,
big
no, have the answer longer than my question, please.
pullback.
When we look at posture, right? I definitely think it makes
Lots
a
of waste
difference.
on that.
But when we try to look at it with the aim community, we try to look at it as a almost an injury prevention posture, right? Versus a optimal aiming posture. Because the last thing we want to do is say, okay, this is the most optimal gaming posture.
I always thought it was a problem, makes you better in some cases or worse now. I mean, so that's one of the biggest like pitfalls in my opinion that aimers have, especially newer players, is they tend to hyper focus on what I call external factors.
This is the best posture you should always try to have.
The most important thing you can do is focus on outcomes.
Really good posture that's going to not give you back problems as you age and get into our territory, right, guys? So
our territory.
That's kind of where our stance is.
Yeah.
However,
Old men.
Be incredible aimers in weird positions, right? And I don't know how much objective data there is to the best posture for somebody to actually have. I will again point to some of the professionals that we know, and the best posture probably in the pro scene is a liege, and there might be something to that.
It's oh, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead, Dan. Continue.
I thought they were both talking.
You can kind of retrain yourself and kind of learn anything. There's a lot of like bad habits that can easily creep in with posture. Something to bear in mind is the forward lean.
Yeah, the forward lean is a bad
position.
A big problem.
Obviously, when you're sitting, is something, and that's also, by the way, something you don't really feel as a young person really as much. You end up feeling it later on, but equally, you know, if you have like a longer
wow, he just taller, like, you know, these things might be bricked that one.
More felt for certain people, so it's kind of good to
bricked.
Try to figure out some of the best practices and just train yourself for it, because you can still have like you can still find something that's comfortable within what is also a pretty healthy position that you can also aim effectively within.
Wish I would be allowed to publicly say my opinion about this house. Yeah, I have a feeling I know what it is.
That was pretty epic too, because I think the start wasn't super easy for Destiny.
I have no idea why it was chosen. There
was some almost hits on that water tower that I had to like kind of panic adjust to, but managed to kind
see, that's the benefit of being not affiliated with any particular aim trainer or community or whatever. How do I stop leaning forward so much? There's actually a really good Huberman podcast where he talks about how habits are formed and how habits can be unformed. So you might want to check that out. It's like an hour-long podcast, but it's essentially the best thing to do is when you notice that you're performing something that you're not trying to do, is to then immediately replace it with a positive habit. So instead of just being like telling yourself like, oh shit, I'm leaning forward again, like tell yourself, oh, I need to lean back. So really you just have to notice it, you have to cue your attention to it, and then just intentionally tell yourself to change it, and then over time it becomes more automatic.
From the people that are not as experienced on these streams really shine through. So I'm looking for big things out of everybody in that lower bracket, and I'm really big on the next match that we have.
Should have picked a better tracking test. 100%. It is a very RNG. Like, I know that some of the people in Revo were talking about it in Discord about like they were unhappy with the decisions with this set of tasks.
I thought there that I will get like 5 votes again after the first one. So I'm surprised that I won actually.
Why do people use such bad music in aim montages? I have no idea.
That's amazing, actually. And what was going through your mind actually when you got 5-0 from the upper brackets? Was it just the nerves of the upper bracket match, your first match of the day? What was going on there?
Yeah, you know, I was obviously very stressed out, and I usually use faster mousepad, so that doesn't really play well together. So for the second
Where is
one,
Desi
I
from?
switched to Artisan Zero, which is a bit slower.
What's that accent?
And thanks to that, I was able to be a bit more stable.
Yeah, this is the first time getting to talk to you, and I'm really glad you won that matchup. So we could. I just wanted to allow you to kind of introduce yourself to the community, as it's your first time on one of these AIM Lab tournaments. I know that from my own talking to you that you've got experience playing CS:GO and were a very highly ranked Paladins player. But I just wanted to know
Paladins
how
player
putting into AIM Lab and AIM training these days.
Yeah, you know, so at first I was using
Check.
AIM Lab in like 2018 for like warm up for Paladins, but then in the last year or so, I really started to focus more on aim training because I find it fun, and I was able to get better at it quite quickly. And yeah, RevoSect accepted me into their group, and I think that's awesome.
What was your approach to training?
Who accepted him into his group?
So obviously, you were doing something right. What are the things you were doing right?
Well, I wouldn't say that I did anything.
Was he
right.
voltaic or?
Grind it hours upon hours up into no end. So yeah.
We wanted to know the strategy, Desi, when you were playing your first match earlier on today. The strategy behind the sunglasses.
Is there such a thing as overtraining and aim training? Yes, there is.
A really strong light behind my monitor.
He's RA? Okay. Revo.
My eyes are kind of sensitive, so I try to mitigate it by the sunglasses.
The science is pretty clear that
Practical and looks cool.
humans cap out at about 90 minutes per learning bout, and most people can only perform at most 2 to 3, I would say more often just 1 intense learning bout per day.
I switch like weekly.
And that if you are going to perform multiple learning bouts, that you need to rest for about 2 to 3 hours before doing another one. Do people follow that criteria? No. A lot of people will just grind and grind and grind.
In RevoSect. But really, I don't use it as much anymore. My most used right now is the HTS from G-Wolves.
Like the HTS.
Awesome.
Are you gonna be
very popular pad?
Are you gonna be sticking on Zero for the rest of the day?
For the rest of the day, for sure, because I'm still kind of stressed out.
See?
Awesome. Well, thank you,
changing pads. You start getting that external focus. It fucks with your mind.
Yeah, thanks.
Best of luck.
What are my thoughts on Ziki? I don't know Ziki.
All right, well,
Ziki.
To start getting into our next match as well.
Ziki.
Yeah, I'm really impressed that Desi managed to save that. I feel like he's definitely getting over some of those early jitters, but now we are going to
Fusa
versus Unans. And are we leaning any way in particular with this?
I think based on experience, I would go Unans here. Also, maybe a little bit based on scores, but as far as the qualifications goes, these players were not very far from each other, so it could go either way. I think Fuso is certainly not one to be nervous in any form or fashion, but Unans has the experience of being in these situations, playing on stream.
He's a GOAT CS player? Oh, that's cool.
I think coming
I don't know.
into the lowers, that's probably going to prevail. I think these guys are
Fusa is just...
well, but I don't think that
oh, man.
There'll be anything other than wanting to beat each other in this matchup. There's money on the line, so friendship goes out the window.
And Fusa is actually going the Desi route and sunglasses. That's going to be interesting.
Oh man.
You actually bring up a fun point. Actually,
such a bro.
Rod, because you were saying how these guys are friends, but this is competition, so you kind of just want to put it all out on the table and try.
I feel like I need to put my
can.
sunglasses on now.
All the other experiences that I've had with the AimLab Skills Challenge, where we had, like, for example, esports personalities that usually use AimLab training to warm up into their regular routine so that it could actually just be as warmed up as it could be when it comes down to the matches. There was some fun trash talk between the players that were in the lobbies.
Should have used the pic of him playing the ukulele on the beach in shorts. Yeah. Why did he even show up to this thing? He's not even taking it seriously.
There is a level of seriousness here. This is the profession of the players that you're going to see today, right? These guys are not doing this as a hobby.
I'll keep mine to link later. Yeah.
Fighting for a title of who's going to be the best aimer in the world, and we can debate all day long if that means, if this actually means aim, right? I understand that inside of a game, aim might be, you know, a little bit different, where more things come into it, positioning and the way that you're moving, things like that. But at minimum, we can say these individuals or whoever wins this tournament today has the best mouse control.
When's Lyat gonna participate in this thing?
And everybody wants to beat their peers and obtain that title, right? These are the best. Make no mistake about it. These are the best mouse.
You recommend staying at the crosshair or target when playing? Generally, you're gonna look more at your crosshair and clicking type scenarios, and you're gonna almost exclusively look at target and tracking type scenarios.
Of one of them on Twitter being like the winner of the first AimLab skill.
When reading is very important, like you want to be looking more at the target.
So they wear it with pride.
Yeah, they absolutely will.
Every time though, you just
think that,
you know, pay attention to what you're paying attention to.
So I think he's probably already getting a trophy like engraved or something. I hope that one
Cartoon
gives him a run for the money.
Cartoon has the most cursed grip in all the land.
Looking pretty clean. I mean, honestly,
looks like a fucking head crab from
enough to detect some of the
Half-Life.
Where things might be sloppier than other runs, because it's the average level is so high.
Yeah, I think Lyat actually would be
a little snafu there from Unans, I think, but
I've also noticed that the heart rate, I think, is up a little bit. It seems like with these faster clicking tasks,
he definitely makes the entertainment value go up. That's a good point.
The first task of the round.
I hope he gets an interview.
A little bit. I do enjoy that data, though. I'm a bit of a data nerd. I wish all the players had this going on their stream.
Yeah, it is a super interesting aspect to it. I mean, there's, for example, didn't go.
Have I seen?
About some sports psychology.
I haven't seen Aqua Grip. Oh my God, we have complies.
One of the things about nerves.
What a dream.
Nerves is
I'm famous now.
There's a physiological advantage to nerves, because of what's happening, you know, with all of the hormones and so on that are kind of running through your body. You get like a little bit of an advantage in terms of your.
I need to see this grip.
But at the same time, it can also be a detriment if it's you know, if you have mental game leaks, the nerves could put pressure on those points, and it might turn into you becoming, you know, overly focused consciously on problems because you're starting to feel you feel the nerves.
How do I look up this person and to see their grip?
Now you're aware that you're nervous, and then you feel like there's a reason for you to be nervous, and maybe it's because there's like a lot on the line, or because you feel like you're currently underperforming, and now maybe you're thinking about, oh, I have to perform better, and you know, you can start, your mind can kind of run away with
I'm trying to find it.
So the nerves can be positive and a negative depending on how good you are at handling them, but it is an advantage.
Is it a washed Crunker player?
From your experiences,
go ahead,
right? From your guys' experiences, how would you coach a player or calm them down if you think nerves is going to be a big factor in one of these events or on an esports stage?
I think.
Oh, Dan, you got that.
Doesn't look like it.
I think
a new GM.
Indeed. Well, I think.
Who is Aqua?
Because I think, like
I know them.
I pretty much subscribe to.
They're pretty young, right?
To a lot of the material and the methodologies that the sports psychologist that Elise uses.
Yeah, 16. Oh my God.
It felt like I'm obsessed. You know,
is that a real grip? That's not a real grip.
I haven't seen anything that I think makes more sense, other than his approaches and methods. But essentially, you know, it can indicate.
This is not a real grip.
Different problems, and that's kind of the issue, is that you need to be able to figure.
Dude,
out
look how pronated.
Creating problems for you. What actually.
Your wrist is.
with nerves.
Dude's gonna have RSI like in 3 months.
Different people, like some people may have like a fear, maybe like a fear-based issue that appears, where in reality, you know, you're exposed. It's a lot on the line. You're afraid of losing for a certain reason, and there might be more to that story as to why. So you kind of want to
Magics.
dig deeper into that.
Thank you.
Or it could be the case.
Welcome. Thank you. I'm glad that my content helps you.
Are in a position where it's affecting your confidence, because you may anticipate or expect that if you're feeling more nerves than you're used to feeling, that actually means that
yeah, but like at what cost? Like, I mean, I guess you could probably stay like that for a couple minutes with no issues. I would be worried about the long-term effects of that.
And then you translate that into
yeah, ODB. I don't know how he isn't insanely injured already exactly.
So you kind of need to figure out what the route is for each player. There's a really good book that does a very good job with this from Jared Tendler.
Is Fusa like just changing fits like every task? By the end of it, he's gonna have like a fucking
confidence, greed, fear,
like airline pilot,
where he kind of is able
like a jet pilot mask on or some shit.
That can then end up becoming mental game leaks, and uses a lot of really good examples and kind of builds out the thought process quite a lot. And I actually have a practical, or rather an anecdotal experience where this was very helpful for me. I feel like I'm going into a long tangent here, but I had an issue with
why is he leaning into the camera so much?
From it would be triggered when I feel like so I have this issue where I would be playing in my A game.
Does he have weed fucking leaves on his sunglasses?
I feel like I might still lose.
Oh my god.
Pulled me out of
this child.
Because I was I realized that I was afraid to
He's probably high as fuck
and be in my best game and that still not be good enough. And that was like a reality that I was afraid of. And so I couldn't take the ego hit, if that was true. So once I realized that this was the actual reason why I was dropping out of the zone in these scenarios,
Unans is just like watching him, like they're just messing with each other at this point.
I was able to successfully overcome that and stay in good performance and not try to exert more control.
What's Unans running out sense wise? Is it still like 21, right?
That you cannot control. That's a hot, like the illusion of control is another really big thing, but we won't go into that because I've been talking for ages.
No, but to continue on, I feel like that's probably the approach that Elige was talking about earlier when Hot Rod, you were mentioning.
Is his dad normally on the PC behind him? Guess I've never seen him stream or anything. Does he stream?
So I guess from somebody that has experience, in Dan, you've had experience from years and years.
I'm so like disconnected from
professional player and understanding like what's it like to be playing on the main stage and being able to
content creators
and identify that. But that seems like it's going to be something that's more towards the longer term, right? But if, for example, and I'm going to go back into an esports example, you're the guard, you're going to Masters 1, your team just got formed 4 months ago, and this is the first time you're on international stage, you've passed group stage, and you're playing your first international match in a quarterfinals match versus the best teams in the world for Valorant. How do you get rid of those nerves? Is it going to be, hey, tell your players to drink more water so that they can calm down a bit, chew on some gum?
He streams.
What's going on into the mindset to make sure you calm them down so that they can perform to the best of their abilities?
This is a great question, and I like that you said get rid of the nerves, because it's actually not a case, I would say, of getting rid of the nerves. Like we mentioned, that nerves can be are actually advantageous. It's actually a signal.
All right, Fusa.
You actually care a lot about something that's happening.
Don't get bagelled.
And so it can actually really serve to kind of make you more focused and to kind of bring you into a point of higher levels of performance. However, it's that signal can also.
Did people have to qualify for this? They had to qual, right?
So it really. You can't really know, actually, I think.
Or did they just arbitrarily pick some people?
You can't necessarily know how the players will interpret.
Hi, Elias.
Difference.
Thank you.
Some players, they could have hidden mental game leaks that will be exposed.
We love you.
Environment you just don't know about yet. So that's something that you. Yeah. That's why experience. That's one thing about experience.
After I finish my crash course, I'm gonna start ramping up video production. I'm gonna make shorter videos and a higher frequency. My backlog is massive. I've got like 75 ideas for videos I want to make.
What to expect, and so not only just knowing what to expect makes things easier.
1 week qual.
Experience it, you know it's not the end of the world, and you know it's a known quantity. But at the same time, you know, you've built in approaches to deal with that thing. So that also, just even having built approaches, even if the approaches aren't fully effective, that's also actually helpful because.
So they just pulled the top 8.
Like you're in a place where it's like I have. You know,
from the tasks, like the actual.
So you don't go into this kind of cognitive situation where you're overly magnifying
the actual scores,
the severity of something, which can be a problem too. So it's yeah, you don't know exactly what their leaks could be until they happen. That's just the risk of a fresh lineup like the guard.
Yeah. And Hot Rod, you could definitely see the
motherfuckers already messaging me
right now. Because I feel that, you know, you've already made it through.
About drinking.
Your opponent and the jitters aren't there, and now you probably see the performances on high scores.
Yeah, I think I would like to know a little bit of what's going through his mind, because I think he's
Amito.
watching the scores that are happening.
Hello. Thank you.
And
I'm a big fan of you.
This guy in the bag, so yeah, you should see him calm down quite a bit here and just have fun with this last few remaining tasks. I also
all 8 from the quali. Yeah, that makes sense.
What you were saying earlier, DDK.
What mousepad are you getting?
A fear
Magic.
of losing and kind of what that manifests itself into, and we've seen Fusa gone through a couple wardrobe changes at this point. Throwing the sunglasses.
Wardrobe changes.
Like as you're speaking about this and the psychological about it, are we seeing it in real time?
Are you seeing it in real? No, you're not. You're just seeing Fusa.
That is hilarious, actually, for sure. Because even at some point they had
fucking with all of us.
Okay, I'm okay with the score, but yeah, there's definitely potentially that. Now you're just at the point.
I think there's a limit to the number of times I can say the F word.
Yeah, I think it's good.
For monetization purposes.
Not gonna make it through. I think.
What's he got on now? Corduroy.
So maybe we can get.
And the shirt change.
Oh man. Hopefully this is the serious Fusa. He's gonna go out on a high note. I hope he gets a victory here, something to build on.
You should have like put a tie on or something.
You could still get an amount of money for winning a task, even if you lose the series overall. So being able to
still get $50
would be kind of nice here for
to get a task.
An extremely talented aimer. And I don't think that the
Artisan Hand Soft XL. Woo!
Again, I've seen scores that Fusa has thrown up.
The highly sought after one. Did you get it from Artisan Direct or did you get it through like Lethal Gaming Gear?
This is a better angle to play this, right? I think that's what he's trying to prove right here. Giving away all the strats to the players that are going to be coming.
Shave on stream.
Trying to help his fellow compatriots in RevoSect out a little bit. I think by showing them some secrets that he's come up with. But Fusa's very talented.
Fusa is very talented. I will say that. He's actually like, for a while he was just like almost untouchable. He just hasn't been playing as much. He's been RLing instead.
That's rough. Yeah. That's really rough. And you know that right now, Ignaz is feeling pretty good about this situation.
Smile on his face, heart rate's at 120. Let's see what happens.
Yep.
Oh, you're in Elsha. Yeah, you probably had to wait a while to get it.
Moving over to the edge again, but so far we're able to see all 8 competitors here. Chen.
It's cool to. Congrats.
I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed of Protect the Water Tower from our first competitor, being Cartoon.
You didn't even know the comp was today, of course.
I was amazed where those dots weren't even able to come outside of the mountains on both ends every single time. Well, for everybody else, it makes it like to the halfway marks and then even hits the water tower. Where now I don't feel as bad as a newcomer, seeing that, you know, I might have what it takes to potentially get a little bit better in these tasks if I actually train a little
Gord posted a
you certainly can.
One little tweet.
This is nobody comes into one of these, right? Which is natural talent and wipes the floor with everybody. There's a couple of players that have busted onto the scene and that are really good at static from the get-go. Most all of them, if
old man yell, that's what I'm gonna do.
CS:GO background,
at children.
Aim training in some of those games, right? And they start off fairly high. However, not a single one of them
Kanos.
comes right out the gate is setting scores anywhere close
Thank you.
to the top of the competition.
I'm glad
Maybe not even in the
I'm
top
able
10.
to provide a
So
service
it's definitely
that
something
people enjoy.
can be taught, something that can be learned, and something that can be improved on for every single FPS player out there.
Yeah. And actually, it brings me that question to you. As
Who's
to,
Vansili
you know, being more comfortable with this trainer with AimLab and your
and DDK? Are they just like AimLab reps or something?
When it comes to Counter-Strike and Valorant, is a lot of
I'm a gourd. Yep.
verticals if you're playing Diabolical or Quake Champions or whatnot. So, what do you recommend for like a new player trying to find
Word
that
is
edge
amazing.
in a game like Counter-Strike, or somebody else such as Toxic, for example, that's trying to find an edge in Quake?
Yeah, so it depends on what game you're trying to get better at and understanding and identifying the aim types that are going to be associated with that game. For tactical FPS, you really can't go wrong with doing a lot of static or very small dot, slowly moving dot kind of tasks. I would say that something that is overlooked, right, is adding tracking to your game as well, though. With
Cartoon and Lorries. Oof. Actually,
if you're trying to clear corners,
Skooky and Ard and Cartoon and Lorries are just going to be two awesome matchups.
Crosshair placement in itself is not necessarily.
So what do we think? Oh, DDK was a CSGO caster? Okay.
You have to be tracking.
Big CS and Val. How do you guys know all this shit? I swear to God, like I'm just behind the times. This is what I get for. I didn't even start getting into FPS until I started getting aim training, so I'm just like not. I don't know enough about the FPS scene. So Cartoon and Lorries. We think Cartoon, right?
All of these can apply, right? All of the scenarios and training that we make, the benchmarks that the community makes, all of it.
Lorries has been playing a shit ton of static though. He said earlier he's been practicing static for like 6 months. Yeah. So I still don't think that. I mean, Cartoon just looked way too good on that. Really good water tower task. I think that's going to be the make or break. He just looks like he has it too figured out, and I think same with Ard. Ard's got it really figured out.
You need to be able to do a 180 because this not all the time, but you need to be able to have that in your mechanics to be able to do that. And maybe
so definitely Unions.
You need to do a mouse lift, or maybe you just need to kind of use your arm for that spot and just be comfortable doing that. So you need to have
progresses.
You need to have in your toolkit too, like a snap 90 degree, so that you can clear those 50-50 angles. As you progress, like you need to be able to do that. Like you need to be able to. So there's as you like watch people play the game.
The Unions progresses, I think. Cartoon progresses, and Ard progresses.
The ability to do. And
what do we think?
I like the idea of crosshair placement there as well. It's just like this dynamic tracking. It's normally it's normally something where it's slower, but because you're constantly moving, the distance of that angle from you will get closer and further away, which means the speed of the tracking changes too. So
do you say dynamic tracking?
It's all there. Like all the information is there
in the game. Disappointed some players aren't competing this time. Yeah.
And then figure out
who do you want to see?
What's creating issues for you?
Aim Jesus. I'm good. Slime. How are you? I've seen you on my channel for a while now. Thank you for your support.
180s and look in the air for our jet dash with Bladestorm trying to avoid and headshotter. Trying to avoid 6 flashes on an execution and still trying to get kills.
Ray's flying around with a rocket.
I feel like his glass is a little bit rounder, but we have almost the same glasses. Me and Lori's.
But I do see also where you're coming from, Hot Rod, where I think when you're looking at attack FPS in terms of tracking.
Attack FPS.
Especially if you're playing.
All right, Cartoon.
On these.
Let's see it.
Because on defense you're talking about crosshair placement and holding the angle, right?
Right?
Positioning, and you're just waiting for your opponents to come to you. But I think when you're actually going to be on the attacker side and you have to force the hand, then understanding where to peek first will help when you're training static targets to be able to see the head, see the dot, and click it. But I think the tracking
is just too good,
as well as the crosshair placement is to where should I align my crosshair to know where that.
You wonder how Maddie would do in this? Yeah, Maddie might be good.
Around the corner, I'm dragging a mouse.
Dex.
On the keyboard.
I love you, Dex.
I'm able to potentially even have the tightest angle.
Mad Badman and Chesty, yeah.
Maybe not necessarily Pika's advantage.
MBM is just.
More reactive.
I mean, he's
than your opponents would.
he's perpetually like has injuries, aim injuries, right?
Yeah.
Like
Encyclopedia number 2, Van Silly's coming.
I also want to point out, guys, while we were on cartoon with Two Shot right there, he is one of the players that you could visually tell a difference on how he plays this task.
Yeah, he's pretty close to his top.
And how, like, very few times he actually needs to make a micro correction. All of that, you just pay attention to the rest of the competition.
What sense is he playing? I'm not sure.
Especially
Anyone know?
Two Shot XL, the speed and the precision to which Cartoon has that gaps the field.
Yeah, this is Marcel. This is an aim lab tournament.
Nice,
or
have a chance to.
Yeah,
go ahead.
$1,000? How much is it?
We actually didn't have a chance to introduce these two great players. So go ahead.
It's really nice, yeah.
10K.
Gamers, I'm really proud of both of these guys. I don't want to see either of them lose, but hopefully both will be able to take some rounds here and get a little bit of change in their pocket.
I'm good, Dux.
It also looks like they actually have
I don't.
extremely similar visuals for each between the two, which is kind of uncommon, but I like.
I don't think anybody's gonna beat Cartoon's Two Shot.
But you can see like Lori's is really good at this. He doesn't have his scoreboard enabled, so we can't tell like his accuracy or anything at this point. But he's quite quick, but it's just not exactly at a level of Cartoon with the initial flick. So Lori's is still very fast. He's still one target ahead. You can tell his mind's one target ahead.
Yeah, Snowy doesn't.
Go back to a target.
Snowy would be so good. What if they did like a reactive heavy
It's just a
comp?
little bit lacking in comparison to somebody like Cartoon.
Yeah.
Snowy's
I
nuts.
kind of like that strategy though, especially if you're the
Drake
second player that's gonna have to go
or
head-to-head
Quail
against
aims? I don't know either of them.
the favorite to win it all. So when you don't have your scoreboard, your accuracy up there, you don't have like the oh crap moment. I have to try to catch up or play better on the spot, and you're just kind of playing at your own pace. And playing your own
Exactly. I mean, and I can't stop myself.
1884.
See my stats halfway through the run as well, right? So maybe that's something that's why Lori's removed it from his screen altogether. He doesn't need that type of distraction.
Yeah.
You want to see Aqua do this?
It help at all. It can only actually hurt you. It actually cannot help you. It can only hurt you. That's a good point.
Yeah, with the next task though, I think we could see Lori's actually taking them. Cartoon is not the best player in the tournament when it comes to MPTS or Zach Plaza. So
Yeah.
again, I think the favorite for this is Lori's winning the next two. So if he does, it could put some pressure on Cartoon for the final tasks to see who makes it.
So this is basically like this whole tournament is like who does the water tower task the best. Like they could have.
Also another topic in terms of like
They could have done a better job with the
reality too, and it also
selection.
I guess comes into me asking that question to let the competitive communities of like esports, for example, understand how aim trainers could actually help them, right? Because there's been that debate where, oh well, I'd rather just do headshot servers.
What do you think would have been a better like
or
tiebreak task?
Valorant, even if people were just walking and using audio and holding angles against me, where does the advantage of aimlab trainers, just like aimlab, for example, help you to be able to improve even more on top of your DM server?
Yeah, scenario selection
certainly a large debate
has been
and a lot of people will say, okay, if I
to be
want
desired, we'll say.
play the game or use certain.
I think they should have gone something like straight track or something for the reactive tracking one.
Inside of AimLab,
I don't mind MPTS honestly for evasive.
From a fundamental aspect of being efficient and good aim in that game, and separate it out and work on those.
I think if they were gonna have two static tasks, they should have done maybe like a wide wall, more of a wide wall.
What you would do is just keep
for one of them.
and try to keep focusing on it. However, inside of AimLab, you can come and play tasks that are specifically designed to fix that problem, right? So people need to start looking at AimLab and playing these as a bit of a supplementation.
Aim Jesus doesn't approve.
Putting hours and hours into their main game. I think to be really
Extra small PGTI passive invincible. Oh my god, I hate PGTI so much.
80% 50% of your time spent in game.
Like PGTI, like
working on fundamentals inside
is just
right.
At least in aim lab,
where you just have very
it's just so generic. Like if you watch 10 different top aimers perform this scenario, every single one of them looks the same. There's like no room for like style within that.
We can show them.
10.
It definitely takes a while to actually show them, and that's because a lot of people don't know that these type of granular fundamental tasks exist inside
Control sphere. Yeah, control sphere would be good.
Problems.
Yeah, bounce scenarios I think would be fun. I like the bounce
it's
sends that Revo has. They're kind of fun looking.
Hit or I don't hit, right?
Wide wall 3 targets Pokeball. Yeah.
Back at the recordings or understand where their crosshair was and understand that was an overflick in that certain
the smoothest tournament and Hunter plays in it. Yeah, Hunter is nutty. Like if you like Hunter, you should check out Snowy. They have pretty similar styles, and Snowy's pretty nutty too.
Attention to the things that are more granular, and then seeing if you can work on that inside of a controlled environment.
We're originally going to do 4 wide, but we thought 2-shot XL would be more entertaining. Yeah.
So I have a couple follow-ups there, but one of
the
things I wanted to
RA and VT both submitted a list of possible, and they just
because for me as a player, the way I
aim lab like decided on it.
Difference between technique work, which is what you're describing, you're isolating.
How involved is like Bardos and Trusty with
versus actually, warm up where
deciding on the tourneys format and like selection and shit.
Okay, there's an emotional component there in terms of confidence. Like when I'm training for technique, it's not about confidence per se, it's about just trying to train that technique and doing.
Yeah, PGTI is like, to me, it's still one of the best.
That's kind of how it's got to be hard. You got to put yourself.
Like it's one of the OG Kovac scenarios, and it's.
But that doesn't feel good in terms of
just for developing like raw mouse control. It's one of the best.
Specific types of things I would do.
Who is who right now?
Make me feel like a god. So I feel like warm and I'm hitting my shots type of thing. So
this is Lori's right now.
You look at technique work versus good warm up. What's the difference?
Yeah, I think it is an absolutely exceptional point that you're bringing out, and something that I've wanted to address even inside of the AIM community for a while now, right? So there is a difference in what we recommend for people warming up.
They have a separate person dedicated to comp stuff. Okay.
Functional, improving their mechanics, right? It comes down to the length, the duration, right, of what you're practicing, how specific you get with the practicing, and level of difficulty to your credit. Most of the time, when we are trying to teach people to get better, and we need to start doing this, the AIM community as a whole needs to start doing this, is end your training with stuff that is easy to give you that confidence boost, to make you feel like a god, as you said, right? There's a lot of stuff that we require people to play and tell them to play inside of aim lab that is really tough and can actually like damage your ego if you try to
Skooky did not lose
into a game, right? So what we do, we take a couple of steps where we give really easy, really tasks that'll allow you to move your mouse around and fly around kind of like a grid shot, right? Where you're hitting targets and it makes you just feel better, right? And then we ask people to go warm up in a DM server where the only thing that they have to do is worry about hitting headshots. I think that is a really kind of a better recipe for warming up, right? Versus actual functional work. And when we get to actual functional work, that's when there might be a warm up.
Yeah, I'm new to the community on this level too. So Hot Rod's the guy talking right now.
Or what's prescribed.
He's been around the multi community for a really long time. The other two I wasn't familiar with, but apparently, was it DDK?
Such as overflicks,
is a CS:GO caster. I don't know the other dude though.
So there's different routines that we give. There's different tasks that are prescribed and played, and there's
you want Lori's to win, yeah.
And people need to start separating the two and not playing the same thing as warm up as they would actual practice.
Yeah, that's why. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead, Dan.
Okay.
No, please go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's why. Usually for me, grid shot was something that like this is a good warm up task because you can choose to feel really good.
Want Rid to win?
It can feel very satisfying.
I want Rid to win. Rid will never win.
But there's a lot of tasks that have a actual specific difficulty to them.
If I had to play one scenario in Coax or Aim Lab for the rest of my life, ooh, that's a tough question.
Around task qualities, so you feel really good. And I think death matches are good for that too. Because,
maybe
you know, when you're running around,
Pasu perfected.
You know, you need that in-game experience as well to feel.
Oh, he's a GM for 100 Thieves. I didn't know that.
Hitting some good shots, essentially, as well.
Yeah, another thing that I like to tell people to do, right, is I want to end warm-up with what might be considered a replica of a weapon that is the most important. So just to put this into kind of examples, if I was trying to develop a warm-up playlist and tasks for somebody that was playing Quake, I might throw some LG work in there, right? I might throw some tracking in there. However, I think a rail and having your rail shots hit are critical in that type of a game. For Valorant, for CSGO, pistol rounds are monumental, right? So I would have people working on those kind of things at the very tail end of whatever they're doing warming up. So then when they go into ranked or queue or whatever, that's kind of very fresh on their mind and in their hands.
That's interesting. Even for me, going back to the beginning of the show when I was talking about intimidation, because as I'm watching these two players play, and I've tried out the Raspberry 6 dot.
Got pushed out of casting Valorant by Riot?
You know, easy for me to start, but I think what I like from it is not worry about my score and really try to focus on my accuracy and, you know, not necessarily
some of the people actually have their in cams on.
This comes from like Launders, who's a caster and also a content creator within Counter-Strike, and I don't know if I quote him exactly, but he was saying how like slow is accurate and accurate is fast in a sense. So if I practice a little bit more slowly and able to not over do any type of like over movement, over covering these bubbles and actually hit my targets more accurately, then
why is he calling them bubbles?
I can start bringing up the speed and then my score. And I think that's why I wanted to talk about how you don't need to be fully intimidated by the current high scores that you're currently seeing right now if you're new into training.
Yeah, you absolutely do not need to, right? These are the scores that are on the leaderboards right now have been people that have been pushing these scores for months. Unless you are also subscribing to that ideology where you want to.
Is a dedicated gaming chair better for aiming posture? I don't think so.
You're not going to get anywhere close, but that shouldn't be discouraging, because what AimLab is fundamentally trying to do is to take you from AimLab to in-game and make you better.
I'm going to bump the stream volume up to
it's
like
great that we're having these skills competitions and we can see the best mouse control
22 decibels. Let me know if it's too high.
Make no mistake about it, like the majority of players are playing games like Valorant and CSGO and trying to improve there. And this is what AimLab and the AIM communities are trying to focus in as well.
Why are balls attacking the water tower? Yeah. This is
awesome for bragging rights. It feels really good and is very addicting once you can start doing
Rambo Kim's
so many people get sucked in and start
scenario.
Tasks and setting these new high
and nobody knows why it was chosen, but it was
to some degree as well when they do that. So we need people to do that, but ultimately most players that are coming in are not going to be able to do that out the gate, and they're not going to be able to do that without focusing and asking the others that are at the top.
No, it's not a joke. I can't figure out why this is here.
Or at least you're mentioning the science a lot here, Hot Rod. So what are we actually looking to push in terms of science and data that we're trying to get, like how this correlates into transitioning into games like Apex, games like Counter-Strike, games like Valorant, or just how these trainers will just help you get better and better at performing tasks?
Yeah, we're looking at how these both to be honest with you, but we're looking at how we can effectively coach people inside of these trainers to make it reduce the amount of time that somebody needs to spend in terms of man hours, right, to reach a certain level of
exactly how we thought it was going to go. Cartoon took the exact tasks that we thought that he was going to take. Lori's took the exact tasks we thought he was going to take.
Scores for exactly what the players are doing on screen. So there's two different kind of paths of thought that are going on there. However, where does it always start? Most everybody comes to aim trainers trying to look to be better.
Who's streaming this event? This is on Twitch.
Right?
Aim
But
Labs
once you get
Twitch.
addicted to it, once you get an itch and start setting world records and want to prove yourself as one of the best aimers in the world, that's when you start focusing on the other path where you're actually trying to push scores as high as possible.
Yeah. Almost feels like you kind of get sucked into it as soon as you start to just
So
wanna
Lori's
perform
and
at the
Desi.
world record level.
Lori's
Yeah,
wins
it
that.
does. It's very addicting. A lot of people,
Unans
will try
and
it, right? And then they see
Skooky.
somebody on the leaderboard,
So I guess
or maybe right above them, they know they've heard that name before.
I guess it's going to be Lori's and
good when you
Skooky.
can top their score, or get anywhere close to where everybody's looking at your name.
And there we go. Cartoon moving.
So Cartoon and
forwards,
Ard. And then Lori's and Skooky is what we're thinking.
Desi, which is definitely going to be a good one. And we're moving straight into the next match here to catch up on some time. But man, this is basically the greatest AIM podcast of all time. Right
So
now.
it can't be Cartoon and Ard in the finals.
There's so many really important points here when it comes to. Like, I want to just play off of the thing you guys were just talking about as we go.
Yeah, Lori's and Desi again, exactly.
Let's actually introduce the players real quick. We've got Skooky versus a random dead dude. Let's get your thoughts
What
on
the
this matchup real
dog
quick.
doing?
Really looking forward to this one. Again, Skooky, I think, is here to win, but a random dead dude has always been a underrated aimer in this community. Can definitely take it here to Skooky if Skooky's not on form. Skooky should look better in MPTS. Skooky should look better in Zach Plaza, but ARDD is right behind him in both of those tasks, and ARDD has a bit of an advantage on this first.
I think it's going to
shot
come down
based
to
on
the
current
fifth
ceilings and high
scenario
scores.
again.
Don't
And
know really
Ard,
who's
I think
gonna
it's
win
just
this
going to
one.
approach it better.
If I was a gambling man, I would go Skooky. However, I wouldn't be surprised at all if a random dead dude comes out on top, and I will do a shoey if he ends up winning the whole thing.
An awesome nickname as well, I gotta say. A random dead dude.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome.
A shoey? I don't think I get that.
No, I
Some
forgot
kind
the
of
question I
inside
had,
joke
which was,
about Skooky's name.
Or a discussion point. Maybe it'll come back to me. I mean, I'm sure it will. We've,
It was continuing on a discussion before. You were mentioning it was to continue on a discussion
yeah,
we
what are you
just
guys
had.
talking about? I don't remember anymore.
Dude, these guys are...
Yeah, we were discussing basically
drunk.
why people get involved in aim training to begin with, and how that kind of develops into just pushing scores.
And the science.
Yeah,
that we're
right.
Trying to get with it.
So I think I think you said
Science.
something that
The science of aim training. The
caught
science.
my ear in particular, which was figuring out what is the quickest path from A to B in terms of.
I love when
having
people
really
like
good
to
things
shit on me
skills,
because I'm an
so I can
engineer.
effectively use my time in.
I'm like, oh, it's
and,
not
you know,
real
in one
science.
sense
It's
you're saying,
applied
okay, well,
science.
when people start, getting really good at this, they catch the bug and they want to make these world records.
If it's not
happen
pure
for
math,
themselves.
it's
But
not real
most
science.
people want to get cut the distance between themselves and getting to the level of aim that they need to in the various skill sets, and that's going to allow them to then put more time.
A shoey's
into
drinking a beer from your
decision-making
shoe? How do you know all
elements,
these things, Eddie B? You're
of
like
the games that they're playing.
a
So
fucking
you won't have to necessarily grind so
a walking
much in terms of,
encyclopedia.
having your mechanics being a really good.
Have you tried
spot.
glass mouse feet?
And a lot of it's going to be actually more so about
Nuts for someone
training
to
so that your
practicing
game sense is improving, that your
microcontrol.
decision making is improving, and also so that you don't have to worry about
No,
your.
but I have a
your
glass
aiming,
mouse
because
pad.
a lot of players will actually, they'll play and they'll feel like
Engineering
they
is
have to
good if
play
coming
more
from a
as
pure math
a
fan. All right,
solution
fair.
to improving their aim, and they don't actually realize that. A lot of players kind of get.
I think
to
the
a point
number
where they're
one
actually
thing
playing
that
for
people don't
overtraining,
understand with
and
applied science
maybe
is that
you're
without it, it
sleeping
would
as
take
well,
for
maybe there's
fucking
there's a lot of
ever
different
to
factors that can
progress our
impact
understanding of the
degree to
world.
which you're performing in terms of your mechanics.
Because to do
So
like
just by
isolation
playing more
and
of the game that you
experiments
wanna improve
in
at, that's not
a
necessarily
highly
going to help you.
rigorous
It's
empirical
the same
setting,
as
it takes
could be said for
forever.
some other varying factors.
So
like
you have
like
to
and whatever
actually
else. You
take
can
what's
improve
learned
it,
and apply it
but
to
if
real
you're
world
overtraining,
situations
you're
in
not
order to
having the correct
benefit
approach
from
the
it.
Problems, it's going to be kind of a big
Drink
issue
beer
for
from
you.
his shoe. So
It's
I
kind
know
of like,
Germans do
in
it.
training in
but
the gym, you might be training.
Not everyone now? No.
Let's say you're doing a compound movement
That's
that involves
weird.
a lot of muscles. There's a lot of big muscles involved. It might be the case that
Why
you're
would
not
you drink beer
actually,
from his shoe?
Effectively triggering some of those like secondary.
So how does
muscles, like
Australian?
supporting muscles, and the only way you can probably
He doesn't
get to
sound
that problem
Australian.
and solve that problem is by understanding that that's an issue and then targeting those things, and then you don't necessarily.
Maybe he
need
just
to
knows
use
what a
more of
shoe
that
is.
Compound movement as the solution to train.
Why do you think so many
the
players are
secondary
using
muscles that
plus
are
as
lagging behind?
crosshair?
So it allows you to progress more quickly.
Because it's
in
just
general,
one of the more
high
optimal
quality in the
crosshairs.
time that you're spending.
See, I'm able to relate to that example of the gym here, Dan. It doesn't
Yeah,
show
he's
anymore
quick.
because I haven't been
So
to the gym in a
quick.
bit because of COVID times and I've regained my weight. But at least in terms of like the compound exercise, because I love working out. And before I was even able to deadlift, I was only able to do like only 135.
I think Ard's going to take
because I didn't have the flexibility.
the first two.
You know, I wasn't able to squat
Skooky's
down
going to
as much as
take
I wanted to be able to get that compound movement and to
Zach,
engage my whole body. So
and it's going to be
before I get into the heavier lifts, I had to do like hyper extensions.
potentially Ard could take that 6-shot, the Raz one.
Like,
but I think Ard's going to hit the 5th one for sure. So it might be 4-1, it might be 3-2.
A lot better when it comes down to lifting heavy weights. So I went from 135 pounds to now 450 within like 2 years. So I understand like looking at the
when people shit on applied science not being real science, my experience is it's younger people that are first getting into their academia and they associate their major with like a big part of their identity, and they just like derive meaning from the fact that they're in a pure science like as a superior.
I think you hit another really good point there as well, in
like
that
character trait.
Build on slightly, which is
it's never like rooted in
and it's pretty
anything valuable.
In terms of you've got a lot of different muscle groups interacting with each other, and you got this movement pattern. And you were kind of saying that there's like there's some limitations to my technique because because of maybe having to understand that I have to improve that technique. Maybe I have to cue certain movements in
Ard just has
timing or a slightly different order.
Correct.
So that's the knowledge aspect there as to how the technique approaches.
He's mastered the ability to flick quickly and then like immediately match velocity after flicking, because like just naturally when you flick that fast it's going to be very difficult to control like your stopping power, and he's just hyper focused on improving and optimizing that.
We can even tie that back
technique
into the tweet that we showed earlier, right? With the how.
And then after that, he spends his time analyzing the strategic elements of the scenario and like where the groupings are, where the bots spawn, how they're going to.
Do that, right? You don't want to have bad habits that
how they're going to move.
Ultimately, it's going to affect your top line performance.
Basically, to always be
so, I think that there's
maximizing like his target uptime.
And again, the science is really fresh when it comes to mechanics and aim training, and we're just barely scratching the surface.
Man, I just love Aim Lab shows. I get to talk about working out, golfing, and video games with the best.
This is good.
And still have fun doing it.
Skooky got that.
I do want to touch on, Dan, that you brought up. And
I guess I'm not surprised.
What we're trying to do is make sure that people
He's
can focus
just a
on
lot
the
smoother.
Things. And I know GameSense
his style is just more smooth. It's more like snowy.
Section that out if we needed to, but let's just call it GameSense for lack of this discussion that I want to have. When you don't have to focus on your aim and you can focus on your GameSense, that's definitely a shortcut from A to B, right? And
he's getting good bots.
Is absolutely the best place to focus on your GameSense, but it might not be the best place to focus on your aim, which is why people need to supplement with AimLab inside in there, right? And there's also a common
Hot Rod really selling the aim trainer.
I might walk back on.
And I get his position as AimLab CEO.
On it. And that's what I've been saying with aim is not going to necessarily win you a lot of situations or fights or rounds in a tactical FPS, right? If you have to rely on your aim, you've generally made a GameSense error leading up to that, right? And aim can bail you out of situations where you
wonder how that would look in Apex. Yeah, they're nuts.
But it might not.
But there's also really good.
Actually, you need to focus on in order to get the most wins, and it might be something.
Technical aimers in Apex that don't have
if you guys
great scores in aim trainers. So
to some extent, because while having aim is incredibly important, I think it's not going to be or create the best player in the world. I think there's a lot of players that we've seen that you would consider the best player in the world and even have the best aim, where it's kind of masked by their decision making and positioning that allows them and sets them up to hit those crazy shots, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's I think one of the things that was really important for me in terms of becoming better at analysis was when I started to try and take poker, like I told him super serious.
That was a bad reset. That sucks.
I started to see things a little bit differently. I tried to like look at scenarios as like, is this a positive expected value position I'm playing?
At least Art and Skookie are both taking this very seriously. You can tell they both want to win.
Because if you are doing that, you're going to be the most consistent. Because you'll you'll stack the odds in your favor to win. So a good
Imperial How is a good example. I mean, Hollow is somebody I always mention. He uses aim trainers, but
yeah, you can try to
not really
be really confident and out aim everybody.
Best routine for CS and Kovac. Pure G Valorant routine.
Odds in your favor, and now you've gotten all of the edges playing in your way, so you'll be successful in the majority of the time. And the issue is that if you are the differences can be so huge in terms of advantage because of position or options that certain positions may.
You feel boomers, yes, me too, dude.
Benefit you, or maybe it's so limited that you're.
I didn't know that Skookie's grip was kind of split
in terms of winning scenarios. That is where the difference is made. Aim is really an afterthought, I think, in a sense, with a lot of professional players, because all pro players have extremely good aim. And the difference is pretty marginal. The greatest differences and advantages made in this.
I've seen a lot of people choosing tiling for their static walls.
Timing and the options and the game reads and understanding like psychology in the fights. Sometimes like a bad position is actually a good position because it creates the element of surprise, and so then a play that looks like it's minus expected value and in that vacuum is actually plus expected value. So as a player, you're having to weigh up like a huge amount of different.
Seriously good. Yes, it is.
Find the greatest advantage, and then there's issues.
I did most of the write up for that one.
How angle
Cask C and Bill selected those scenarios.
They will play certain spots and be playing from a complete.
Do you not get stuck to the sky pad? Yes, you do.
That they're about to take with their opponent, like for example.
So you got to wear a sleeve.
Understanding that if you're the closer player in an engagement to an angle, the angle of engagement, and you're going to be your model. The model of your avatar will stick out more from that angle than the other players.
You had a rough start. Oh man, he can't hit that fucking dot. Whoa.
Or maybe they'll just see you.
His accuracy is
there's all these
killing him.
Factors that play into understanding how to create advantage that go beyond aim. Like I can give you a list of like 30 different things probably off the top of my head. So yeah.
Yeah, I think that's definitely something that people are still kind of not informed about, right? Or maybe overlooked for sure. I know that there's many things other than just moving your mouse and mouse control that affect your aim, and I think that people need to start understanding that a bit more as well. What I would love to see, right, is something that I'm actually personally teaching a few people right now in the longer time to kill games, such as an arena FPS or even Apex, is the ways that you can avoid damage.
Man,
right? When we talk about aim, we're always talking about the
200
offensive side of things and how to deal with
damage off.
But there's definitely positioning
points off.
And movement skills that you can learn.
He's not happy with himself.
Avoid damage and still come out ahead on fights as well, right? So why don't we get like some aim lab tasks that are just shooting stuff at you and you have to move around and avoid them, right? Something like that. I think
are we at?
People really haven't started adopting as something that they need to work on.
So you hit the statics.
Yeah. There's some.
So it's going to come down to the 5th map.
That are still starting. That's going into like.
Do you know SC Chinsao?
Like looking at the
Ozai-san?
The Valorant stuff that are done in the aim lab tasks. So.
Do you have any tips for changing grips, like fingertip to claw?
Or whatnot. If you're actually not shooting your opponent, they're going to shoot back at you. So there is that starts a bit, but it's probably not as extensive as seeing the level of these guys currently play.
Unless there's a good reason to.
But
why would you want to change grips?
I also would love to see it for even controller players soon, to be honest, because I was one person that's been quite fond of, like, for example, Halo Infinite when it came out, and when I want to talk about
one of the best aim in Apex,
the best dead zone area to be able to control my recoil, my aim a little bit better when I'm going around these corners on double joysticks. It's got to be very fun to get into these trainers to learn those type of movements and learn those type of mechanics. And especially another one where we talk about
207
and posture to be at you know, to prevent injuries.
23k off.
Most, if not 90% of the gamers that are playing on controller right now, just always
doing the
lean
move
forward with elbows on knees and looking into the screen, and that's not going to help you in the long run.
So Art's gonna get this one
back. So it'll be nice to see some stuff like that to be developed to help at least into the the health of these players into the console world.
I think you're right, and controller aiming and aim assist in games, I think, is a topic that we could certainly dive into here a little bit. You know, it's a little bit controversial, but I'm willing to go there if you guys are, right?
Yep.
And to actually echo something that Dan said earlier, when individuals need to focus on game sense, how great would it be if you had aim assist so that you didn't have to worry about your aim or like the finer adjustments that you need to make, right? I think controller players are going to end up overtaking the world in terms of you know, who gets spammed with this guy has 200 IQ, because they're just going to have so much more freedom to think about it mid-fight, whereas I'm over here
what we got?
freaking out
Ard
because I've got a perfectly tracked
Ard
somebody
takes it.
that's also shooting at me, right?
Does using thumb mouse buttons affect aiming? I think it does. I don't like using any buttons on my mouse while I'm playing a game.
We touched this point. We talk about
Some
focus
people
a lot,
are
and
good with it, but
we talked about focus in the context
me.
of the fact that the 15%
when I hit diamond and static and fingertip, whenever I play Valor Apex, I'm super inconsistent.
To, you know,
I don't think that has anything to do with your grip.
Adaptation in terms of improving your technique, as we see a random dead dude winning, by the way. I know this is like mega podcast.
No, we really needed to get to
I'm on bronze still after 75 days of aim training. I mean,
they
whoa.
came down to the water tower. And
Hold the
ARD
phone. You do not suck. It's
207,000 from Skookie,
aim training is one of the more difficult motor skills out there, like just period.
I'm not
So
gonna say maybe a bit of an upset, but I knew ARDD had it in him.
it takes time, and everybody learns at different rates. The way that you approach your training
I would say
could affect
ARDD
how quickly
pretty well.
you learn. There's a lot of factors.
Too good for me to say.
It's all context dependent.
Just too much of a talented aimer.
Like, I know it's hard to not get frustrated if you've been investing a lot of time in the skill and you're not seeing the progress that you want to see, but as much as you can, you need to try to decouple things like length of time as a metric for success.
I think we had
use mouse buttons for crouch and melee.
I mean, it was in the show match, but I think we had something that was the difference.
It's interesting.
Like one
I can't do that.
Or something like literally the.
I have to use control for crouch, but I've been playing PC games since I was like
I think it was for one of the skills challenges.
5 or 6.
With Jess that we were watching as well. It was pretty insane. It was actually pretty close.
Pretty nuts. But there we have it. I mean, everything is pretty stacked. Lori's against Desi, Skookie against Unans, Cartoon against a random dead dude. It is stacked up in here.
Skookie in the lower bracket is terrifying. I would not want to play that guy, especially coming after a loss. I'm sure he's probably going to be a little bit more amped up after that one. That's
he's going to be amped.
Sight to see. I think Cartoon also seeing a random dead dude coming there. Like, both of their strengths are kind of polar opposites. So that's going to be interesting. I expect another close one, a 3-2 in some direction in that upper bracket as well.
I think we have a random dead dude on the line here for an interview.
Hello, how's everyone?
What is up?
Hey. This time.
that was insane. Super close game. How does it feel?
Feels great, you know. Skookie was one of the toughest, probably players in the tournament at the moment, and it feels good to get a win over him.
Yeah, I saw a couple of arm pumps for you. I know it means a lot to you. Your next matchup is Cartoon. How are you feeling about that one?
I'm feeling good. Going into it, I want to kind of suss out what might be his weak scenarios, and maybe before, if I end up versing him again, I can put in extra reps in the scenario I find.
Have you been watching the stream a little bit earlier to already start scouting out maybe where would be the areas of weaknesses of your opponent coming out next?
No, actually not. When it's not my turn, I just put in this YouTube video called Yoga Music, and I kind of just do breathing
nice.
techniques.
Love it.
That's awesome.
That's amazing.
Yeah, do you feel like the focus for the 60 seconds, the consistency of that is something that you've focused on building up, or is this something you haven't put thought into? It's just improved over time.
No, I do understand what you mean. Like having a concentration just like in the selected like minute duration. Yeah, I put a lot of focus into that because I played in the last 50k tournament, and I didn't put enough emphasis on my
We got
in-game
Ard
performance.
talking.
I put too much emphasis on my practice beforehand, so I kind of burnt myself out just practicing and not just focusing on the 60 seconds I have to play.
Oh, that's very interesting. And even looking at it, how did you get involved?
See, I told you, he's like
the,
super
the aiming community and
methodical
and trying to just be the best in the world with
about how he
one.
approaches aiming.
Well, the game I used to play before I got into aim trainers was Team Fortress 2.
TF2.
In Team Fortress 2, it's kind of like Overwatch, except it's just like raw gunplay. So
yeah, you're talking to a bunch of 30-year-olds. we all know what TF2 is, but that's amazing.
Yeah, so my
He's
my
describing
thought process
TF2.
was,
That's funny.
I saw a Fortnite player playing aim trainers, and I'm like, that might be like an extra edge I can have over everyone in TF2 because no one's using it. And then when I started using it, I realized how much better my aim actually got over other people. So then I could start abusing the kind of like the aim mechanics I built over like players who haven't like trained at all.
That's awesome. That's got to be a good feeling. You've like found something that no one else knows about. That's just like it's basically like hacks, basically.
Another interesting
awesome.
question for you, ARDD. So what do you do in order to shift your schedule so you can form?
You got 6K on TF2. Oh my god!
What time is it over there for you right
now? Right now, it should be 6 a.m. But
6 a.m.
daylight savings, so we had to turn our times back. So it's 5 a.m. right now.
And what are some of the steps that you take to shift your schedule so you can be alert and functioning for the tasks like this?
So I tried to adjust my sleep schedule, but I didn't do it effectively enough, which I think might come back to bite me later on the tournament. I tried sleeping at 12 p.m. my time, so I woke up at 8 p.m. and so I could get a few reps in on the scenarios, and I like power nap just before the tournament started, which is
that's crazy.
3 a.m. my time.
That's optimization, baby.
Yeah. Hey, stay hydrated and best of luck.
I feel like Hot Rod already knew the answer to all of those questions. He was just kind of like leading questions.
See you in the upper bracket versus Cartoon.
Because of TF2, me and Ard have the same skill sets, except he's way better.
By the way, before you go, ARDD.
Yep.
Hot Rod did say that if you win, he's gonna do a shoey. So hopefully that's gonna be motivation as well.
For sure, for you, man.
I'll do one with you.
Let's go.
I'll do one with you. Hell yeah.
A nice little 7 a.m. shoey for ARDD.
Let's go, man. I'm looking forward to it.
Man's going to be wasted.
Cheers, man.
All right, with that, it's time to move into our next matchup.
I have 600 hours in Kovac, and I will take Jade, but I think I used Kovacs the wrong way for like 300 hours. I think that's like a really common experience. Pretty much, I would say most people can relate to that.
These are the best aimers in the world. We're trying to break down why what's going on and why they're so good. We'll take a quick break, and then we'll be back with much more action here at the Aim Lab Community Challenge.
People are like Tom Brady out here. If they're coming across the middle, they're going to hit them. That's going to be that's going to be their target of choice. People just need to educate themselves on what is best and have an understanding so they can coach themselves and try to pinpoint where they messed up.
A big part of learning any motor skill is that you have to you have to do the wrong thing.
We'll get like 5 those. Oh, again, for the first one.
There's a
to learn. That's
but at the same time,
it's something a lot of people don't understand.
To an enormous degree of scenarios, so you have more.
Like they assume that bad practice, like performing things incorrectly, is bad practice, but it's actually helping your brain learn what the right
Now he's in
motor
the water.
patterns are.
Now he's going fishing. This is a better angle to play this, right? I think that's what he's
Buddy.
trying to prove right here. Giving away
Welcome,
all the
thank
strengths
you.
of the players that are going to be coming down the line. The majority of players are playing games like Valorant and CSGO and trying to improve.
The goal is to be called a
This is
hacker.
what AimLab and
1700 hours.
are
It's
trying
not
to
bad.
focus in as well. These competitions and setting world records, awesome for bragging rights. It feels really good and is very addicting once you can start doing it right.
But if you're overtraining, you're not having the correct approach to the problems.
Kovacs is pretty hard to use if no one is helping you. Yeah, that was kind of like, that was my impetus behind like making
There's all these different factors that play into
a set of videos like on like how to properly approach aim training, because it just kind of felt like a free-for-all. Like there was guides out there, like Gamer7's guide and stuff at the time, and Sparky before they switched to Voltaic. But it wasn't super mature, and it was kind of like niche and obscure and kind of hard to find, and so
Goku was one of the like toughest.
I think it's,
like,
we still got
plays in
ways to
tournament.
go there. It'd be cool if they had some kind of like integrated stuff. That's one thing I think that the aim trainers are really missing, is just better integrations with what the community has created, and some kind of like progression that's obvious to somebody who's just like opening a trainer for the first time. Like Kovacs kind of tried to do that, and they just didn't really approach it the right way, and they forced people into like that training mode, and then people were like, how do I even get out of this? I had to like make, in my videos I had to like, for the new players, I had to like include a section where I'm like, by the way, if this is your first time opening Kovacs, like you're not gonna know where to go because they send you to this weird place first. So they just need to figure out their feedback loop a little better, I think, with like the features that they roll out, and make sure that they're useful to. I think they get too much feedback from the most seasoned gamers and not enough feedback from the people that are just like trying out aim training for the first time. So I don't know. I mean, it ends up kind of, it's like there's always games like that. Like if you've ever played like Path of Exile, for example, that's another example of like, I mean, if anything, it is an extreme example of like a super complex like game, and it has a ton of incredibly confusing mechanics, and like you can't play it without doing a ton of research outside of the game, like at all. Like you just, good luck just like hopping into the game and then like figuring out what you should be doing, you know. But then you got something like Diablo, which is more like it kind of leads you along. So I think Kovacs, I don't think that there are any aim trainers yet that are good about kind of leading people along. Videos helped me a lot and got me from Diamond to now 2 scenarios off of Master Complete in only 3 weeks. Awesome. I'm glad. It's cool. Like I love to hear when people like, because usually, you know, I think most people think of my content and like what I do is geared toward newer players. So, but I do specifically try to target a wide audience. I don't think people fully know that or appreciate that I'm not trying to make content specifically for a new audience. I just try to make sure that new players are included, like, because I think that they get left out a lot. And, you know, I mean, people, it's a natural human tendency. Like if you're in the AIM community every day, you're hopping on Discord all the time, you're talking to other people about your high scores, you're challenging each other and like beating other scores, like you're aware of tournaments, like you're aware of who the top aimers are, like you're just living and breathing in that environment. So it's completely foreign to you what it's like to open up Kovacs for the first time, like see some kind of, you find this cool montage that you saw and then you're like, oh my god, that guy has really good aim, and then you see that they mention Kovacs, you're like, what's Kovacs? And you're like, aim trainer. Like, what? Okay, let me check this out. And then you open up Steam and you buy it. And you're like, whoa, what do I do? Like, how do I use this thing? Like, they're just two totally opposing like environments and contexts. So I really do try to like incorporate all of that into one experience when I make my content. So it's always nice when I hear people that are like way better than me and they're like, oh my god, I learned something from your videos. Pure G and Kovacs collab, I'm hearing. Kovacs and Pure G, as far as I'm aware, have exclusivity. So they won't make anything for Aim Lab, as far as I'm aware, ever, or any other aim trainer. DCS, which is a combat flight simulator most extreme example. Step 1 download flight manual for F-15. Oh my god, we've got the RevoSect CEO. Get the cigars out. What's up, Sen? What rank am I in Kovacs? You mean like in one of the benchmarks? Like Voltaic Jade? Revo Sentinel / Valo. What is it? Valor? That's what it's called. Dak, what's up? Knack is a major contributor to the AIM community as well. It's chairman of the RCP. Oh my god. Wonder what time it is over there. Probably beer o'clock. Valor. I don't really care too much for a high score. I like seeing that my average performance mirrors my previous high scores, or are mostly around there. Yeah, exactly. Cider. I love cider. That's one thing that I miss about living in EU is the cider in UK is just so much better. US like cider for the most part, especially like the domestic stuff, is like overly sweet. And good cider to me, it should be more dry. Got an amber ale. Oh, you guys drinking? God, I'm jealous. I mean, it's afternoon. I could start drinking, but I don't even have any beers to open. You've learned loads from my videos. Good. I'm glad to hear it. This is kind of like an open secret, but all I do is I take everything from other better players and then I consolidate them into something meaningful. That's really all I do. So the fact that I make content that people enjoy is by standing on the shoulders of giants. You know, people like Unans, people in the community, Sin, Knack, Gord. So many great gamers out there that I just ODB, that I just consume their knowledge and then I put it into a video. That's it. So you should be thanking them for putting together their free resources to help everybody improve. You wish RA kept doing Kovac benchmarks? Well, you got the CEO of RevoSect in chat, so what's up, Sin? I think they have exclusivity with AimLab though, just like Pure G has exclusivity with Kovacs. A Loncaro? What's Loncaro? I gotta look this up. Is this safe to Google? Let me Google on my other screen just in case. Trust some of you guys. Loncaro. Long drink. So it's a cocktail. A finish. What is this? Am I 21 years of age? A traditional citrus? Huh. That's a very Finnish looking picture right there. Overcast skies. Dude with a hipster mustache wearing 2 different coats. He's got the hipster button up. White cotton. So it's a seltzer made with fermented sugar. So it's what do they call it? Hey, me, and I'll think about it. Also, if you fire the meta. I like Sin. He's a character. We need crazy people in the AIM community. Gonna need hella bread for that to at least mid-5. Please. Y'all lucky if you got like a 1-bedroom apartment. Fucking eating ramen and shit. Spending all your money on mice and mouse pads.
Challenge. I'm DDK, your host, joined by Van Silly
and Booze.
Hot Rod. And we are pretty deep into the tournament now. It's getting spicy.
It's getting spicy, guys.
I think it was spicy the whole time, Dan. It's been some good competition throughout the way. I mean, especially again, looking at the first game of the day, when we said, oh, potentially we're gonna have, you know, one player make it all the way through. Cartoon's just gonna own it up. And
why didn't they get
like a 3-2 on his first series?
You casting Sin, what's up?
Series, another 3-2. So the competition.
Go back to benchmark payout. $3.25.
To win this thing has been dropping some maps throughout the day. Other than that, I think it's pretty much gone as people have thought. But this is where it's really going to count. The money is going up. The stress level from the players should be going up.
Just set on taxes for last year. Do you guys have like an aimer house yet? Like a little aim group house?
We can see who has earned what. And as you say, it's going to start kind of going up pretty quickly now, the amounts that the players can win. But Random Dead Dudes in the lead with $500. Not bad.
So who can be in the finals right now?
That's actually pretty good. Especially when Cartoon's being the favorites, only is behind by $50. But yeah, it's a great start for all of these players. But I think what's most important too is, or what matters more for these players is really to be crowned the champion in the end. I think it doesn't really matter. It'll be nice to have a lot of money along the way, but I think getting that champion's title for this.
So Art and Cartoon, who do we like?
Any of these players that remain in
I still posit that it's gonna
upper semifinals.
Let's see.
Well, each task is gonna be worth $100. So
yeah, it's gonna come down to the 5th sin, right? The 5th task, the fun little water tower.
If you're able to win all,
and I think Ard,
and of course the chance to win even more in the.
I don't think it's quite a coin flip
in the finals of the upper bracket, the upper finals. So yeah,
rent a villa in Spain.
Interesting here, I think we'll be going into Loris and Desi to begin with.
Might I suggest Barcelona?
Next. And again, it is very hard to separate.
I went there a couple
these
times.
Players at this point. Loris and Desi on your screen.
They have a sweet music festival that they do every year called Primavera.
Peripherals, and we've also made mention, as you can see, the task preference between flicking and tracking there. That we have, it's definitely a more dominant field of tasks for the flicking players that will definitely favor them a little bit. But Desi's been doing a great job so far. How do you guys feel about this one?
Yeah, I think this one is going to be a little bit closer. I think first these guys matched up in the first round, and Desi was probably feeling a little bit.
Look at that sweet little voltaic jersey.
Now he actually
wicks the sweat.
He's on a 0, much like Lori's. So we're going a battle against the same mousepad users right here. But I actually give Desi a better chance. I don't think this one's a 5.
Desi with those smoky gray eyes stares right into your soul.
And to add on to the peripherals too, because we talk a lot about.
So what do you think, 5-0 Loris?
Mouse pads currently maybe trying different mice, maybe not in this case, for at least for mouse. But I wanted to know your thoughts on, for example, the gaming sleeves. Is that actually something that's a little bit more gimmicky in terms of like a marketing aspect?
I was actually in Barcelona when there was like some kind
help
of
some players going into
European
just gaming
Yeah,
football
so I think
tournament
it depends on what
and
you're
that they had
actually
won,
going
and
to
it
use as
was
your mousepad surface.
crazy.
For some
I didn't even know it was
surfaces, such
going
as
on.
glass, it's almost a requirement.
Top
Your
3
arm
mouse
will become
pads.
a little bit sticky if you don't use one, right, on glass. Which
I
is
think
meant to be
there's a
incredibly
lot
slick
of
and fast
options
pad.
in terms of
You won't find many
pads,
people using
so
these
I
on
wouldn't
cloth,
even
I don't
like.
think, because it's in those circumstances, depending on the mouse pad you have, it could actually be a
There's
hindrance
probably
to your
like
aim.
anywhere
So
between
if
10
you-
and
if you
20
see
that you
somebody on
could
glass, I would say,
use
yeah, they're
that
probably
are
using it, or some other hard pads like really favor a sleeve. I don't
similarly
think it's
good.
a gimmick at all. However, for certain pads, if a user does have a sleeve on and might not be needed, maybe they're just trying to look.
I also
cool
don't use a
or,
lot of
or be a
pads,
little bit
so
more
I'm
edgy.
probably the wrong person to ask.
Yeah,
Somebody
that's
like
a good point. I
Boardsy
forgot
probably
about
has
I
like
don't think
500
anybody
pads.
is actually on glass today, but I believe Unines, when he was on glass, was using a sleeve. Most people would. It's also
Playing
one of the
Roblox.
things where
You should
if
go
you recommend anybody
destroy
use a glass
some
pad, make
children
sure
in
to tell 'em
Roblox.
get a sleeve. It's
Show
almost
'em
a
how it's done.
requirement. So don't skimp out on that little bit of feedback. Anybody in the AIM community that's making recommendations.
I think Skypad's the best
I think I've seen this recently. I think this might be a new thing
pad.
recently.
I mean, just
glass
objectively,
mouse
but
skates.
Yeah,
I think it's kind of interesting. Their Skypad's going to start getting a lot of competition that they weren't aware of.
I haven't myself because I don't use any of the mouse to which the skates are available for at this time, right? But I want to as soon as they become available. I've heard a lot of people say they're pretty cool, right?
I don't know if
Different than actually using a
anybody
glass
else
pad, and I can
knows
use
that or
a
disagrees,
slower
but
cloth pad, but still get
any
some of the
Cordura
benefits of
mouse pad is good,
microcorrections
yes.
that something a little bit faster would provide. I don't have any personal experience using it, but
I saw some weird ass like super obscure.
It's interesting.
Superglide is a super brand, eh?
Superglide, yeah, that's it.
Like titanium some
when I
shit
used,
pad.
'Cause
It's gonna be
a lot of players didn't quite in the
a race like that,
the
like a
Ice Map
space
back then,
race.
which was a glass pad. I think
Once
Ice Map
companies start
was
to
acquired by SteelSeries later on, and
realize the market.
yeah, these days, Skypad is one of the leading brands for glass pads. But one of the things I noticed that was different was that glass pads, really wear the Teflon on your mouse skates like pretty damn quickly.
If the premise of your
At least it
business
used
is
to be the case.
based around
I'm not sure,
like
and maybe Hotred, you can correct me if it's different now, but
the
that was always a really big
technology
consideration, but it was nice
available,
because I knew that the glass surface wasn't going to wear
then
the cloth surface might.
you're
So
gonna
I would get that
very
consistency
easily
there,
and
which I
very
enjoyed.
quickly get
Yeah,
into a
exactly.
race with other companies that
Anything
also
that's a
start to
little bit
produce
harder
high
is
quality
probably gonna be a little
material
worse for wear on your
products.
skates.
So then it's going to
Which
come
is
down
actually why I
to
think it's really nice that we're coming out with glass skates at this point,
consistency,
because,
quality,
at that
speed
point,
of
it's much easier for me to change
feedback
skates than it is
integration to
swapping a pad,
change
right?
things as
It's
users
a
discover
little bit easier on my
problems,
wallet. So I think it's
durability,
quite nice.
all of the things that
I
aren't
definitely
like sexy,
have
but that
noticed
people
a little bit of wear,
expect
with the glass
from a
pad that I
company
have
to
on my
deliver
skates.
upon.
However, skates
So,
nowadays,
if I
you
were
can
a
get
company
core
that
pads
were
that generally hold up pretty
developing
well, with any surface for
peripherals,
a
that's what I would be
duration
focusing
or
on.
amount
I
of
wouldn't be
time.
chasing
And
the
way that people
technology.
like to buy new mice and switch these days, it's almost tough to run out of skates.
And a lot of people don't know this, but
It's gonna be interesting to look into as well,
I
because
say I'm an
now that
engineer,
you're
but really
adding
what I do is
glass
I
skates, onto your mouse, will that add
help
extra weight?
software
Right? And then to see
organizations
how much those
become more
those are gonna weigh
high
into your
performing.
mouse. Is that gonna add a little bit more
Yeah.
of a little different balance in how you're gonna be able
So I
to
do
It
have
certainly
some
is,
experience in
right?
this.
And again, I'd want to fill them out. Like, it is going to be a different weight, but then you also got to factor in the total equation with what that's going to do to friction, right?
Sapphire pad.
So you're going to have a mouse.
Competition
that
is in other glass
is a little
pads,
bit
yes, and
maybe
also
negligible weight,
different
but it's definitely
materials.
Going to be a difference, but the friction that you have is
They're
going
gonna be looking at,
significantly less.
just like they're talking
So
about now, the
I could see
friction
it still
coefficient
being
that's
benefits,
optimal.
and still
and
something I want to
it's gonna
try. I
be,
mean, I've talked to a few people and they say it's OP for being
1 to 5% more optimal,
smoother
but
aimer, right, which seems
you just
like
don't want to
something I'd
get
absolutely be
caught
interested
in
most of the game community.
that race.
And honestly, I think I would suggest that others start looking into their own smoothness skills, because it can translate across games and is really something important that people need to start focusing on. So I'm really glad that like
These
there's
are the
still
best
innovations
visuals
happening with actual skates nowadays and not just pads. I think it's more cost
Optimal
effective for
visuals,
the end
IMO.
user. It's easier for somebody to try a $20 pair of skates than it is a $100 glass pad, right?
We really like the cleaning aspect of
I'm all about
SkyPad,
it. I'll get my hands on some.
but
as
where
soon
it'll
as
be
I
way
can.
too fast. I was talking about earlier.
I think this score just fell short.
You'd be
actually.
surprised at how
I think
you
that wasn't
adjust.
enough. We're gonna
Like,
see a
it's
quick update
definitely
before the scores, but
awkward at first, but
didn't see it right.
It's
you
here.
just start adjusting your
actually. So
Yeah.
unconsciously,
Yes, that
like
was
how
a
you're holding the
single
mouse, like
Totally right. Now we move into the third.
how you're
task.
performing
Um,
techniques,
and that-
like the
it's,
sensitivity
it's a
that you're
big leap
using,
to-
etc.,
to,
to
two
compensate.
fast
2-0 is certainly tough. However, I will say that both of these players are right next to each other on the next two tasks. So Zach Plaza, Lori's is on the leaderboard just barely above one spot above Desi, I believe, as well as Lori's is one spot above him in the next Raspberry 6 dot extra small as well. So this could still go any direction. It depends on what happens. Lori's has actually got a pretty good run here at 55% accuracy, though. I think his best throughout the entirety. His personal best is around 56.9% accuracy, so he's actually close to a PB if he keeps on this pace.
Yeah, this is a good run for him. Oh, he's got some bad patterns there.
it also depends on the RNG you're going to get from how much he's going to have to track versus what Desi's going to get too, right? To see who's going to edge out of this if they're going to be continuously accurate on these. And unfortunately, it drops into the 2 percentage points, so
55 is still
So
really
it's
good.
not.
So Desi's around the 56% for his all-time personal best as well. Lori's with a 3,324. That is really strong.
I think you reach
As
a
you can
point
see,
where
Desi
too
on the
smooth of a
leaderboard
mouse
there
pad
with a
counts against you.
3,397, so he's really going to need to put in a
Maybe.
top-tier performance if he's going to take this one and still remain in this tournament. If he does, though,
I think it comes down to preference. It's like tennis, you know. It's not like there's an objectively like best racket. There's
if he takes this one from
or
him, it's
like
anybody's
weight.
game.
Like you start to
We're
become
looking to beat again.
familiar with
30.
what
He needs to have a
your
little bit
style
over
is
3,300.
and what features of the peripherals you're using
At 57,
33,
capitalize
24.
yeah,
Okay.
at 57%
on your particular
accuracy, he'll
style.
do it. He
That's
needs to
why
stay at that
just
57% accuracy
generically
rate.
copy pasting what somebody else
Little
is
bit of a
doing
mouse
isn't
reposition right there. It's gonna
necessarily
hurt
going to
a
be
little bit.
effective
Now
for
he's
you
gonna
because
need
there's
a
going to be
really
some
good block if he's
nuances
gonna catch
and
back up.
the differences in how you approach things, how your technique
The
is.
RNG is not
That
fun on this.
is not going to
especially before it depends
capitalize
the
on
RNG,
your
it's not
strengths
looking
versus
too
somebody
hard.
else's
Stay
strengths.
close to him, he's got a shot here. If it keeps backing up and changing how far away it is, it's going to be really tough. But you can see him climbing back up. He's at 55 now. 10 seconds remaining.
Choke. This is what I do. I choke.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh no.
Unlucky.
Oh, it's not happening. That's so unfortunate. Oh dear, not quite enough to stay in the tournament. And that's an exit for Desi. Unfortunate stuff, but
Opinion on arm sleeve?
brutal.
Use
It's a
it
cutthroat
if.
format. Even with a double limit, it still feels
I mean,
pretty
you,
cutthroat.
I almost guarantee if you're using a glass
You can
pad, you're
see,
going to
like,
need
even
one
his PB,
because your arm's going to stick. So
is
just
so
use
close
it
to
if
Lori's that's
it's
still ahead of him. So
needed
it was gonna be
to
close no matter what in this, in this
minimize
series
your
of
friction
tasks.
of your
Just as you
arm on your
mentioned
pad.
before here, Hot Rod, and now that we had a chance to watch both of these players as
But
well,
it's
I'm
not
pretty sure that Lori's is playing on
Necessary.
wireless while
Some
Desi
people
still
like
has
it, some
wired. So I wanted
people
to know your
don't
thoughts
need it.
actually on both of you gentlemen, because for me, I was always a fond adamant of, okay, let's get a mouse bungee, let's keep playing. I was like a huge adamant of the Sensei series for
Conscious
the
aim
bike
training
series
translates
as well,
into
so
instinctive aiming in
now
games.
I'm
That is
really liking
exactly
the
what it
wireless,
is.
and I wanted to know, like, performances.
You're
wise,
spending time practicing with intention so that it becomes reflexive and more automatic, and then you don't have to think about it intentionally when you're performing.
So good nowadays that there's almost no reason other than cost to avoid it. I know half of the field that we've seen here today.
surprised
is on a
they
Superlight, right? The
continue
Logitech
the-
G Pro Superlight. Extremely good mouse, and
The
that's
runs if they
just
get
one
bricked.
of the wireless mice that I think a lot of these companies are
But I
making.
guess
that most
they
all
probably
of
have
them
like
are
a
top tier.
audit amount of
I
time.
think even
Be an easy way to
what
make up
Desi's playing
time.
on is a hot yes, and it's if that is a hot yes, I'm not sure. I'll have to take a look in a second. They make a wireless version of that as well, right? The only thing that you're trading off is maybe a little bit of weight, which is nearly insignificant because it's within a few, like 10 grams at least. as well as cost, right? So if you like the shape of a mouse, then might as well look for a wireless version of it. It's just much cleaner looking on your desk too, right?
It's true.
Always.
Aesthetics
Always.
matter.
Yeah.
But
Shout out to the letter
it
decks,
does
by the
feel
way.
like
He
it
did all
doesn't
of
make
my
sense to include a wire in the equation, because that can
emojis and
it's just an extra thing that can
all
go
my
wrong.
overall
Variable that's,
branding
yeah,
and whatnot.
necessary these
He
days.
is quite a
Totally
good
agree. I mean,
visual
the only
graphics
reason why
artist.
You stay on something wide is because the shit.
He's doing a lot of stuff for PUBG right
shape
now,
is not
all the
available in wireless that you really like.
editing and visual effects.
I think another thing that's interesting is grip tape. I think is a must on a lot of different types of mice as well, because grip is having some of these surfaces can get sweaty. It can be the case that maybe the surface itself is just a little bit too slick, and that means that you're going to have to apply more force onto the mouse to maintain the grip that you want to maintain, which doesn't feel good to do. So the grip tape just completely circumvents that problem.
Yeah, it can add tension, right? As well as when you do that, and grip tape can give you a more locked-in feeling with a looser grip on the mouse, which is generally better.
Desi is
just
not
overall
happy with his
smoothness than it
performance,
can be for reactivity.
but he's also like,
So I'm right there with you. Like I think
he's already
even grip tape is
locked
becoming
out.
a little bit more innovative. So like people can put grips exactly where they hold their fingers on a mouse nowadays, right? People should certainly experiment with it, and it's definitely kind of a mitigating control that companies are putting in there if somebody doesn't like the actual texture of the surface of the mouse as well.
I probably need to get some grip tape for
I
my
actually got a recommendation directly from
GPS.
on
Is
the grip tape,
such a
not too
smooth
long
like
ago.
mouse to hold.
I just get I get tape as well. It's not even the mouse that I use. I just like cut it up with some scissors, because as you say, they really
Terrible
just
habit
about
where I'm tracking my hand
having
will
it
sometimes
wet, like,
spasm while
you're making
tracking, and I
contact
don't know
with
what to
the mouse,
do.
so-
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
Well, that's
There's,
surprising. Dan,
I'm gonna talk
because,
about that in reactive,
sorry,
like,
I was-
unless it
I was
is
gonna
a
say,
literal
because
like
we just talked
physical
about the aesthetics of wireless,
issue.
you're like, yeah, it doesn't really care how
It's most likely
nice the tape on my mouse,
because
that's how you'd be
you're
fond of
either
the aesthetics of
improperly
your mouse, like
reading,
grip tape correctly and nice,
or you're just mechanically
Sometimes I care,
over
but
challenged
I really care about the performance the most. So
because of the reactivity of the
I
scenario.
do
So
appreciate that companies are now pretty much making it a
Developing
standard
your
that
reading
they're shipping
skills will
grip
help
tape
you.
with the mouse itself, and you don't have to actually go and buy
playing
something after
reactive
market,
scenarios will help
Although
you.
I do like options, and certain grips I actually prefer more than others. Having something there to try out makes me feel pretty good that the competition in the mouse market is actually benefiting the community.
Ratio of time spent in aim trainers versus in-game rate is sometimes
Now,
difficult,
for
especially if you only have limited time.
competition,
Yeah, I
unfortunately,
mean,
it's currently 4-0,
we work full time and make
where
content.
Desi
I also
is
aim
hoping
train.
to beat the
and-
score of 2015.
Yep, Desi certainly can.
115,000. Sorry, it's 3 in the morning. I'm trying to run numbers here.
Let's say making optimal use of your
And I was impressed
time
by
and
the
being
segue
focused
there
and
anyway,
attended when
right?
you
So
are aim
regardless
training
of
and like
number fumbling or whatever, I
having-
have the numbers for you though. That's why I am here. So Desi
doing
actually has a
aim
high
training when
score,
you are
236,000
most
on this
alert.
task. Definitely can take some cash here
Well,
home as a little
and
consolation.
then doing some amount of rest after
Nice.
aim training and like training with intensity while you're
215
training
is the one.
are like optimal factors
Looking
to get the
very close,
most
like,
out
on-
of your
on pace
training.
for it. I think
Like
this
if you
is-
just
this is going to come down
if
to the
you
wire.
don't
Please
have a
don't let any of
job
those
or
targets hit the
Yeah.
water tower,
you could
my
just sit there
beloved
and
water tower.
play as much as you want, then probably care less about that though.
Well, he's the one that said he's been nervous, right? From upper bracket to lower bracket when we actually had a chance to speak to Desi. Having to switch mouse pads going into this, having the jitters, keep it onto the same mouse
I honestly
pad
don't have a
overall.
lot of opinions
Talked
about
the performances
peripherals.
throughout the show too. In terms of you want to get into, not enough, unfortunately. You want
Other
to get
than there's
into, like,
too
almost the
goddamn many
placebo
of 'em.
effect of like, okay, this is not working. We're gonna go into. Not
So,
more
I don't
material,
know,
but
I
into
haven't-
Where I'm
I
comfortable.
haven't heard of the new
to
one.
hopefully try to build that confidence moving into.
Why are people disagreeing
the
with me
lower
on
bracket,
Reddit?
But unfortunately, it's not going to happen here for Desi, even if he holds third place or score as you mentioned before here.
Yeah,
Hot Rod.
I do think that Desi is a little bit newer to the.
Oh, people are
competitive
saying that.
gaming scene, although it has definitely put up a lot of really.
Aim
really good
training will
scores
help
on the
you
benchmarks
get
of
better
the gaming
handwriting.
community. But I don't think this will be the last time we see Desi. I think that if, again, these competitions continue to happen and Desi wants to stay dedicated, we'll see him again.
Yeah, unfortunate for Desi. I feel like it's a pretty common theme though. It's like people's first time like on stage is not even close to their best performances for the most part, which makes sense, you know. Competing is in itself a skill.
I think Cartoon
and getting better at having those
strong.
high pressure situations, especially when you only get one chance per scenario. Like we were talking about earlier, I think it'd be nice if you could like do multiple runs and then they just pick your best run, like they do with like the Olympics.
Actually, cause the upset here.
Well, as we can see,
you guys think we'll finally get the first trash talk in their comms?
I certainly hope so. I think ARDD is a little bit too nice of a person to do that, but I'm going to slide in his DMs real quick and see if we can spice things up.
What do you think, Arden Cartoon?
I would expect that there is definitely a possibility that, you know, some smack talk could maybe throw somebody off their game, could be worth it. There is some money on the line. And as we see the brackets up here, we can see that.
I'm just glad that I'm getting to see people that I wouldn't otherwise know about. Like, I mean, I'm pretty active in the AIM scene, and I still don't know these people, like Desi and Susels. So it's kind of cool. It gets them some exposure.
Yeah, I would actually lean the same direction based on recent form. But we'll see. We'll see what Laurie's has for him. I think that maybe
best of three has been discussed for next event. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Maybe set some nerves.
I mean, it'd be kind of tricky to like manage probably like the timing because of the format, like the way that they kind of showcase a, you know, a head to head per scene. So it could cause the tournament overall to run long. But
again, that's just a normal.
Like if they do it kind of more the style when they have concurrent runs going, I don't know if it'd probably be difficult to manage this, but if they can have concurrent runs going and then when they're performing, they could, like when one set of people are performing, they could focus on them performing, and then when they're taking breaks between runs, they could focus on another set of people, for example, like just to keep the tempo going.
All of these skills that I'm currently
seeing. Hey, that's why we're here. We're just have fun with it, guys. If you wanna start setting high scores, you come to me. I'll start you on the right path, right? I'll teach you the tricks of the trade.
Hell yeah.
Cartoon's gonna 3-2 to the whole tourney, isn't he?
Well, it looks like
I don't know. Like I think that he might.
We're going to straight to the next match, but I was wrong. I'm a terrible host.
He might
we have an interview
lose to Art on the 5th scenario on this next one.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome
back. You are amazing.
Progress update on your personal AIM journey soon. No, I'm not planning it, but let me add that to my backlog while I'm thinking about it.
So, Loris, what are you doing between the time to which you are in these actual matches? Are you still keeping fresh and still warming up in AIMLab?
Yeah, like just before when there was the break, during the break I was playing 2 shot. And I practiced like trying to make my accuracy go up because I realized I needed to go up. So
time really is the biggest limiting. Yeah, I could see that.
Next up, you'll be facing the winner of Skookie versus Unans. Who do you actually want to see?
Personal journey reflection.
Unans.
Well, Skookie, I think that Skookie's coming down into the lowers. He might be a little rattled at this point, so I think you're going to give either one of them a good show. You've been looking pretty good so far. I'm going to allow these guys to see if they want to pick your brain for any of the tips because you've certainly been putting on a display so far.
Yeah, and actually you were mentioning you want to see Unans more. So what do you see from Unans playstyle versus Skookie's that would give Unans the advantage in the head-to-head?
I think you're right.
I want Unans to play against me, but I don't know because I feel like I can beat Unans in the tracking. And I don't know, against Skookie, I don't think he wins. He's better than me at static, so like he's not. I don't know. I think we're the same level, but he's way more consistent. So yeah, I think against Unans I have a better chance. I just want Skookie to lose against Cartoon, and yeah.
That's awesome.
I'll ask a quick question about if for anyone who's out there who's looking to get better with their static aiming. What's your go-to sort of tips for beginners to start improving quickly with static?
Take the Bard pill. Take it.
I think just play scenarios like 1 or 2 targets and practice going fast with your flicks, but make sure you don't have low accuracy. Even though I'm not really the one to say that, since my accuracy is not that beautiful, but like practice getting
Epic
like
hard
very
style
few misses
music.
and be consistent, like play every day, and yeah, you will like get better. But you just need to play like a lot of static. Like static, you need to grind it to get actually good at it. So yeah, just play a lot and
Controller detected.
find out like
Opinion rejected.
Awesome. Well, thanks for that. There you have it. Just gotta get on that grind. Vansily, do you have any other questions?
No, I'm good. I just want to wish you good luck. I mean, you're doing well so far since the upper run.
Why aren't they interviewing the losers? What the hell?
The grand finals even.
Thank you. I hope to.
Thanks so much, Loris.
Good luck, buddy.
Good luck in your next round.
When's the Fusa interview?
And I think that means that it's time for us to get into the next round here as
We
well.
want Fusa.
I keep wanting to make predictions, but I just don't.
All right, Unan's got this.
To do so. We've got Unan's and Skooky up against each other. In one world, I should go with Skooky because of the
Unan's is a trained killer. Look at that face.
Point of view. I really love that Unan's has been like a glass pad player, something that I've used for years as well. And also Unan's, I believe, has I think the fastest sensitivity, I want to say, of any of the players.
What is this Havu mouse pad? I haven't heard of this.
Like 21 centimeters. I don't know if you have any other info about that hot rod, but I think he's been using stuff like that.
Yeah, I think I've definitely seen that. I don't know exactly what he's on for each of the tasks today, but your information's not totally wrong there. I think that he does use a little bit faster sensitivity, but he's allowed to do that with moving more to a control pad as well, right? Which is gonna help him out in some of these. In the tasks that we have, he actually is favored in 2-shot as well as defend the
Inland
water
pad?
tower. So at least on the leaderboards, if we're going by that in skill, then he can actually put up a bit of a fight on this first task and the last one in terms of this competition with Skooky. We'll see how Skooky's going to perform, though. I do think being knocked out a little prematurely than he would like of the winner's bracket is going to have some type of effect, but right now it doesn't really look like it based on what we're seeing on screen. 88% accuracy, which is certainly lower than he would like, but he is flying.
I think it was off the start.
He's
too.
flying.
Like that one dot at the bottom left that he had to go back at least like 3 times before we're able to eliminate that bot. So
Unan's gonna fly faster
after that
and more beautiful.
Smooth sailing. But
But
that's an opportunity for his opponent, Loris, to catch up.
Yeah, it's certainly
list keyboard instead of sends in the stat list. Yeah.
Skooky right here. One thing I would like to know.
Gotta get that product placement, baby.
That are really clustered together. He doesn't stay like on a certain rhythm. It's almost a free target that he can just throw into his pace when something is clustered really close together like that. So a 1777,
is he using a final mouse? What is that?
Off his personal best of 1940. So a little bit, I think, of an accuracy issue there. You can see his personal best is 97 accuracy, only hitting 90% here. This definitely opens the door. Unans has a high score of 1972 here, so could definitely take this first task.
Come on, Unans.
Heart rate's at 130. I think
that's heart rate.
Yeah, I think that's a little high. He's probably got a little bit of nerves. He knows this is a tough competitor that he's up against.
And Hot Rod, I
just down some pre-workout.
The world of commentary, where you were mentioning how when it comes down to a target at
look at that,
he's able to hit it really quickly
some
and
dextroamphetamines
tracking into his path, and he just missed like 2-3 shots, and that's what we call the caster's curse.
What is he streaming
this
in?
Moment for the rest of my life.
Just like 30 FPS.
I'm so proud of myself right now. I've always been wanting to do that. I hate that I did it to Skooky right there. I feel really bad, and I'm going to apologize for that, but at least I have that sort of effect on somebody.
Theo, what's up?
And this is something I remember about Unans as well. Like really, really quick on the target switching, and you can see that's really like he is looking a lot faster on average. I mean, this is just my eyes telling me that, but it's looking really fast right now. 1777 was the score to beat. Looking on pace here for sure.
Oh no, he had a little bit of a flub there for a full second. Missed a couple of targets. This is
got him.
Dan's turn for caster curse.
He's got it. It's in the bag.
Get out, Skooky.
88% accuracy.
He looks like he's playing time scaled. Yeah, it's
the one
nutty.
Right out of the gate around Skooky. So put yourself in Skooky's shoes. thinking he's coming in, he's gonna win today, gets knocked out.
How do you feel about
from
using
the winner
metronome
bracket,
instead of
faces
clicking?
Unans
So a
in
lot
the
of people
lower
say
bracket
you
and
should
goes
not use a
down
metronome
in that
instead of
early
clicking
task.
most
The next one though,
prominently
MPTS.
Bardos,
Skooky's got
but
the
I
world
personally
record in this.
believe that
He should win this one,
metronomes
and the one
do
after that is
help
Zach
you,
Plaza, where Skooky is
particularly
definitely the favorite.
in techniques that have some amount of tempo associated with it that you want to
possibly
push yourself on. It can be an automated
Yeah, so
way
what you can pay
to
attention here is the overall accuracy. Again, this
force
is a
yourself to
target
create
switching
errors
task where he is going to
and
hold fire the
play at a
entire
faster
time. So you
rate
can look at the accuracy to determine
than you
if he's
otherwise would.
got a score above.
But
his
if it's
competitor
distracting
here.
for you,
so his
then
record is around a 46.8%
it's counterproductive.
accuracy on this. Definitely off the pace from that, but this still might be enough.
You were mentioning before as well, Hotra, where a lot of the players, when they're playing this so far in MPTS, they'll focus a lot on the middle because they could cover
88% is probably personal best for Nance.
From orb to orb. But at least for what I'm seeing so far,
That man can move his
you don't
mouse
mind what corner
fast.
to go.
Yeah, so the reason it looks like he's just trying to get targets right now, right? Which is kind of why he's doing this. But in a perfect run, where he is at that high accuracy, you make up the time by switching, transitioning from target to target. So that's a little bit off his personal best, but I think that's actually, even the 25-19 might still be better than what Unans has ever done in this. Okay, Unans has a 25-79 in this. So Unans is going to need a hell of a run in order to take this one, where Skooky's just got the world record in that. So he's already going. He's at 42% accuracy. He's going to need to... Okay, that was... Sorry. Excuse me. That was not an actual run. That was just a warm-up. We get those. But what you can focus on is, if he's staying in the middle, he can absolutely keep targets or his next target in his sights a little bit better. And he can also read the path that it's going. So he can make an easy
I feel like Hot Rod
transition
watches
and
my
a very
videos.
fast flick to where that target is going and better track it, right? When they get on the sides, they're definitely a little bit more unpredictable, which is going to cause some
cheating.
problems. They can shift around on you a little bit more there. So the preferable optimal way
I want to
play
kiss
this is to keep
Unans.
your crosshair in the middle and hit everything.
Get in
that's coming
line.
over the middle. And
I got
you can chain
dibs.
the targets to better a little bit easier. 38%, which is
Thanks for
not
the
gonna
elaborate
do it. He's
answer.
really gonna need to
You're welcome.
close this one out strong if he's going to take this one and go up 2-0.
If anything, I elaborate too much.
But right there,
mesmerized.
right there, you saw him take out
Same.
3
And
targets.
I think you
just
asked,
directly in the middle.
the
And you can
static
see I was chaining them
clicking
again at the
skill
bottom.
transfer
That's
to
how you-
real
that's how
FPS
you do
games? Yes,
well
it
in these
does.
Target switching tasks, and sometimes it is the luck of the draw, right? You need targets to come across your crosshair for you and make the mouse movements that
Here's a quick
easy
answer.
for you. But that's just how it is, and the ability you can see his heart rate's up to 140 now. I think he's really focused and locked in. It's 1-to-1 now going into a
I am
tracking
standing
test,
up.
but
I do
he can calm
sometimes
himself
sit
down.
and
He can do
stand.
this one as well. I've seen
I've
him on
got
tracking tests before.
back
This
issues,
one
so
is
I try to
very
stand
random. This
as much as
one,
I sit.
really difficult task if that target stays away from you. It can be a really easy task if that target comes closer towards you.
See
So
how
Scoochie's got this one. Oh, Skooky.
manages
Yeah, I
this
keep
one. Obviously,
mispronouncing
this is a
it.
point of comfort, like you mentioned. So he's definitely going to be looking for this to be the turning point and the redeeming moment. And the target's like staying close for now.
Yeah, Skooky's record is actually 60% on this, so he's right at his personal best pace.
In its preparation, playing Elden Ring.
Because I've been trying to
What a
again,
god.
watch videos on different types of styles and grips, and I found one from
Yeah, if that was a speed
Model again.
TSN,
You
like
know, like the
Unans
the
would be
two middle
untouchable.
Fingers, like the index and the major finger, fully spread out to actually use those fingers as like the main grip of the mouse, while as you have the palm grip and the fingertip grip. I wanted to know your thoughts of this type of style that we have from Skooky.
So I think this might have something to
Ooh,
do
he's
with
getting
why
some
he has a
bad
custom mouse, right?
patterns.
or why he likes a certain shape, and he's kind of
Woo!
chosen
He got
in his
shit
custom mouse
on.
to kind of blend two shapes. It is a bit
Unans.
unorthodox, but I'm not really gonna
Come on,
argue with the
baby.
guy. This is kind of one of those things where I think people put a little too much emphasis on how they actually hold a mouse and can focus on some other things.
Come
and
on,
still
Mr.
be
Greenbot.
world class, right? So I think it is a bit unconventional to your point. However, it doesn't seem to be a hindrance for Skooky.
You got this. I believe in you.
One quick topic actually I wanted to bring up that we didn't talk about in terms of in-game success is a sense of priming or visualization of targets, because in these tasks you can see all of the targets that you need to shoot, whereas you know, we understand that if you're priming your brain and visualizing, you increase your reaction speed. And so it's essentially like, you know, you can't see through the wall, but you're actually visualizing a target to be there.
He's getting good patterns,
and you kind of have a judgment as to maybe when you kind of counter strafe. You're immediately, before you can consciously even register it, you've already reacted to that player and you've shot them. That's like a really key element of like performing well. And what happens a lot of the time,
come on,
and actually
stay close.
Are we on pace here? I don't think.
Come on.
30-89 to beat.
Yeah, I think he's a little.
So like
it's so close.
Oh
no!
Oh my
God.
goodness,
Wow.
he was 16 off to tie.
That
would have been the
expecting from these two.
Damn.
Yeah, guaranteed. Push through.
Just quickly finish the point. So a lot of players don't realize that the drop off of their performance in game with aim especially is actually because they get too tired to focus on this process that they may be doing without even realizing it. And so
I bet it was really hard not to get in his head there.
And when your focus starts dropping, because then you get to consciously make the decision. I'm playing like I'm performing, like I'm going to be performing worse and worse and worse. Does it make sense to continue to play knowing that my mechanics will not really back up how I want to play the game? And so, because there's a consequence to that, because if you continue to play and you're not in this somewhat optimal condition, then you're going to be having worse performances. You're going to know that you have worse performances, so that's going to feel bad, and that's going to compound. That effect can compound over time, and so that can be a difficult relationship to the game that you then start to have when you maybe you start chasing losses. Like, it can lead to other problems. So it's good to know that like focus is finite. You only have so much energy in the day. It pays off to know when that energy is gone and you can no longer focus properly.
To even add on to that too, and
that's a really good point when he's saying.
Question over to Hot Rod is the importance of potentially even stretching, right?
Let's go.
For your wrists, for your hands, taking a breather.
Look at that.
Is that part of like
that energy, Skooky?
For the people within the Voltaic community, just to make sure that the performance stays at the highest
yeah,
level.
absolutely.
Union's got that little fatty crosshair.
I think it's also something that's a bit undervalued at this point. The reason why we do it, right, and the reason even to relate this back to weightlifting is you're not making progress if you're injured. So you need to actually take steps prior to injury to avoid you becoming injured and then not being able to practice, not being able to play as much, right? So we actually
Skooky goes through.
We have
unfortunate
within Voltaic that are specifically written by people knowledgeable in the field around stretching, right? We have a partnership with a 1 HP team that kind of hosts and helps our players in the Discord or answers any questions from our community around these topics. It's absolutely undervalued, and people usually don't look at it until it's too late, until they're hurt, right? And then they come asking for help. But it is another piece of education that we're trying to push to the larger community.
It's 1362 is the score to beat. Doesn't look like that's happening.
Unlucky.
Well, Dan, we said it was going to go down to potentially the last two tasks, right? So from the predictions of Hot Rod, it's been going quite well. So welcome to casting again, where when you're actually predicting stuff right, people actually praise you for it as well. You can really feel good.
Cast or curse.
Your Hot Rod. So now that said, it comes down to the last two, where potentially
short freeze every time you tried to quick restart.
Yeah, I can't believe that tracking task was so close, and I think now that we're getting
my man's not even using Control F.
Actually favored in this one over Skooky, based again on the leaderboard, and we can almost throw that out the window. But yeah, he's got a really good score in this one. If he would have taken that tracking task, that would have been it. I think that he would be set up for actually sending Skooky home, but unfortunately
Cartoon and Ard
took the tracking task by the slimmest of margin and ended up beating him in Spall dots, where Unans is just not as proficient yet in his career.
Which we're saying most likely Cartoon, but I'm gonna go for Ard just because
in terms of your assessment of his skill, and
I like rooting for the underdog.
So far, you know, you've been pretty good on all your predictions.
Legathon.
Seems like you know your stuff.
Legathon.
I do a lot of
Hello.
research, but yeah, to the praises, like I've known Skooky for a while. Ever since he came onto the scene, right, has been incredibly talented, and I've even played against him and followed his career when he's playing the arena FPS games. He is known in that scene as an incredible aimer as well, and it certainly shows. He's very well rounded and continues to get better and better. Again, I think it was a little bit early for him to get knocked out of the winner bracket, but
Arena
somebody
FPS
was gambling on Skooky taking the whole thing today. I don't think that anybody that's in the AIM community would be shocked by that.
I feel like also when you're looking at players like Skooky and you're looking at the games that he plays, you're always
his heart rate has gone
it's going
down.
to be, you know, tracking that's going to be quite important to use in terms of tasks to improve your skills.
Pressure's off.
Again, I'm just thinking about, for example, LG and trying to follow people over, but I think if you're looking at the simple task of rocket jumping and getting ready to put your crosshair back into the middle of your FOV, in the middle of your POV rather, after you flick for a rocket jump is one of those.
So Unan still definitely struggles with nerves. But it's good he's getting the comp practice.
I also want to say, like, something that we're also
I mean, it's not unusual, especially at that age.
More comfortable on a larger area of
People don't realize how much
nowadays it's
nerves
it's really uncommon for people
get to you in competitive situations
like we used to when we were coming up, right?
Correct.
A lot of people have like a comfortability zone in the center of their mouse pad where they're always
Thank you,
want to
Fledge.
keep their mouse and they want
I
to
will
aim
keep
it.
uploading them.
And what we are trying to do with some of the
I'm gonna do
exercises
exactly
we coach
that.
is to get people comfortable with their arm in awkward positions, either after a flick or in an area that's not the center of their mouse pad, so they can still aim effectively at those extremities, right? And where that will save you time is if somebody in a tactical FPS is clearing corners and doing 180s, they don't have to reset their mouse in order to hit an effective shot, right? It's something that not many people look at, but we certainly try to teach in the AIM community as well, and that could really translate to in-game aim, sometimes more so than any of the other things that we do teach.
I mean, he did pretty well.
When I was talking about
Unan's did pretty well.
and his mechanics, that was what I learned from that.
Unan's 18, I think.
He uses his arm for, you know, movements that are probably like more than 30-40 degrees to the left or right of center, and keeps his wrist in a spot where the wrist can kind of go to be in a neutral position. So you're doing a big flick where maybe you would be going to a different part of your mouse pad, he's always going to be in the neutral position from his arm. So that means you can just very comfortably aim from essentially anywhere on the mouse pad. So it's I learned that and I was like, wow, that's just it feels like an optimal. And it's funny because I doubt that he ever on purpose was like, this is how I should do all of these things. He just naturally knew to do it like that. I'm sure that that's how it worked. But I was looking at him like, this is all pretty smart.
All right. So Lori's and Skooky. We think Lori's.
I wanted to ask you guys.
Skooky's looking pretty good though. Like I feel like he's getting momentum.
I forgot who we were speaking to, but we were talking about the
Unan's lost.
monitor hertz, right? Was it Luckin, if I'm not mistaken?
Bye, Marcel.
But that went
Thanks
up
for
to
joining.
like a 300 hertz monitor, and the DPI for me in general for mice, I've always been used to like a 400 DPI. But then I've been seeing videos where if you're going from like a 400 DPI to an 800 DPI or even like a 1600 DPI, it's also going to help you in terms of like the track.
Cartoon is a beast. He's top at every test. Yeah, I mean he's.
I wanted to know
he's just
what you guys
nuts.
thought about the science of
That's what Fusa used to be like
DPI
back in the
and
day.
trying to find a new sensitivity.
He just like kind of came out of nowhere and just started bodying everyone.
Some really good science.
That was when like Bardos was getting well known.
If you do,
I remember I was talking about Fusa and like people were like, who's Fusa? And I'm like,
mice were coming out with extremely high DPI. It might
amazing,
cause some problems
but
if you
nobody knew who he was.
Those high DPI settings, right? Some jitter and things. But now I think that I've seen some videos.
Still got some really great VODs to use for
on it, but like 1600 will actually provide a little
guidance on like how to properly approach scenarios.
Probably not noticeable, right? For most anybody. However, the studies to me look pretty solid, so I was like, I'm gonna use that. That looks good to me, and it gives me a little bit of confidence boost regardless when I find some information out like that, right? So I'm on 1600. I highly suggest most people kind of experiment or at least get off 400 because I do believe that 400 might add a few extra milliseconds of latency to your overall system latency. So go 1600, give it a shot. And if you can't notice anything, just
why do people obsess so much over
Hot Rod saying it's going to make you better?
DPI?
Well, that said, we got Skooky on the line for the winners interview.
back.
What's up, Skooky?
Hello.
Welcome back.
Hey, Skooky.
I fucked
Sigh
up
of
against
relief?
a random dead dude. I'm so sad.
Thank you, Knack, for the.
What happened exactly? Because you're saying you were sad. So was it like after seeing the? So
I'm
you
actually.
got
This is the
knocked
first
out
time
already
I've
into
seen
the
what that looks like on
upper
YouTube. It's
brackets,
kind of cool.
and then you go into this series against Unons, and you've lost the first task.
I don't
So
feel.
what was going in your mind after?
I don't feel as confident in the first task as the other guys probably.
So is this the first time we talked to Skooky about it?
To go more for accuracy than for speed. And for that reasons, I need more time to practice that scenario. As
oh man, that's a super Italian accent.
The other people in this tournament.
What's he saying?
I didn't get the time to do it, so I'm not as confident. On the rest, I am, but once you are in the tournament, you get shaky. If you get shaky, you are unsure. If you're unsure, you're not gonna be able to hit your shot.
Yeah, just spirals.
Yeah.
I wonder what happened to Christmas is canceled. I know.
This is the first time we've been playing in one of these aim labs.
I miss Christmas.
One and done, where you actually have a chance to.
He's decided to live real life.
Can you talk me?
He's playing real life.
How you go through the emotions of getting knocked out of the winners, but you need to reset yourself because you've got another chance to climb back.
It's something that I'm used to since I competed.
I'm actually thinking of making a bonus
I went to the loser bracket in the final. I never
video on hand interdependence and dodging.
I used to win in the loser bracket and climb up, so it's not something very hard to do.
But I'll cover it a little bit in the reactive tracking.
That's it. You need to understand what did you wrong, and you have to correct it. It's a second chance that is well deserved, and if you are consistent, it will pay off.
So what are we thinking? Does Skooky have the momentum?
I was just going to ask about the
because he's starting to pick up the momentum to be able to
for these tasks to remain consistent. Is that
make it through to the finals?
You have like actively thought about working on somehow, or how do you look at that? Because for me, that's one of the hardest parts of playing these tasks is remaining focused for the whole 60 seconds.
No, I used to do such long training session that 60 seconds is nothing. I mean. It's not big deal. 60 seconds.
My man's playing one wall, 6 targets, small, 1 hour.
One scenario without any problem. As long as you are
no pauses.
The consistency is there.
Endurance.
You guys want to jump in? Do you have any questions? It's like an awkward silence.
No, sorry.
Skooky and Laurie's next.
I wanted to add on to that. Sorry, I didn't know if anybody else was going to ask before, because you were talking about
the Unez lost.
It doesn't matter how long you go, but I think from other interviews that we had today, we had the opposite. I think it was from Laurie's that was saying I was over practicing.
Higher DPIs do give you less delay. I just don't know why people debate over it.
Right?
Like
to focus on that time.
The only difference between 800 and 1600 is
for you. What seems to be the
number that you have to put in to get the same sensitivity.
It's
1.5 versus 3, for example. Like,
you are playing
just do it. Like, go at a higher DPI if you can.
That you are not confident with. Let's take, for example, static. I'm not the best at static. I'm very good at it, but I'm not the best. I'm not cartoon. So if you want to improve at it, you must grind it a lot.
Yeah, I don't think Skooky can beat Laurie's.
Secret.
I'm also thinking performance-wise, he seems to be getting more confident in his runs.
Tracking, because I'm very good at tracking, so
you can also see it in his reactions.
So it's kind of different
to his performances.
But it really comes down to your aim style.
Having that
if you're
that mental.
Like myself, I'm slow.
You got to be able to like.
I don't try to flick a lot. And
push yourself up, bring yourself up.
That are the complete opposite.
Get some water.
So you grind in isolation to focus on that task.
I wish I could drink beer.
I believe that isolation is the best way. But that's how I did it.
Awesome. Well, if there's no other questions, I think we can let you get ready for your next game.
Okay.
Yeah, good luck, man.
All right. Thanks so much, dude.
Good luck, CG.
Congrats on getting this far, and good luck in the next matchup. Can't wait to see you play again.
Thanks. See you later, boys.
See ya.
Awesome. Man, Skooky's dangerous.
Skooky's very dangerous.
Yeah, he said see you later. That means that he's confident that we're going to talk to him
that's a
again.
good point. That's a good point. Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like, generally most people like tracking the least. I don't know if it's because they do it the least or if it's just the feedback of it is
Look
just
at
as
Art.
enjoyable, as flicking
The
to a
face,
target and hitting it.
stone cold.
But we have a random dead dude up against
With the
Cartoon,
comb.
so pretty big matchup, and of course, I would be remiss not to mention the
This is
factor
gonna
of
be the
time zone
match
for random
right
dead dude.
here.
We've got some insight into that, playing all the way over from Australia. It is very late.
So we think Cartoon
adjust his
and
schedule so
Lori's
that
in
he wouldn't
finals.
kind of crash during this tournament. I think he's done a good job so far, but he did express some concerns as to the later portions of the tournament, and that's kind of where we're at right now. So we'll see if he's holding up.
I think the good part about this too, though, is that he said that he wants to know where he could actually find the moments of weaknesses of Cartoon should he lose the series here. So I think he's even ready to play the longer game, even if he's in a different time zone and fatigue might be an issue. I think you're going into this trying to gauge yourself into how maybe tired you can be versus how your opponent is performing currently.
This man can do two shot in his sleep.
I think what random dead dude is looking
You should
at
do these
is if he makes
blindfolded.
it all the way to the finals. That's 2 extra tasks that
Probably
come
still
into
get a
play
higher
here,
score
right?
than me.
And one of them, a random dead dude has the world record on, right? So I definitely think he's trying to make his way all the way to the finals, and if he gets there,
What
then
does
Cartoon
Cartoon
becomes a
play?
little
I don't
bit
think he
more
plays.
vulnerable.
Does he play anything? I've never seen him post clips like
I wanna
FPS
see
games.
Yeah, me too.
I want to see that BO7 with these two, but at the same time, I'm just gonna watch this series in awe at least to get a preview of what could potentially be the grand finals.
So Cartoon is currently has the world record in this task specifically, but Random Dead Dude is 3rd. So it's something if Cartoon
Sinuses are bugging
doesn't
me.
have a great showing, like a Random Dead Dude could steal this one, and if he does, he might
Allergies.
be able to take the series. So a Random Dead Dude, however, has never put up a score like what Cartoon just did. That's an incredible score. That's a personal best. I can't believe, again, we just saw a 2-2-2-2 coming out of Cartoon. I don't think he touches that. I think Cartoon's just going to wash his hands out of this one and get on to the next one. That is an incredible score.
I mean, he's already smiling. He knows.
What was that?
He knows.
It's incredibly impressive to me that players can, under the lights, set a personal best like that. And he crushed his personal best. That was like 3 or 4 actual targets.
They uploaded Valorant? Okay.
A lot to do here for a random dead dude. Maybe he'll hit that
Fantastic
sweet spot
work.
where you get
Thank
really
you.
tired and like the annoying part of your brain shuts off. You know what I mean? Where it's like,
Yeah.
There's like
I'm glad
that
it helps you.
phenomenon. I imagine one day this will be best described where you're so exhausted, but you hit this sweet spot where you can play just like incredibly well in terms of mechanics.
Cartoon is
And it
essentially
almost
just
seems to be
like
that, it's just because the annoying part
displaying
of your brain
the
that talks to you, your conscious brain
limits
doesn't have the ability
of
to do it, so you just
human
zone out.
Everything becomes a
mechanics.
Yeah, I think what he needs to do right now is just not get discouraged by going down 0-1 because he is not. That's a score from Cartoon that we haven't seen out of anybody.
I mean, nobody. I don't
through
think
all
anybody would
practice or
expect
anything.
to.
That's an insane score.
to
Random Dead Dude
beat
is not even gonna get
Cartoon's
close to it, so
score.
he's just gonna need. Yeah, he's even laughing about it, just casually saying, "Okay, that didn't have a shot at that one at all. Let's get on to the next one and see if he can put up a fight here."
Hey, look, Gravity, what's up?
Yeah. Accuracy was low. Speed wasn't really there as well, but he's stretching it out. We talked about the stretching before, the warming up the hands. So we'll see if it's going to be the later tasks.
The next
that's
2
gonna help
tasks
him
that
out.
come up, Cartoon is not one all day, right? So I think Random Dead Dude can definitely
That's true.
take them. He needs to if he wants to stay alive in this series and stay alive in the upper bracket. And Cartoon is going to really need to have to summon something if he's going to beat him here. But I would say Cartoon feels confident in the things that are coming up in the tests that are coming up on round 4 and round 5 that he can take this one. Random Dead Dude absolutely needs to win these, though. If he gives one of these away, it's all she wrote.
I wonder what makes
Cartoon's looking really, really good.
Cartoon's
I fear for
technique suboptimal for
him.
evasive TS.
I really feel for like the fatigue element of it, especially given how much focus is required for this.
I do as well. So, and I'm gonna say one stat, and you're gonna say, okay, this might be close, but then I'm gonna back it up with the actual scores. So, on Raspberry 6 round 4, Cartoon has the
I have
number
been
one
streaming
score
for a
of
long
anybody in
time.
the tournament, the world record.
I'm committed.
Number 2 is ARDD. However, the gap between the two scores is nearly 20 targets.
Wow, that's unbelievable. That is ridiculous. 20 targets.
Cartoon is on another level playing static dots that we just have not seen anybody hit. We need to figure out, like, we need to clone this guy and study him for science.
Cartoon is an alien.
I am actually interested.
He's
to
abducted
see,
as a
because
child.
We interviewed Cartoon before on the first day, and we joked around about Crew and Kesnit. And Dan, we've been impressive watching Kesnit at the Valorant.
I still think
and I'm just wondering if it's just like the community itself.
Ard has like some of the best problem-solving skills and like
how to
strategy skills in terms of
how
solving the task in the most optimal way.
ARDD is playing really well in this one, and 43%.
Look at how
actually
good he
really
is
good
at
shot for him.
after
I think
he
his
hits
frontal best
that
is around
flick
42%,
at
across
matching
this
the
test.
velocity
ARDD is
and
one of
like
the best target
reading the
switchers that
target.
we have in the tournament, which makes him one of the best target switchers we have in the world. So what you can do is even though we are expecting what is almost
Like, and even his
inevitable at this
crosshair
point, it's
placement
just more
on
the
the
fact that you're
on the
witnessing
bot
some
as he's
incredible
tracking it, like optimally placing it to be able to follow it based on where it's going to be going
Not a
next.
bad
Like,
score. You can see him nodding. He feels like that was not too bad. And it's definitely gonna be a tough one to beat. Cartoon.
how long is the tourney running for? I'm not sure. So we're in the final 4, so I would guess probably another hour or so.
399.
Hey, they might know if he's still on.
Which is
Might be
so
late over there.
Cartoon's gonna have to really
My
overperform
toxic
in
trait
this one.
Is
Yeah, I think
thinking I
this
can
is
do what
actually another test
Cartoon
that favors,
does.
a random dead dude.
Felt
So
that.
Cartoon, this is not necessarily his skill set. He's not a slouch in tracking by any means. It's just not where he focuses. I think that he drops this one as well if all goes according to plan. However, I do think that this task introduces more variance into the competition than some of the others. Again,
What if he
Cartoon's
just
getting a
gets
very
like the
favorable
best
right
bot
here.
pattern
Gets
for the whole
51%. That's a
fucking
really good showing for him.
task?
If that target stays close to him where he can farm it, this is going to be trouble for a random dead dude. It's still staying.
Imagine
We'll leave
putting
this.
a
Okay, now it
task
backs
in
up
your
and he gets a
tournament
couple of jukes
based
in
on
his face. So you
skill
drop usage
that
percentage,
could
drop a couple of points
introduce
there.
this amount
Then
of
he goes back,
RNG
really close
and
to him,
just
he's able to
gives
farm it.
hand
This is-
somebody a
This might be
win.
actually fairly close. I think a random dead dude has a 55% as his
Come
personal
on.
best, which can definitely be plus or minus 5 percentage points based on the dodge pattern of the target.
What if you got caught holding the
looking
bag
really
because
solid
of
for Cartoon.
the way a bot decided to
I
strafe?
think that might be a personal best for Cartoon in this one as well. It is, yeah. That's the best he's
Get
ever
outta
done
here.
with that, right? This guy
Get
is
outta here.
lining it up today. He ate his Wheaties this morning or something. I might be dating myself again there, but I don't know what he is eating or drinking, but I need to figure that one out.
It's so funny because it never makes sense to me because they must be grinding these tasks like hundreds of tasks, hundreds of plays a day at least. And it's like the one play you get in a tournament where they're able to beat these scores. Pretty crazy.
Yeah, this is just echoing your statements that nerves are not necessarily a bad thing, Dan. I think that we're seeing it right here. play out
RNG
in the game.
enjoyers in the chat. We love RNG.
12 to beats here. For ARDD, it's going to be tough.
I think he's got a couple percentage points in accuracy above him right now, which is going to give him a little bit of a better score. But yeah, this could go anyway with 15 seconds left.
Started up pretty high though at the 58 mark. So and you talk.
Oh my
about
God,
his
Ard.
personal best average is
No.
55, so he's still hovering close to that.
Oh no.
That strafe actually hurt him a lot.
It's gonna be
Ugh.
so close. 3-11, 12. Oh, he's done it. Just
Oh, yeah,
barely.
got it.
ARDD stays
Barely.
alive.
You're kidding me.
Man, that was so close. That was so very
All right, we're
close.
potentially going to the.
How
fifth
tense are you holding your mouse right now, my
It's a
guy?
difference of like 26 points or something like that. I'm not going to do the math perfectly, but something like that. That's pretty incredible. The last second.
Yeah.
It got dicey there in the last 10
So Ard's got to win this.
He got juked on pretty hard.
What was the score difference, Hot Rod?
So right there, I think it was within.
He's gonna.
50
I mean, he's gonna
points.
lose
Only
the
a couple
static one, but
microseconds or milliseconds staying on target is.
I
what
think
gave
there's a
ARD
very
the
good
win.
chance
This task is.
he
is
could
gonna be a
win the
rough
water
one, though.
tower.
This is the one where Cartoon is ranked first of all our competitors. ARDD is second.
Yeah, don't even
The
run
gap
this.
is
Like,
pretty
skip
large.
to
It's
the next
way
task.
larger
We
than
know
you would
Cartoon's
think.
gonna
It's
win.
20
Move on.
Around 20 or 15 or 20 targets, I think, depending on the accuracies. It's going to
Turning
be a
in
tough
your
one for
mouse?
ARDD, especially the form with the Cartoon setting personal bests in 2 of the 3
Why
tasks.
would you turn in
already
your
played.
mouse? What'd your
Like
mouse ever do to
give
you?
a shout out to production as Troy let me know that the difference is 27 points, which, again, welcoming you to the casting world here, Hot Rod, is because one thing, one golden rule as well, is you never do math live on air because you'll never get it right. So I'm glad that you were able to skim the answer by saying, around 50 points, under 50 points. And that was a great way to answer the question.
I like
So,
looking at Cartoon's
you're on your way to be
Well, I was watching a lot
quadrant
of, things
of his
that you put on
forehead.
YouTube, about the best ways to
Got
do
some real
this.
Nick Merckx
I
vibes
highly
going on.
recommend anybody in the audience looking to be as professional as I am today subscribe to the Vansili School of Casting.
that's
Incredible
jokes.
content. So Cartoon 14-12. This is where it gets interesting.
So
here.
if Ard gets
ARDD
his
has a high
best
score of
run,
1481 in this task.
You're on the
If
wrong
he
task.
has I think he's on the wrong task, but if he goes back to 6 dot, he might be able to take this one.
Or was anyone gonna tell him?
Nope.
All right.
does this count?
He's warmed me up for 6.
Did I black out a little bit? I mean,
I'm wondering the same.
no.
Okay, now
He already knew that he was gonna lose that
you guys are fine.
task, so he didn't even bother.
I'm
He's like,
supposed to be the one
"There's no
that
way I'm gonna win
said
this shit."
here.
well, I don't know. I mean, production's
are
out here
supposed to be on
sliding me
the-
beers, We've been tailgating since the round
Aim
1.
Lab or
and everything. I love
Kovacs?
this team that we're working with. here
If you
on
have
the side.
$10,
Just making
pay for
sure.
Kovacs. If you
Yeah, I
don't,
think,
play Aim Lab.
Maybe that's good. Maybe a little bit of a little bit of an issue, getting things set up. Now he's gonna have to change settings.
But play both.
I'm telling you, this is Cartoon. This is the first time I've seen him be vulnerable on this small dot clicking task today. If ARDD has a run, his top score is 1470, which I believe 1417 was the previous set by Cartoon. He can definitely take this, which would be a monumental upset of beating Cartoon in small dots.
I wonder, do the players know what the
I'm
other
correcting myself. Yep,
people got?
12. Thank you, production team. You guys are saving my ass today.
Yeah, just remove the beers now. I think he's had too much.
Do not remove the beers. That's the only thing keeping me going. And I'm gonna need one for a shoey if ARDD takes this.
That is true. That is true. So how is it looking so far in terms of what you've seen from the beginning to
So
now?
he's gonna need to pick up the pace.
Yeah.
This is not the run that he needs, but he can definitely save it. If he gets a couple of these clusters
No.
that are close together, he can pull it out. But he's gonna need 15 or 500 points here in the last 15 seconds.
And I wanted to ask you about his technique. As
Clutch
well.
it, baby.
Because it seems
Clutch
it's
it.
not too much in terms of like
Clutch it.
movement with the wrist. You're almost trying to keep it as straight as possible, at least in my eyes.
Yeah, it's
Which unfortunately
it's
doesn't have enough
interesting
points here.
for static dot clicking, right? So again, this is where you need to use all of your arm. So the fast flick that happens from target to target is usually an arm flick.
Aim Lab
Sometimes it
feels
can be
more fun.
A little bit of a wrist flick if the targets are really close.
Yeah, I
together.
like
But then there's a micro correction.
Revo
that
sec
happens, and
benches
It's going to be really
a
tough
lot.
to see that micro correction in his hand cam because it is.
Those are probably
going
my
to
favorite
happen with
benches to
his-
run.
with his fingers or possibly a little bit of a wrist movement, right? So unfortunately, he was not able to come through right there, and this is going to have to be another one of those performances where I think Cartoon's going to have to choke, and I don't think that this task actually caters to somebody choking. Cartoon's going to set the world record here again. I'm hoping make it 3 PBs in one single round, which would be absolutely insane. But I have confidence in this kid. He's looking really, really good today.
Oh no.
Everybody.
Cartoon is about to completely
Even if
body
ARDD gets in the
Ard.
finals, where he has the upper hand on one of the tasks, the other one, Cartoon, also has the world record. So it's going to be tough for him. And
Get shit on.
he is smoking this score again.
What a savage! It's looking so clean and optimal. Like
What do I think of the new VT benches? They look very familiar.
Oh my god. It seems
It feels so soothing when
heavily
I'm watching
inspired.
how good he is.
Yeah, it's so soothing as I watch this, and even with the type of stage that we currently have here, I'm thinking of like it's almost like a Bob Ross style of how clean it looks, just like it's art.
Cartoon is on one today. That is a massive score. There's only three or four. Yeah, there's 4 players that have ever reached that score, ever, and he's setting them.
I mean, ever. You say that like this is like an old task. Like this is.
ARDD, please, sir. Let's see something magical. Starting at 80%.
You can already.
When did they create this thing anyway?
Right out the gate, he's gonna need to summon something. But yeah, you can see he took a couple of steps towards the end of the platform.
Yeah, Cartoon is just
right.
too goated. It's that cursed grip, man. I tell you,
can
it's a head crab grip.
Live on his screen a little bit too long in comparison to Cartoon.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Almost feels like the strategy of stepping towards the ledge of that pier is to see those the targets come out a little bit faster from the edges of the mountain, and that's where
So Ard
adjustment where he's
gonna bounce down
throughout the task.
Yeah, it seems like.
Yeah, he's gonna have to bounce down and play Lorries, assuming Lorries makes it through, which we think is what's gonna happen.
That's over 30,000 points off, and that means that.
Wait, does he even bounce down?
Cartoon will be proceeding, has won this round, and will be proceeding to the grand finals.
Oh no, yeah, it's just the final, so he's just.
Yeah.
Not quite having enough in the tank here, and again, it's hard to blame him as well. Really hard competition.
I guess you don't get a second chance if you make it through to quarters.
Yep, not out of it yet. Still going to go down to the lowers, which is going to be extremely exciting with some very, very powerful aimers down there.
Oh no, because he can vie for
match of himself and Skooky if Skooky makes it through.
I'm so bad with like understanding brackets. I need to see it visually.
All day.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter for him.
That's it. Yeah.
I was gonna say that like Cartoon looks so nuts, but still every game has been a 3-2. So he has the sense that he could have lost any of those matches, but yeah,
he's playing to his strengths.
Yeah,
just being good at clicking the
I think when he saw the task that he had to play today, right? He was very confident and knew that he might have this thing in the bag, and
yeah. What do you know? Cartoon gets the clicking
while he's playing these, so it's not like he's underperforming or anything.
Did Cartoon win the last tournament he was in? I'm not sure.
And is just putting an absolute display on anything that's small dot or clicking related.
Okay, so he could go back. It could go back to being a final between Cartoon and Ard.
Is this turning out kind of how you expected?
I think so. The biggest surprise.
So we think Lori's and Ard.
And I really don't like saying this because of how well a random dead dude can aim is just having Skooky knocked down to the lower bracket. I think Skooky, you could hear it in his voice, was a little bit surprised by that too. But I've been saying this since a random dead dude appeared on the scene. One of the most underrated aimers that we have, especially in this tournament. I'm glad he's getting. The
map seems to personally offend me. Yes, it does personally offend me. It's just unsettling to look at. There's just something about it.
Well, I believe we have Cartoon on for an interview now. What's up, Cartoon? How's it going?
Good. Kind of shaky.
So why are they doing an interview after every?
I seem to like the second or third round very much.
Yeah. Yeah, Ard really got me.
Why are they doing an interview after every
insane. I really
match?
thought he was gonna beat me in one static scenario.
It just, at least, how do you feel so far being able to set like a couple of PBs going into the task today?
Maybe it's a timing thing.
I did not expect that at all. I'm gonna be honest. That was insane. I'm really happy.
Does it have a back hump?
Not
really.
Did you
I don't know what that looks like.
Did you feel a little bit vulnerable with the small dot?
It insists upon itself. That's a very good way to describe it.
As good as what you think. I think your personal best on that is like 1636, and you threw a 1412 up. Were you a little bit scared at that moment?
Good for fingertip.
Yeah, I was definitely, because I started whiffing a lot. I have 25 misses.
Which is what I mostly do.
Ideally. So
the moment you realize you're missing a lot, you get even more nervous and start missing more.
Depending on your hand size, you could probably palm it.
Get the best of me.
Yeah, I think.
What's the best way of controlling that? Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to ask about your feelings going out to the rest of the tournament. I mean, you've had one kind of scare right now, but how are you feeling? Yeah, are you worried about ARDD again or Skooky?
I think I broke through ARDD. I think
Mobile that have no sound. Somebody else said they didn't have sound.
What's more to
That's weird.
I love the sound of that. And I just wanted to ask you in terms of like you talked about the nervousness, a couple of shots that you missed. What do you think would be the best way that you could let somebody know that within 1 minute of tasks, right? What would be the best way to overcome that nervousness or to see that you've missed a couple of shots and you need to like just reset in that moment?
When you start missing a lot of shots or like not playing like yourself,
I just realized that I didn't have monetization on.
In dot scenarios because I'm outpacing myself.
What the fuck?
So I just like take a moment and slow down a little bit, but without breaking the pace, because that's just like going slower, but that means you're limiting your score as well, like your ceiling. So I just take a
not even making like, 3 cents off of this stream, but I need that 3 cents.
How much do you train every day? Is it like or does it vary a lot?
For the competitions, when there are competitions around, I for sure play like more than an hour, up to 2-3 hours a day. But on my like off season, so to call it, I play like 4 times a week, 3 times a week maybe.
Not as much aim training as you would think.
Let's put it that way again. What do you play?
Like actual games?
Yeah.
I have
actual games. Doesn't consider
relationship with Valorant. I try
Aim Lab to be a game.
Yeah, yeah, it's weird, but I try to pick that game.
Are you talking about
time to time?
When you say the GPS, you talking about GPX, like G Pro Ultra Light, Super Light? Oh, I see. S Super Light. Yeah. People call it X for some reason. So GPS maybe because when I hear GPS, I think of
or how do you like what is
satellite positioning.
The next step for you?
Teaching probably. I really like teaching. So
awesome.
Probably a college teacher or something would be nice.
Sweet. Well, you're teaching us a lot about how to aim, so thank you for that.
Yeah.
Cartoon is going to open up a university of aiming.
Thing. So at this point in the tournament,
aiming university.
Grand finals,
imagine being in a lecture hall with Cartoon.
Into the fold. It's now a best of 7. So how do you feel about those 2 remaining tasks that are going to be added? RA, XY Switch, Angelic TE, and Defend the Castle.
I feel good because those are definitely 2 tasks I played a lot compared to, for example, MPTS, the second task in the rounds, which I didn't pretty much touch because I knew everyone was going to be better than me. But the 2 that are going to be added to the pool now are...
Oh, they're adding scenarios to the pool? Okay.
Best of luck to you,
keeping
man.
Things interesting.
Enjoy to watch so far, and I hope you. I'm really impressed that you were able to.
And it's XY Switch. That's like one of my favorite scenarios.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. We'll, I'm sure, check in with you again soon. It's, for us.
Hopefully.
It's time for us to move on to the next matchup as we say goodbye to Cartoon, and it's man. The guys are...
All right, Loris, show us how it's done, baby.
He sounds very smart. He knows how to do math.
Show us how it's done.
What an incredible individual.
That means I'm going to have to DM later. Or DM later for him to teach me how to get better at Aim Lab.
He's also one of those individuals that is totally okay and comfortable sharing knowledge. Even for Voltaic, he's been on many Twitch streams where we do VOD reviews.
This is my fucking jam, man.
Submit and have Cartoon critique and give them tips. Fantastic teacher. I think that's kind of playing to something that he's fundamentally passionate about.
They should have put Lori's music on the stream.
We have somebody at his skill level that's also passionate and wants to educate others.
Look at that 5 o'clock shadow.
There is actually one
hired killer.
We have the head-to-heads happening right now for our next matchup, Lori's and Skooky. But that was going to be one of the questions. Was what are
he's got the better facial hair.
Stuff like that.
Lori's or Skooky
in terms of programming yourself? Do you want to hit all of the skills?
Do we like the pencil
Briefly
thin mustache?
in the past that you want to differentiate between the different skills and the benchmark.
Or do we like the 5 o'clock shadow?
You can do that for anyone listening by just going to the events tab currently in AimLab, and you can see the voltaic benchmarks with all the skills separated into the categories and the tasks that go with those. So that is a great place to start, but is there anything else?
Yeah, so I think that you can do a couple of things. I would certainly work on weaknesses, especially once you do the benchmarks and figure out where you are in terms of your benchmark.
Wow, well, Take's getting the full plug.
Right, I would certainly
getting the full AimLab plug.
Because you have a
where's
lot
the
of work,
where's the Revosec love
made in every single one of those different types of aiming. However, we do also have tons
you need
of
to send
specific to individual games.
A Revosec ambassador to the next
if you say, okay,
AimLab tourney.
For the next 2 years, I'm only going to be playing Valorant. Well, then there's some things that might not be.
It's pretty close to his high score.
So even though you're giving them a shot and seeing where you are with the benchmarks, you can still focus on the training.
Does it matter if FOV is 115 if you play games like CS or Val? No.
However, if you are getting new kind of into aiming, I think that playing the benchmarks and understanding where your weaknesses are can actually bring your overall mouse control up to a level that is sufficient and not actually holding you back in game.
Hey guys, Cine here.
Awesome.
Did you know?
Thank you for that. I'm hoping, you know, with
we have all of these voltaic resources
they're at point A, but
in our Discord.
Point B, I'm hoping that we're kind of helping to
the largest
for people, and it sounds like
aim community.
Doubt in terms of how to approach the training. You can just go into like one of the aiming communities like Voltaic on Discord and ask away.
You know what?
FOV is 115, so the reason why it doesn't matter is because you just really need to see stuff on screen when you're performing scenarios and while you're aim training.
Make you as good as cartoon, but we can get you pretty close.
And 1967 is the score.
You're not really like
to win the first round here for
affected as much as people think by changes in your viewing angle into being able to determine where
that's kind of where it's going to stand.
Targets are on screen and like be able to effectively move to them.
MBTS and Zach Plaza. So Loris is not far behind, right? 2 definite strengths for his, and I think Loris might need to steal one of these if he's going to cause an upset here, which I would love to see.
Probably even in the next 2.
Yeah, exactly.
He was saying, yeah, first one, not the best for me, but the next 4, usually a lot easier too. So
yeah, so in the standings on the leaderboards, the next 2, Skooky is number 1 and number 1. Right, so you've got to think that he's going to take these. In the third task, the Raspberry 6 extra small, Skooky is number 3, and in Defend the Water Tower, he's number 4. So he should definitely.
Loris is looking really good on this one.
He has the advantage over Loris, but they're not that far. Loris can absolutely pull this out if he gets a good run going, or Skooky actually has a bit of an issue. This is pretty good. This is absolutely respectable at a 42, almost 43%.
He got some bad bots there.
Target switching scenario out of Loris. So his personal best here is around a 44.5%. So he's not that far from it. He's going to need it in strong.
Closing into the final seconds.
Nuts.
25-20.
25-20.
He's really confident with his
you can see it's a little bit off from his personal best, and Skooky does have the
with his kill confirmations.
Here, it's going to certainly need to be a
That's
good
something that stands out to me when I'm watching him.
At this point, I've got to assume that there are certainly nerves that are getting to him, because this is a win or go home situation.
He's having some shakiness issues, some reading issues.
He's still not gapping Loris that much, and generally accuracy will decrease as the round goes. It's very easy in these target switching scenarios to keep on a steady pace for about the first 20 seconds or so. After that, it can all fall apart. So we'll see what he does here. He missed one target right there. Just had to go
Oh,
back.
he's
and
getting
clean
some
it
good
up, so that's
spawns
gonna
there.
hurt him a little bit, but he's still at 45%. I saw a 46 flash there, so he's looking pretty good right now. 20 seconds to go remaining, and I think he's gonna have to actually have a choke at this moment if Loris is going to take this one.
Yeah.
So he's aiming a little bit at the side of some targets, which is going to cause him some problems, but he's coming back to the center, and look how he's chaining those up. This is going to be a clean up from Skooky. I think he's going to take this one, and I think he's looking really good going into the tracking one, but this is going to be an even series right here. 45%, that's a really good score.
Yeah, they move in
He's played it
circles.
with 180 points. By
Well,
180
XY
points.
switch is coming up.
Pretty solid.
Yep. Okay, so going into this tracking one, the number one on the leaderboard is Skooky, but number two is Loris. There is a big gap there.
So are they only doing the added scenarios in the
randomness in the way the
quarters or the finals or
that's
the
introduced.
semis or the
Loris
finals?
is going to win this. I think Loris is going to need to
Like,
take
when are
this
they
tracking
introducing them?
task, which he can absolutely do. When he first bust onto the aim scene, he was a tracking world-class aimer, one of the best that we've ever seen. He can absolutely win this one. This is going to be close though.
Even the leaderboard on the last one though was also 1 and 2 on Skooky and Loris, so
He's getting some good patterns.
or neck and neck.
He is farming the bot right
He's
now.
just
60%.
destroying.
So it was really close right there. It was really close to him, and he was able to get a lot of damage. Now that this target's backed up a little bit,
His
it gets a little bit harder.
reaction
You can see it dropping from
to
60% down
rapid
57.
switches
If he
is
gets,
so good.
comes
Like,
back into his wheelhouse where he can be a little bit
he
more
just has
reactive
like a
versus
good
smooth,
hybrid
I think
style
he can actually take this. This is still a really, really
where he
respectable
can
run. 54%.
easily
He had to do a
respond
mouse reposition
to
right there, so that dropped a little bit, back up to 55%.
rapid
That
strafing
target, oh my gosh,
just
it's
as well as
circling,
he can
and that's the bad
respond
thing
to
about this. If that target
long
circles you,
strafes.
You don't have any other choice except for lifting your mouse and putting it back on the mouse pad and start tracking that target again. It's back close to him, and at 56%
pretty good
in
round.
all. That is really good. That's very close to Lori's personal best. I think that Skooky's going to need a good showing here if he's going to beat this.
Swampy mean for mouse pad? What does it mean? It means like
really good, solid score.
they also say like muddy, like it feels like it kind of like drags or like pulls in like your mouse a little bit. Like if you could think of if you got stuck
so jittery, like this, it just
like in a
moves so
swamp and
quickly.
it would
It's very
kind of like
difficult. These
suck
tasks
you
are
in,
very difficult.
something kind of like that, same
Skooky
except
looking
for your
really
mouse.
good, 60% through the first 15 seconds. So we'll see what this target does
So
to
like
him. If it gives him
spongy.
as many problems as what Loris did his. It doesn't
Humid.
look like it's trying to circle him, which is a little bit unfortunate for Loris here, but he's still dropping a few accuracy every time it goes back into his range here. Again, that's a very hard skill to master, is whenever you're reactive, when it's very close to you, and then transferring to being very smooth when it's far away. It's something that takes a lot of time and actual dedicated focus practice to work
Clita.
on. This is going to be very close.
Hello.
55%, 54% flashing, sometimes with 15 seconds remaining. I don't know who's going to come out on top of this. This really depends on what this bot decides to do to Skooky at the end of here. Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat, but it kind of started to spin him, but it got really close to the end. I think Skooky's going to come out on top unless something crazy happens.
Oh, 33.66 is what he needed to be, and it's just shy, unfortunately, there for Skooky. But for Loris, there is I guess that opens things up quite nicely.
This is anybody's game at this moment.
Anybody's game.
Certainly the
Chat.
best. I think this is the closest and best match that we've seen all day. I would think both of these players at this point are extremely, extremely nervous. The money's one thing, but they want to get back up and into that winner bracket and face Cartoon in the grand final.
Come on, Loris.
Loris getting this one is, I would say that's a bit of an upset. Skooky is supposed to be better at 6 dot extra small, as well as the final task, but not by much. Both of them are quite close in the water tower task. So
Water tower.
we'll see. Skooky's going to need to really have a good showing. Absolutely cannot let this one go. I would say that it's almost a shoe-in that Skooky's going to win this one. But
Nice.
what we saw Cartoon do, where he was very
Has a harder
vulnerable
time in
and
the
something
wide
that he's
flicks.
incredibly proficient at, kind of opens the door a little bit and makes me a little bit cautious on my predictions.
Confidence issues there and like knowing where the target is. Adjusting the
Yeah, he's on
Spawn.
pace for
Pretty
a
good.
fairly good score here, but certainly not anything that's near personal best. So he's going to need to chain a few targets together here at the end and see if he can bump it up. He had to go back to a target right there, which is definitely something that you don't want to do. But he's again right there. He's just missing some of the easy ones. I know that he thinks his score is probably a little bit lower than it should be, and he may be getting a little bit too quick.
It's still not a bad run.
All right, now
Even the beginning was like that too. So thankfully, at least towards that mid-run, there was a lot of them that were clustered and close. That allowed him to catch up for a bit, but
yeah, that's
definitely doesn't look like he
what
was
you can
close to
really
his
pay
PD.
attention to with these static and small dot tasks. Again, if the players will want to make up score when anything is close. You go
I like his crosshair
slower
color.
in the fast large or the large flicks. Go a little bit slower. Make sure you hit that target. If anything is close, it's almost like a free target that the task has presented to you. So you really want to get it out of the way with just a micro correction and save some time and save some score.
You had to
One
react back to
statistic I'd
that
be
bad
really
boy.
interested to learn on the data side of things is because what you're talking about is that essentially if the flick is a smaller degrees away from the point of the crosshair, then the player is more consistent because you're traveling over less distance. So in theory, yeah, you're more consistent. I'd love to see the data on that though, because I'm sure that this is something that some players are better at than others, and there should probably be an accepted standard where you should at least be minimally
His
80%
momentum post flick is
in terms of your
pretty
consistency
solid.
of
I think
flicks
that
on
that's
targets that are close
Distance, yeah.
his advantage.
the targets that are at distance.
So he took that, right?
Yeah, I think
1343. Oh, it's just shy. It's 10 points off.
yeah. Who won that one?
So that would be Laurie's who won that one.
Oh wow.
Laurie's one? Oh shit.
Laurie's with the 1350 to 53.
That's
So-
that's
10 points
that's
off.
so crazy how close it was. But Lori's is now gonna take it, right?
Bye.
Yeah,
Bye,
you can see a little
Skooky.
fist pump coming out of him there. He knows he's got this one locked in the bag. This is just playing with house money at this point. Lori's
Bag
gonna have a good time
holder.
shooting stuff coming out of the clouds. It is a fun,
That's awesome.
very fun task to end on, isn't it? I bet it does feel good with all these beautiful
Yep,
colors and fun mouse movements.
That's what I'm saying, man. It's so soothing when you're
Yeah.
watching the stage.
The cool thing is, I
feel like the casters are just
because this is all like the Unity engine.
fucking with me
I
at
would-
this
I would
point.
expect over time that it can make things look pretty sexy on screen. With like I mean, I know the players will turn everything off anyway.
Would you say training other aim styles is important if the
I would
game you
like
play
to see-
really only
Maybe you
utilizes
won't have
one?
to, right?
Some,
Especially for like
I
games
personally
like Call of
think
Duty
it's
or Rainbow
important
Six,
to-
for example, where detail is
I always
always
suggest
so
people
prominent and you can't really
kind
adjust
of
that.
have a
Later
full
on,
aim
you know,
profile because there are
specifically catered for that type of those type of games where you
non-obvious
those
benefits to different
I guess the point,
mechanics
not allowing players
that
to
you don't
mess
really
with
know
something
contextually
inside
until you try them yourself
would be
and like you
important,
embrace them.
but- all right, 200.7.
yeah, I think this definitely allows
Other aiming
us
critters
to
that
take
static
this
or
task
dynamic
again
clicking aren't the
with
most
extra
relevant from
change
aim
for
training or
him. He's not
value.
going
They
to
argue that reactive
be
tracking is the way to
advancing in
go.
this tournament, but
I've seen
he's
that a
certainly put on
lot
pretty
lately,
good
and I
progress
think
over
it's
his play. And if he
all
takes a
from
little
like
extra
this
change with
little
him out the
like
door,
Reddit
should
post
be
that
okay
somebody
with that.
made about like how
think,
each just
ultimate
sat there and traded
disappointed,
reactive tracking and
was
like
looking for a win
got
today.
so much
Knew that,
better.
Cartoon was
I
certainly
mean,
going to be a challenger that he was
I talked
fearing,
about
but
it
ended
on
up
Discord a
being
little
Red
bit
that
too. I
the
think
voice
like
that actually takes him out of this. Doesn't even get a chance to put his skills
if
up against
you
Cartoon.
Yeah.
like reactive tracking helps
Or
you
even have a revenge
develop your mouse
with,
control for sure, but like
dude.
Skooky is the type of player that will absolutely just
it doesn't have a
use
direct
this as
representation
motivation
in
to
TAC
become better
FPS.
and better, and he's
So,
absolutely the type of player that
I
we've
would
seen,
be really
able
confused
to
by
really,
like the analogy I use is like it's like swatting a fly with a
and
Buick.
start
Like
improving. So I know.
yeah, you can do it, but it just it seems really heavy-handed. Like if you want to
this is
recommend
the third event that he's
training
been in
regimes for people
with
based
AIM,
on their
and
the
I
game
know
type,
it'll be
like
the last.
you wouldn't tell them to like do LG 1v1 duels if they're gonna be playing a lot of Valorant, you know? I mean, sure, it's beneficial to do LG 1v1 duels, but it's not the most direct representation for that FPS type.
$200 per task here in the lower finals. Extra $200 to his name. I'm sure we'll get a check-in on the monies later, but yeah, Laurie's
Yeah,
great
exactly.
performance,
ODB said it
managing
best. Reacting to target direction
manage all
change
the
is
way to
completely
the
different to reacting to a
finals,
player
and
peeking.
I'm
Exactly.
impressed.
Like if
I'm
you don't
impressed
have to
with-
spend a
I
lot of
was impressed by
time
everyone. I have to say, like, it's just
Yeah.
knowing where targets
are
are going to be in high
you're going to
TTK,
see
like close
people, like,
fights
people who
with like
have
tracking
abilities
guns,
and aim that you
like
will
you
not
do
see this
in like
level
Apex
from
or
any
like Arena
other core
FPS,
FPS
like, and mostly you're going to be in situations where people are going to be on screen for a very short amount of time,
as well speaking to you, Hot Rod, because
Like,
obviously there
and
are
it's more
still
about
these
swinging
gems
and like being
in
able to have good
communities, like
crosshair
hidden knowledge that I
placement
feel like
and
Yeah, and
like
I would also say to echo like how
spending
well
a lot
these
of
players are
time
performing.
reading reactive movement isn't going to be as directly beneficial to you, but of course you're still going to passively develop your mouse control in the process.
To see just like how crazy a flick is, right? It's tough to make aim look good in these things. I think most people coming in would say that looks easy, but it is very far from it. And the display that some of these guys are putting on today.
Yeah, and so like what Meta's saying, I think is the problem that people encounter is like when they aim train, they only look at one mechanic and they hard push that mechanic because they're like, oh, I only play Valorant, I only need to do static.
How's it going?
And so of course when they try something like reactive tracking or tracking, they start developing
I was scared.
mechanics and techniques that they weren't before, and so that's why they get
I know that
benefit
I've been
from
singing
it.
your praises, saying that you look incredibly good form coming into this.
Which a train
tournament
for
as
a
well.
game like
So,
Call of Duty,
I just wanna say,
a lot
how
of
are you
flick
feeling
TS, a
going
lot
up
of
against a random
evasive
dead dude and possibly
TS.
cartoon? Everybody left in
generally.
in this tournament is a Voltaic gamer. I know all of you guys are friendly. Is there going to be any banter, or how are you feeling about your chances?
Well, I'm definitely gonna win against ARDD, but
Nice.
but cartoon, yeah.
Thanks,
I'm gonna
Ankleta,
try and win the two, and yeah.
for
I
the
don't know.
kind
I'm gonna
words.
win against ARDD. It's gonna be hard. It's probably gonna be as hard as playing against Cookie, so we'll see.
Do you have any?
Even
Yeah, I was
sorry,
just
go
gonna,
ahead, Hot Rod.
say, is a plan to get inside the head of these guys, right? Do you have any trash talk?
Nah,
lined up?
nah. I mean, if they start it, if ARDD starts it, sure, I will. But like, if he's fine, if he's friendly, I'm gonna be friendly. I don't know. I'm playing it fair.
Oh yeah, I love that. I
Yeah.
love that. You like even level playing field, so you know that you beat him on trash talk or you beat him on pure skill. That's gonna be a good one to look at.
Yeah.
And speaking of competition, because the last time we had a chance to speak to you, you said you wanted to play against Unans, right? But then you actually had to play against Kuki. And how was that actually? How'd you feel going into that matchup against Kuki, knowing that it was an opponent that you didn't want to face against?
I mean, yeah, I thought that if Unans wins or whatever, I would play against him, but I was wrong. But I don't know. I guess I just took it as is, and I didn't really like think twice about it. I tried to keep focusing. And
All right,
yeah,
so we got Loris and Ard.
Your own game.
yeah, basically.
Are there any tasks that you're concerned
And
about?
then
or should I
Cartoon,
say,
obviously.
What are the tasks that you're the most concerned about in your next matchup?
Probably.
So we
all
think
of them.
Loris?
I don't know. This guy is
Between
good at
Loris and
everything,
Ard?
so
Fair enough.
I don't know. Maybe all of them, but defend the water tower. Yeah. But I gotta get all the way there, so we'll see.
The good thing, at least for you, that works out for you is that
What the hell is defend the castle? So are they swapping
Yeah,
out
this guy's playing at, like,
scenarios?
6 a.m. right now, like it's crazy.
Are they swapping out defend
Maybe
the
you can read him a
water
bedtime
tower
story or
with
something
defend the
down a little
castle?
bit
And are they
before
swapping
you go to
out
bed.
Start sleeping through.
Yep.
MP's speed TS with XY switch?
Nice.
Awesome. Well, thanks for chatting to us, Loris. We'll let you get to it. And best of luck.
Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Much else.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Sweet.
it's only my second time watching the tourney, so the
it
format
crazy. I
is
do feel like life is pretty hard. For
8 people,
ARDD. I mean,
double elimination.
That said, it is real gaming hours that he's working with, so maybe it'll play
And
into his favor. Maybe we'll see some PBs.
There's 5 tasks,
that's how
and
it
they
goes.
have pretty much
Flip
like
a switch and you
full
know everything's
coverage
gonna be
of the aim
running all
mechanics.
cylinders, and he's gonna be able to pull it off. And he said that he slept on different hours, had a nap before, resetting the schedule, was able
Or
to
at
warm
least
up
tried
before
to.
too. So I don't know if fatigue is gonna be the biggest obstacle that
And
he's gonna
so-
get in this matchup.
You just need to win 3 essentially.
Well, Loris is definitely
You get
playing
one
very, very
run.
well too, so it's gonna be tough for sure.
And it's like a
ARDD,
head-to-head
I mean,
format.
I mean, you know what? Why am I talking right now? Horror. You're the expert.
I
here.
honestly do not know. Both of these guys are at the same skill level. They don't have really advantages over the other in different types of aiming. I'm along for the ride at this point. All of the Voltaic gamers that I've been talking to and trying to pump up for this are performing exceptionally well, and I'm very proud of him. I'm just going to sit back and enjoy it and see if I can get my predictions right, but it's going to be tough, and it's something that I'm going to have to think about over this break.
Awesome. All right, well, let's take a quick break then, and we'll get a breather. We'll come back, and we will have ourselves 2 more matches. You guys don't want to miss it. We'll see you after
What
this.
the hell?
Both of these players
Too many
are
breaks.
right next to each other on the next 2 tasks. 55 is still really good.
Desi.
So Desi's around the 56% for his all-time personal best as well. A little bit of a mouse reposition right there. That's going to hurt him a little bit. Now he's going to need a really good bot if he's going to catch back up. If he keeps backing up and changing how far away it is, it's going to be really
How much time we
You can
got
see him
before the
climbing
next
back
one?
up. He's at 55 now. 10 seconds remaining.
That's so unfortunate. Oh dear, not quite enough to stay in the tournament.
I thought they competed on their specific aim category. Now it's like 5 tasks that were chosen
And that's what we call the
before the tournament even started, and then they kind of like published them for I think a month or so.
Cookie's record is actually 60% on this, so he's right at his personal best pace. If somebody was
and then
on Skookie taking the whole thing today, I don't think
they have to, like, every single run that they do, that each person does, is they have to play those tasks in order. So it's like if you got 2 people that are competing, like Cartoon and Ard, like Cartoon runs 2-shot, then Ard runs 2-shot,
That's a personal best. I can't
and
believe
so on
he
and
did.
so
We just
forth.
saw a 2-2-2
They just go through the
come
5 in a
Cartoon.
row,
Cartoon's looking really good.
and then whoever wins 3 or more gets to move on to the next round.
Like, we need to clone this guy and study him.
Rowlett's the GOAT.
Cartoon will be proceeding, has won this round, and will be proceeding to the grand finals.
Everybody out there, play the benchmarks, figure out your weaknesses, come to join the AIM communities, ask
Figure
people
out
there,
your
and, we'll get you
weaknesses.
straightened out. We might not make you as good as Cartoon, but we can get you pretty close. Oh, I'm on the edge of my seat, but it kind of started to spin him, but it got really close to the end. I think Skookie's going to come out on top unless something crazy happens.
Oh, 33.66 is what he needed to be, and it's just shy, unfortunately.
No Fusa. Or Fusa-less.
You've made
I'm
it.
actually happy with this one.
You should be, my friend. You should be. That's a.
I was scared.
Skookie was certain.
Download updates. DDK is a really good caster. They do a pretty good job casting. I feel like it ended up turning into like more of a podcast than a casting session, but casting is also not the easiest thing in the world to do. So no judgment. When did I get into the AIM community? I don't know, maybe like 2019, I want to say. If I had to guess, February-ish. Glowing bots. How do I get glowing bots? How do I get glowing bots? I gotta make a short video on that. Thank you, Alexander. Yin Splash. I'm gonna make a video on it. When's AimLab getting the feature patch with glowing bots? I'm using a GPX wireless, G Pro super light. I don't even know what my sense is right now. Seems high. I wish there was a way that you could configure all the scenarios to be just like a specific amount of time. Like no matter which scenarios you ran, it was always like 30 seconds or something. I'm sure there's no feasible way to code that in, but I just wish it was possible. I don't even know like how to set it. Like I know it's a theme and then you have to enable like some kind of advanced options. I just don't know what they are. Can't remember. I'd have to like look at it again. It's funny because I put it like in the every single video. Like I put it in the description, but the playlist I made not too long ago for a sub. There's some fun little reactive scenarios in it. A lot of XYZ, a lot of single dimension. I might release it like in the reactive tracking video, but I'm sure other people can come up with better playlists. At least I know when tournament's coming back on because they have that music playing. The most repetitive music I've ever heard in my life. Ironically, I usually aim train at a much lower sends. Are you gonna try out Oblivity? I did try out Oblivity. I just haven't made a video on it. Hoping I have an editor soon that's gonna help me with putting out more content more quickly, because that's the longest part of my content creation process. But it's also just the style of videos that I'm making currently are extremely long, and it makes the editing process take a lot longer than normal. So I'm going to try doing shorter videos, get more frequent releases. I like how muscular the humanoid bots are. Like, they're just like straight up fucking ripped. Got like 12 abs. They like created new abs just for these guys. You find it a bit untrackable. Copyright free trans, yeah, exactly. Cat yell. Yeah, I mostly just like the VSSs because I like how they help you with not becoming accustomed to a strafe pattern and like forcing your reading skills to show up. Here we go. Totally not copied format of a scenario.
Welcome back to the Aim Lab Community Challenge.
Oh, we're back.
And we only have 2 matches left to find out who will be our champion for today. We have Cartoon sitting and waiting to see who he will face. And it's going to be tough. It's going to either be Loris or a random dead dude who will be playing next in the lower finals. Man, what do you guys think?
I think that Hot Rod's super happy right now that the top 3 on the podium are all Voltaic people.
I am. They're all fantastic gamers. They're all even better, wholesome individuals. Like,
It's a Voltaic stream now, boys.
They wear the freshest clothes. They hang out with the coolest dudes.
I cannot believe how cool these guys are, and I'm just lucky enough to be in the same vicinity and in the same Discord as them. It's amazing. They're representing Voltaic very well.
It's 5 a.m.
I've always told them I don't really care if they finish on the podium or not. I just want them to be wholesome.
Oh, this is a fun one.
Others achieve the level of
if you just like hate yourself, play this scenario.
2-3, I'm certainly going to take it. I'm not going to complain that at all. The only question is now is Hot Rod doing a shoey or not if a random dead dude takes this and upsets Cartoon and Loris.
Let's take a quick look at the cash leaderboard because every single task has a money value assigned to it, and you can see at the top of the screen as we go across from the quarterfinals to lower round 1 to the upper semifinals and so on. These players have all been making some money, even if they didn't make it to the end of the tournament. Loris in the lead at the moment, but the bounty also has been scaling up as we go through the different levels of the tournament. And moving into the lower finals, it will be $200 a task, and the grand finals will be worth $500 per task. So that's some money to be made. For sure.
Money to be made.
Hoping that ARDD doesn't get fully swept by Loris, because if that's the case, then the Voltaic crew won't finish on the 1, 2, 3 in terms of the bounties. So, but I mean, in this head-to-head that's coming up here, Dan and Hot Rod between ARDD and Loris. Loris did mention in an interview just before
we got
how difficult this series is going to be.
I think that this could go either way. This is another one of those where nobody really has a significant strength over the other. Both of these
GPX
guys
versus GPX. Artisan Hien versus Artisan Zero Soft.
they're not really the top
Flicking
of the top
preference or speed preference.
They're certainly in the top 5 in everything, but I wouldn't say like one stands out the way Cartoon does in Static Dog.
Why do they call it flicking? I'm just jamming to this beat.
I'm just an observer here. I do not proclaim to be
Lo-fi beats to chill to.
What's going to happen between these two players, but nerves definitely is something we've been talking quite a bit about, and I think especially in a situation like this, given the fact that we have essentially, one of these two players will be able to make it to the grand finals. It's certainly there's some nerves in action, and then on top of that, I feel like we are going to see any of the shakiness, the missed targets, the ability for the players to recover. But with all of that said, we're about to jump into the first task here, and we have ourselves the RA 2-shot XL.
Yeah, so if we're taking a look at the ceilings of both of these players, ARDD has a 2000 ceiling on RA 2-shot, right? While Lori's is just right behind him at 1976. So again, this could go either direction. It's kind of just who is
let's see actual good aimers
up for it at this late stage in the tournament. Is the weird schedule wearing on ARDD, right? Is he starting to fatigue a little bit, which would certainly show in a speed clicking task like this.
And I like the fact that, usually ARDD is running 2 webcams, right? Maybe the facial one overheated and we only see the hand one, but I love the movement, the gesture of how quick this is. It almost feels like, you guys know those jumping spiders where you never really see like the feet move, and it's like from one spot to the next. It almost
a jumping
like
spider.
It is quite impressive. Yeah, I totally see what you're saying, and I would also like to note there though, like his initial flick accuracy was incredibly good right there, which is why
better
it
visuals
to go that fast, right?
The superior
That's a tough
visuals
score for Lori's to match here. I think he's definitely going to need to summon something, and he's going to need to go a little bit faster than what he's doing now. I think he's got 90% accuracy. He needs to get that a little bit higher or speed this up if he's going to get up into the score with ARDD. So as of now, I think I'm still giving this first round to ARDD. Lori's is having a little bit of fumble there. I think he maybe didn't or focus too much on the trash
fumble in the bag.
I think he's going to need to go a little bit. All right, he's
Anima, what's up, man?
A little bit at this point.
We love Anima.
His initial flick accuracy is not as solid as ARDD was. It's a little bit easier to see it with the white background that
yeah,
Lori's has.
Ard does have a bad spawn,
but he's still lacking a little bit. He's going to need to get around 500 points in the last 15 seconds of this task in order to take this one. He's get a couple of targets that are really clustered together. That's going to give him some free points. He's going to need a few more of those though. 5 seconds remaining, 90% accuracy. He's going to need 100 more points.
Yeah, if AimLab, if they rebuilt
decent run, but yeah,
the application today, they would probably make a lot of different decisions in how they constructed the interface and everything, but
0.18% accuracy.
They've mostly built upon it.
Yeah, so
it's kind of hard in software development to just totally
the fast movements and the wider swipes that
refactor an entire interface.
It seems to be like a tough area for both of them on that first run, but at least ARDD got the upper hand.
Definitely showed a little bit. I think Lori's had to come back from a little bit of a fumbled start there. So this next task that's being played, these players are incredibly close here. I've got them recorded at 44.7% accuracy throughout the best run for ARDD and 44.6% accuracy throughout the best run for Lori's.
Ard definitely likes the yellow bots in dark.
A little bit underperforming, I would say, from ARDD at this point, around 42% right now. I think he'd like that number a little bit higher.
With evasive TS,
here, and Lori's might be able to capitalize. We'll see if
he does the same thing in Kovacs too.
But as of now, it's kind of sticking right there. He's
lost
a little bit of pace, shooting targets at the top. Again, you need to stay in the center and be able to chain these things together. I saw a 41% flash, which means he's in the low 42% for this task. We can see that again staying around the top. He's definitely going to have to make large mouse flicks, and some of the targets, if he gets in these extremities, are going to not be able to really appear on his screen. I don't think that's not a good showing for ARDD.
He's got a black GPS.
I think Lori's can absolutely take this one. That's almost 400 points off of his personal best.
All right.
Yeah, Ard is
24-11
probably
score to beat here. The Lauries.
suffering due to the time
Warm up.
difference.
Here we
It
go.
sucks.
Straight into it.
You can see Lori's is starting out in the 50% range. That's definitely going to go down as he goes throughout this task and isn't able to chain targets together as well as he's would like to. 43% still going to get him the win though, but he needs to keep it there. Again, aiming at the top where
Yeah,
a lot of
Lori's
the
is
targets
still
are around the
really
bottom.
good
He's gonna have
at
to make a very large mouse flick in order to get there, which makes things difficult. He would certainly rather keep his crosshair in
His
the middle. He's able to chain a couple
kill
really well together
confirmations
right there.
and confidence and kill
okay, now
confirmations.
a lot of clumps around the bottom where
He's
he's able to change
almost
targets. This is really
completely
good. 42%,
off the bot,
43%.
like
Another
right
close one
as
is
it
gonna come down
dies,
to the wire
which
for
is
this
what
one
you
as
want
well.
to.
Is he going to be able to stay?
I mean, you know, we're talking
focused
like
throughout the
frames,
duration of this 60-second run and close this one
but
out still,
it makes
just
a big difference
marginally
in your
ahead, but not
overall
by
run
much
if
at
you're
all.
able
He
to
fumbles a couple of targets. It's
do
ARDD's
that.
run. 42% now. 10 seconds remaining. Still at 42.
Looking close.
He's able to chain a couple at the end. Misses one. Does not kill a target. That's going to come back to bite him, I think.
Oh, absolutely will.
Oh.
He's going to just fall short there. Falling short by 21 points.
Bard said the UI would be
Man,
updated
it's
section by
really,
section.
really
Yeah,
tight.
not as a
I think
whole.
it's gonna
Yeah.
be that way through
That's
the
reasonable.
whole rest of the rounds. I don't know who's going to take
So
this.
there's this-
I'm glad that I don't have
There's
money
this
on it.
concept in
just
software
gonna
development.
enjoy it.
It's called the strangler fig pattern, and it's
Big
like
fan of both of these guys.
what they do is they create their new like
Whoever's
architecture,
good for
like
games, right?
interface or feature,
Sorry, Jets. I was
and
just looking
then
at the
they
average
just
too of,
over
like,
time
the highest
eliminate
percentage in the leaderboard.
the
At
old
least on average, it looks like a 40% looks to be
feature
pretty good
or
and hard to reach. So
the
just to see
same
the consistency
concept.
of
That way
those
people can
players
keep
at
using the product as
42%
it's
is
like
amazing.
evolving.
42, 43 in that last run.
Absolutely, it really is. I don't think I've ever thrown a run together that's in the 40%. So they're able to do it all day consistently. It's very impressive.
The cartoon win. He's
Being a little
still the tournament's still going
finicky
on, but he's in the
The
finals.
distance.
Yeah, I think he's
Still maintaining high accuracy.
He's definitely the favorite.
58% through half of the run. This can definitely win. He is a little bit of an underdog compared to Lori's in this. ARDD is, I believe, record is around 55%, so he's on personal best pace
No.
for this. If he actually
Had to
completes this at
reposition.
around 57, 58%, I don't know if Lori's is going to be able to get there unless he gets
Oh,
really
got
forgiving
some
bot movement.
bad
right? So
strafes.
this is a really good run for ARDD. The bot takes a very like a blink at almost and shakes his aim up a little bit, but
That
it's
was a
close
good
and he's
run
able to
for
farm
him.
the last remaining bit. 56%. This might be a personal best for ARDD. We'll see when the scoreboard comes up, but it's personal best on my record books.
That's pretty epic. What a great run. And oh, it's gonna be so hard
What
to
was
beat.
it? 3-3-3-2 or
This
something?
is a must-win to stay alive. As well, the
The
Lauries
good part
here.
about it too
All the pressure on this one.
is that there was less circling I find from the bot from ARDD in his run too versus this one right here from the get-go from the beginning is a lot more
Yeah.
circling that has to
Lori's
be done
has already
now.
had to reposition his
Lori's.
mouse once because it got all the way behind him. He had to do a full 180 for that one, which caused him a little bit of percentage points, but he's still just a hair above ARDD. Now that the target's going back to where it originally spawned, he's probably going to have to reposition his mouse again. That's really unfortunate for him, but he's still maintaining around that 55% range. Who knows what's going to happen
RNG.
from here? This is another one that's just going to come down to the wire. I think Lori's able to farm a couple of easy strafes right there. But then the bot blinks on him, and he's gonna have to reposition his mouse again. This is a little rough for him. It's definitely circling him more than ARDD's
Look at
was,
the
which is one of the things
distance.
that you have to look out for.
Quick
is
strafes are just
360 degrees
such a pain in the
scenarios,
ass.
Right? This is what's gonna happen. He's gonna need a really strong finish in the last 5 seconds here if he's gonna take it. 54%. I'm not sure if it's gonna happen.
Uh-oh.
He's more than 33, but he won't get that, and that means that wow.
Did somebody just take a
3
picture?
tasks in a row, 3 wins. ARDD will be moving to the grand final. Well, of course, we've got a couple tasks remaining in this series.
It's a
to close
rematch.
out, as each task is worth money. But ARDD can rest easy now, knowing that
Cartoon
he
and
will
Ard.
be in the grand finals.
Yeah, it's crazy to see that Lori's is going down 3-0 to ARDD, who is actually he was
Crazy,
talking
man.
a lot of trash and pretty confident that he was going to beat ARDD going into this, especially being a crazy hour for ARDD. But he's definitely on something as well today. Looks like we're going to be able to see ARDD
So it's gonna be a
and
repeat.
Cartoon in that
Cartoon
grand final. But let's see who's going to
3-2.
be able to see if Lori's is going to be at the top of the leaderboard when it comes
With
to
all
being
the
a
clicking
legend at the
scenarios.
bank, and see if he can get some.
They just wanted to hand
cash
this
for his remaining
Tourney to
2
cartoon,
tasks.
didn't they? Like, let's be real.
So did you have a chance during the break time to go pick up a beer just in case you actually do have to do this shoey?
Yeah, in the event that he wins, there will be. I don't think that there's not going to be a shoey that's happening in this room. My wife would think that I am out of my mind, but I will absolutely be posting that on Twitter immediately following today's cast. Do not worry. Might do 2 of them. You know, it's a really nice day outside.
One for each shoe.
There you go. Yeah. This is going to be my first shoey, and a bit of me is regretting it, but I'm pretty pumped. If this guy actually beats Cartoon today, yeah, you better. I'm going to pop a bottle of champagne and do a shoey.
1326. So it's definitely the pressure's so off of ARDD at this point. I mean, of course, you want to make that extra money, but I feel like if he's going to give himself a breather, obviously he's able to in these last 2 tasks. So 1326 is a score to beat here to make some extra cash. For Loris, we'll see if he's able to do it. It's looking pretty good out of the gate.
Yeah, he's still at 100% accuracy. This is what you want to see. It's a little unfortunate that it's a bit too late for him to advance in the tournament, but he's still putting on a bit of a clinic in terms of being able to aim well. Those high percentage accuracies is what you go for with static. It's what Loris was describing earlier. If you want to get good at static, you just grind it. You focus on your accuracy and just increase the speed if you can. And right now, at 97% accuracy and 900 points with 25 seconds remaining is a really good showing for him. I think he's actually going to take this task. I hope he does. And he's going to feel a little bit better about himself.
The Cartoon win?
Even though he's getting knocked out.
Yeah. But at least we've officially confirmed that Voltaix also
they needed the aim lab partner to win, yeah.
From the first 3 that ARDD won.
Let's go. Clean it up, guys. Join the community.
I got to do my benchmark first. I got to see if I'm able to do the benchmark and say, welcome to the Cool Kids Club, Ben Silly. You can join Voltaix, so I'll try it out.
It's a lot of fun. It's my favorite thing to do, honestly.
Hey, mine too. And you know what? Why don't we all just have a competition and we'll see who can throw the best ones up. So Vansily, waiting on you.
Oof. All right. Just gotta give me some time though, because like I told you guys, I'm a huge noob
you know
when it
what?
comes to this.
I'll give you a week.
All right.
That's pretty fair.
I'll take the challenge.
Nice. Well,
you'll have to give me the benchmarks first.
Yeah, and I'll. The good thing about them, right? Even with the benchmarks that we do have, we have intermediate and advanced, right? So even if you don't fill up for the challenge for advanced, which anybody new to the benchmarks,
like I'm watching a Voltaic commercial.
The intermediate ones are great, and they're honestly, in my preference, like more fun anyway, right? Because the targets are a little bit easier to hit, and you get to hear the sweet sound of ringing when you do click the targets, right?
Yeah. Good part about it too is with I know that with Aim Lab you could pretty much just plug in your Valorant sensitivity, your CS sensitivity, and just go with the tasks. So you're not really like trying to play a new game. You're just trying to harness and tweak your own skills at it.
Exactly. 211-200. That is certainly a score that Loris can beat, so he might be able to take this last one as well.
So I guess they're just going to introduce the 2 new scenarios in the final. Was it going to be best of 7 at the end, or is it going to be?
Loris is focused, ready to go.
They swap them out, and it's still best of 5.
And
not moving to the edge though.
So
I'm really. Oh, go ahead.
I am wondering what is going to be the optimal strat for this. We do see some people do it, and the reason why you might not want to is because it basically takes the angle that this task is played.
Voltaic commercial brought to you by
You
Aim.
might be able to see the targets a little bit sooner, but the flick that you have to make from left to right is a little bit more drastic, and I'm wondering, is staying back on this platform a little bit
best
more
of 7?
beneficial?
Okay.
And if that's the case, why haven't we seen people actually back up? Because I think you're allowed to in this task as well, right? So maybe that's what somebody needs to try, and maybe ARDD can whip something like that out in the finals and overtake Cartoon on this, because I honestly think he might have to if he's going to win that.
Yeah, I can see that making sense for sure. I guess, there's a, okay, so Loris fell short there, 201. It was 211 to beat, so ARDD making that money. But yeah, I think it's a good point. Certainly in the way that you approach the task, do you back up? It is interesting too, because even if you're more zoomed in,
So we already know what VTR'd
predictable in terms of the
and
so I feel like if you get a good
cartoon
for it,
looks like.
I feel like it might be optimal to go a bit
Slap.
closer. So yeah, I'd love to see the.
And Mike, when are you competing?
Find the answer there.
That's a question.
Yeah, I would say right now,
You're
just
the aim god.
do whatever Cartoon is doing. He's gapping the field in this, right? So he's got to be onto something.
So we know what Arden Cartoon looks like.
Against Cartoon, Laurie's able to make $200 at least, though.
Highly unlikely that
away from the lower finals.
Cartoon's gonna lose. What does Defend the Castle look like? Is it the same? Is it a clicking task?
So that's pretty nice too. So definitely not going home empty-handed. But the Cartoon face-off we're gonna get, it's gonna be really interesting, because I feel like ARDD has been improving as he's getting more tired, and as the tournament has progressed. You can see the progression there for ARDD.
It was probably just going to be 3-4, right?
In an upper bracket, getting dropped down, and having to fight against.
Like he'll get XY switch.
And Cartoon, otherwise, it's been.
Ard will get XY switch.
We get 7 maps in the grand finals. 2 extra tasks will be.
It's more clicking. Okay, yeah, then so.
Second and
Cartoon's going to 4-3.
Are the ones in which Cartoon struggles with the most. So those seem like they would be must wins for a random dead dude.
Yeah.
At least there won't be a 3-2, right? If I want to do the John Madden analysis here, Dan, you will have a 3-2 in the grand finals because we're going to a best of 7.
Very nice, very good. So let's just talk about what I think might happen. So
good job,
Cartoon, did get a little bit nervous. He admitted when we were doing the interview with him, when he put up a score that was not up to his standards in Raspberry 6. Extra small, right? ARDD definitely had a door open for him to walk through, and he was unable to do so.
I think I've seen some of that.
It's going to be interesting if Cartoon gets a little bit nervous, because the only person today that's had basically a sniff of beating him is somebody who he's got to face in the grand finals again. Also, this grand finals is going to introduce 2 more tasks into this, making it a best of 7, and one of them Cartoon excels at, one of them a random dead dude has the world record, right? So honestly, I think it's going to come down to just 1 or 2 where Cartoon's going to need
best
to make
of 7
sure
advances,
that he does not make the same mistake as he did when ARDD
meaning best of 7 wins, because this is the end of the tournament, right? This is the finals
or any vulnerabilities that we find.
Yeah. I mean, it's still fun looking at the matchup when we had a chance to speak to both of these players, where when Cartoon was saying, okay, I'm going into the grand finals, I know there's 2 more tasks.
A lot of balls coming at you, so is it like a pressure scenario?
With the 2 other tasks. Even if you might give an edge to ARDD for 1, Cartoon might still be comfortable of playing both, and maybe even getting like I guess not a 7-0 at this point, because he's been struggling on that 2nd and that 3rd task. But on the other end for ARDD, when we had a conversation
let's just skip the clicking scenarios. We
saying,
know how they're going to go.
I'm already expecting, pretty much, I'm paraphrasing at this point, but I'm already expecting to play into the grand finals. I know what the weaknesses of Cartoon are, and I can play the extra 2 maps to my advantage. So I wonder if we're really going down to the final 2 tasks to determine our winner here.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure. I think we might see it, and I'm really looking for.
I wonder what's going to happen. I wonder
which is the
what
very
Cartoon's
small
going to do.
Raspberry 6 extra small, to which Cartoon's going to need to have
anybody's
a good run, as he is number 1 in that task, but ARDD is number 2. If he leaves the door open, can Cartoon actually give ARDD an opportunity to steal his crown?
So you're saying that's probably
Let's see how
like
these nerves hold up, baby.
Break it in terms of that 4th task. Or either of these two
both of them.
players,
That's what both of them are thinking at this point. I know Cartoon believes in
don't brick up
in this first task.
Oh.
But
a lot of small targets slowly coming to you.
Definitely not
so it's
suited
like
to Cartoon. He hasn't won them all day. I think I give those to ARDD.
Slow pressure.
Round number 4. That's what this is going to come down
he wins
to.
castle. Okay.
Cartoon's probably nervous, even though he would never admit it, just because the last time he was up, he definitely threw up a score that is easily beatable. So we'll see. 2065 from this first task for Cartoon. It's better than anything that ARDD has.
So if Ard gets the run of his life,
unless ARDD is just on something crazy, and in this state of sleeplessness or flow state that Dan has been alluding to.
Man, don't be talking about
Yeah,
fucking flow
he's
state.
gonna have to
Don't be
somehow
memeing on
have his
this
some of
channel.
his best performances in the grand finals. I mean, that's how you do it. That is how you do it. I wouldn't be surprised if we could see a PB possibly in the grand finals. But as you say, this is not an expected win here for ARDD. Looking to beat 2065, and that was at an accuracy of over 92%.
Me hitting
So we're
1K
already
on 2-shot XL.
around that realm here on the
Yeah.
accuracy as ARDD is
These
really picking up the pace and finding a flow, but at the same time,
people are
is it gonna
inhuman.
be fast enough.
Yeah, you can
Literal
kind of see what the
cyborgs.
pressure that Cartoon puts on people. They know they have to go fast. They know they have to go accurate, but that's actually
like
causing
Terminator
some errors
2,
in what
like,
ARDD is doing. He's leaving
the
targets
machines
before they're actually destroyed.
hundreds of
So
years in the
he knows he
future
needs to
sent
pick the
these
pace up just
motherfuckers
to
back
even
in
have the
time
possibility of hitting the scores that
to
Cartoon
be
can hit
aim
here, and
gods.
that's causing some errors, which is not going to result in
like
anything
their
like he was
circuitry malfunctioned. They were supposed to wipe out humanity, and
Looking
instead
for,
they just started
very
aim
short as
training.
well. I say very short. It was definitely doable, but it's 1928, so we'll be losing the first task here versus Cartoon.
I thought at some point when I was watching Cartoon and he had a little bit of an issue for going from one extremity to the other, where he actually missed both targets and had to do those micro adjustments to actually take them both down. That would have given me a chance, or as given Random Dead Dude a chance to catch up. And then suddenly I'm just seeing how much quicker in terms of speed Cartoon is on top of his accuracy, which now I could see why it's difficult for players to catch up to the scoreline that Cartoon's able to set.
Yep. For this next task, ARDD should be taking this as well as the tracking task. Although Cartoon has been improving every time we've seen him around the tracking task. But for this one right here, ARDD should take the cake. If Cartoon can throw up a good score, though, it could put an increasing amount
I don't
of
want
pressure
Cartoon to
on
throw up.
ARDD. Right now, at 40% is easily doable for ARDD. If Cartoon gets up around 41 or 42%, this could get interesting more sooner than we thought.
More sooner.
Yeah, you can see he's fumbling a bit here, 38%. This is definitely not a task that he has won in any of the rounds today. So he's not expecting himself to win it. I think he's just casually going through the motions saying, okay, that's fine. You'll take these. I'll get him. I'll get you in the static dot clicking when it comes around.
You mentioned it before. It's not about
Yeah, his
the
reading-
bounties that these guys are playing for. It's for that.
Seems
title,
like his
right?
reading is
So you could have it. GG go next.
more of a weakness, which is understandable
we'll see you at the
because he
fourth
spends so
title.
much time on
being,
bots that don't move.
Being crowned the best aimer in the world is certainly something that these guys are trying to go after, and that's really all that matters at this point. I think Cartoon's going to be very happy if he gets that, even if he throws a little cash to ARDD on the side. Right now, this is the best performance of the day that we've seen on this task, though. 48% is actually really crazy and would be world record pace. So 47% would also be world record pace. If he's dropping to 46%, I think Skooky actually has this target. So if he stays on this, he is certainly going to destroy Cartoon in this one task, but he might just light the leaderboard on fire while he's at it. 45% slacking a little bit here. But if he picks it up, he's still within the realm of a world record.
Why does it keep
20
frame
seconds to
dropping?
go. It's safe to say that he's going to win this task easily over Cartoon, but can he set a world record, and is the sleep getting to him? I don't think at all. Yeah, 45%. This is a really, really good run. Easy for him. Hopefully this gives him some confidence going into the next tracking task. He can take that one, and then round 4 he can really show Cartoon what he's got.
One off.
Yeah.
One off
Clearing
his
it with
score.
Oh my God.
370
One off
points.
lethal.
He's a point away from his PB.
IRLE.
Yeah,
Right?
very good.
Really? The Tourney? Tourney's pretty cool.
Yeah, very well done there. Very well
Would
done.
have
So
liked
we
to
go
have seen some more
Imagine-
variance in
imagine
the
if he slept.
task, but they're getting better every time they have
Expected
these.
to see that too. So far the script
Yeah.
is playing out, and I'm curious whether
I'm
Cartoon,
well.
because Cartoon
Thank
said he
you.
didn't
It's
really
raining,
prepare for
but
these
other than
tasks
that, I'm
because he
well.
expected
How are you?
To be, for other people to be stronger on them anyway. So with that said, though, he's been playing the task, practicing it whilst going through every round in the tournament. So see if there's any shock results.
Why
for
are they
Cartoon
showing
on
the
round
side by
3.
side?
Again, it's
What's going
a round
on?
that typically, it has been a loss every single series for him so far.
Yeah, but again, this is one with a lot of variance, right? It depends on if this target wants to be mean to you or not, right? As the player goes, right? If it goes all the way behind you and causes a lot of mouse repositions, it could be a problem for ARDD. but more likely than not, if they play it 10 times, I would say ARDD would win 9 of them. So this should be pretty easy. As long as Cartoon doesn't pull something out and get a really, really easy to track bodies at 52%.
It's snowing.
Right now, which is easily beatable for ARDD.
Man,
a little bit of a
I don't want to
there.
deal
I
with
think he had to
snow.
have a mouse reposition as the target
What
got
mouse
about,
are you getting?
360 degrees around on him, so he's at 50% now.
Pay too much money to live in a
Not
place
able to
where it
track his
doesn't snow.
target when it blinks like that. That's definitely something Cartoon needs to work on, but he just hasn't focused this or hasn't needed to because he's so good at the static clicking to win these things. 48% is easily doable by ARDD. I think that this should be a pretty cut round as well. 47%, yeah, not looking the best. This is definitely not even close to what the best that Cartoon had on the day. I think he threw a 3100 up earlier. Yeah, 3112. And you can see he's significantly off of his own personal record.
I feel like Art has some serious like wrist veins going on there. Look at that.
Because even for me, it's just impressive watching those.
Look
two
at those
players play
veins.
Valorant, and then just watching how these guys are currently aiming in the task currently for Aim Lab. I'm like, I
definitely think that experience goes a long way, and while those individuals might have the mechanical capabilities to get on this level,
An
they certainly would not be
XM1R.
on this level.
Let's
from the
go.
jump. So, if I hope he never hears this, but I think if Tins actually
I had a
played
Viper for
this
a
task
while.
right now, 30% would
Served
actually
me
be
well.
around the realm I would put him in, which is 20% less accuracy than the players that we're seeing today, right, on average.
I want him to hear it actually now. Because
I do
want
not
him to
need
put a
that
clip.
kind of heat. Let's nobody go at Tins right now, okay?
No, I definitely agree.
Social media team around A-Lab, you know what to do.
Oh God.
Okay, so 3,095
Did you just say nobody at tunes?
is a pretty nice score, and 51% accuracy as well. So decent posting, but
What
how do you feel about it?
What I do like.
So we're still
what,
thinking 4-3.
Hodra was saying before, because Hodra, you were mentioning how you're trying to train and help out the people in your community to actually use the full surface of the mouse pad. And even when I was looking at that last run from ARDD, he was basically tracking in the lower right corner of his mouse for like a good 5 seconds. So he really used the surface
He's
to his advantage.
absolutely proficient with that. He is very good, and the reason why it's very important in that test specifically is if you have to reposition your mouse, you're
Nobody
losing
at
out on
tens.
damage generally
okay.
throughout that entire reposition, which can be, half a second or so. So yeah, playing tracking like that, that's 360 degrees, is a great way to actually work on expanding your own personal range on your mouse pad. Let's get to this task a little bit. This is the one that I think is going to be
Going for a
bit
lower
interesting,
CM?
right? So 90% on
What's your
Cartoon.
range that you're going for?
10 seconds to go, but he's going to need, I think, a little bit better score than what he's putting up right now. I think this is actually going to leave the door open again for ARDD. If Cartoon doesn't get above 1400, it's absolutely going to be a problem. So 1427.
They're
This is
shit talking.
doable. ARDD's top score on this is 1481. If he has anything close to his PB, he could actually take this and make this grand final incredibly interesting. I think Cartoon's going to be a little bit upset with that, and I guarantee you he's a little bit nervous now.
Yeah, so I think we're all kind of pulling to see if ARDD can actually make this happen. Needs something above 1427.
He missed a couple of targets right there, which is not good for him. He's at 88%, 85% now. Oh no, it's all coming down. Our ARDD needs to keep his composure and be able to clean this thing up. I think, he's got a couple of clusters right there, which he made quick work of, and then he's struggling on a bot here at the bottom. He missed it 2 times. He's going to need some clusters so he can really bump the score up. The accuracy is definitely not what he'd like. Okay, he clusters a couple up at the top and then moves down to the left side.
I feel like he can't really like cast
Not
a
shaping up.
run
He's really going to need something
like
from the
live.
gas tank. I don't know if the sleep's getting to him or what, but he's going to need to nail the rest of these targets. 10 seconds left. He's got 300 points to even get in the realm of Cartoon. This is going to be fairly close, but I don't know if he's going to do it. I think he's going to be upset with his performance here too. Cartoon again is going to leave the door open, and ARDD is going to fail to walk through it. That's a little rough.
Bag holders.
That's unfortunate for ARDD. Yeah, and I'm sure
From
that
like 40 to
the
32.
misses
Yeah.
early on that must have, there wasn't already the precedent of like, okay,
I was playing
I've
at
already had,
like
a pretty good run. It's like,
47 to like
starting off with
55
less
for
mistakes.
a few
That's
weeks,
tough.
and then I just
That's a rough one for ARDD.
was like,
I
screw
think
it,
he's had
and went
two
down to like
opportunities to
30.
actually capitalize on mistakes by
I was trying
Cartoon
22
there,
for a
was
bit, and then
unable
I
to do
did
it.
30,
That's the problem,
around 30.
A problem that we see with
I like it
static,
better.
Right? It's all about pacing, being able to feel confident with your clicks and have those high accuracy numbers and just continuously to add speed to it. Unable to do it there. I think he's still going to be happy with his result on the day, but I will guarantee you when he does get to go to sleep, he's going to lose a couple of minutes thinking about that.
You won't lose any minutes falling asleep, though.
At this point, let's see. So how can
I'm
it work
about
out?
to
I think,
lose some minutes
we're at
falling asleep.
2-2 at this, and Cartoon should be the heavily
Yep,
favored
correct.
going into this defend the water tower task. He has gapped the field, which includes ARDD on this one. He's going to
remember
need a bit of an
Oh yeah.
of a strat. Maybe ARDD does do something
for
where he
your
walks
support.
forward or backs up and actually gets a little bit of an edge that we haven't seen yet.
I will cheers you back.
It's gonna be such a tough score to beat, though. In this
250.
250,000. He had 251 before. I think the run before where we saw him
This
play.
guy's
So
absolutely crazy.
he's been very consistent on this. Yeah.
I can't.
Wild.
He's just world class. I mean, in
World
a
class.
sea of professional aimers, he's making everybody else look like they're amateurs. ARDD does walk to the front, so let's see if that actually does anything for him. The targets just aren't disappearing for him as quickly as they do on Cartoon screen. He's got in the 70% for accuracy right now. You can just tell the difference. I don't think this is going to do it, guys. You can see that even though he has an advantage on.
I missed it
angles
just
of the
sticking around
targets,
because
all
I
of
want to
them
see
are
the
just
new
staying on
scenarios.
screen and getting
I think that's
closer and
another
closer
thing
to
is
that
like you
water
get
tower.
kind
He's
of
getting up
like
to where nothing's
fatigue
going to actually do damage
of
to that
seeing the
water
same
tower, but I don't
task
think
being
the targets
run.
are disappearing as quickly as they need to in order for him to beat Cartoon's run.
Yeah. I feel like, again, it's that disadvantage of
Oh,
having to walk
hard.
to the edge of the pier where you have to play
Having a
catch up
hard
on the
time.
first few. And then if you're not cleaning it up
It's
fast
a little
enough, you're
lost.
just playing catch up the whole time.
Struggle to get 197k on this.
Yeah,
I bet I couldn't even get
It's very
that.
far away from 250,000. Just barely looking to break 200 here, and looks like it will be another round for Cartoon. So Cartoon will have 3 in the bag now, needing just one more task to go his way. And we are going to be entering the territory now of the final tasks, the new ones. And we have not seen any evidence today so far, of course, as to how these players will perform on these tasks.
We are not sure.
Did they
So,
get?
the next task is going to be RAXY switch Angelic T.
Did they get
This is a target switching task that is
these in
it's quite
advance?
difficult because the targets that you're going to be aiming at are very quick to move on you. Excuse me, I'm incorrect. It is defend the castle. So this is going to be another specialty of Cartoon. You can see how small these targets are and how
Oh, I
tightly
see,
they're clumped
okay.
together. This guy has hours and hours of practice, and it shows.
Oh my.
He is
Deleting.
I
all
was
these
gonna
tasks.
So this
ask
is
who
like
has
a
the
hip
world record on
fire
this one, and
pressure
I
type
I
thing.
feel stupid of asking that question where I thought it should have just been Cartoon the whole time, right? That holds the world record for
I'm
this.
quite sure he does. Yeah, it would be if he doesn't, he might be setting it right here, right? So he is flying through this. This is beautiful to see. I don't know. I can't even comprehend how he's
Like
able
one
to do
wall
this. He's able to
9,000
keep,
targets or
7 targets in
something.
his mind. It's at one time it looks like
Hip
You-
fire.
You see him aiming for the bouncing red ones,
Pressure.
even when he doesn't really need to. Usually the strat on this is just to wait till they get a little bit closer and easier to hit, or when they kind of fall into your crosshair. But he's clearing targets so quickly that he has nothing else to aim at, so might as well take a shot, right?
My God.
Crazy that he's clearing the field this much. All right, well, there you go.
That's a
Got the
PB.
The PB, and I guess presumably the world record.
Oh, Desi
SA as well.
did really well on this.
Okay.
Incredible.
I mean,
You bet he couldn't stick around.
well, I
Yeah,
watched this
it's
where
cartoon's
it's
just
some
insane,
professionals
like-
doing that on broadcast.
The confidence he has, like in his hits, it's just
Yeah, but now
I mean,
like,
on
I
another
think I'm
level.
on production though, so don't listen
but
to
I have
me.
no plausible deniability that it's an accident. But here we go.
True,
We've got
true.
the what could be the we got the final run possibly here for ARDD if he's unable to somehow beat that just gargantuan score of 230,000 with the 88% accuracy. It just doesn't look as good.
It doesn't. You can see the targets. They're getting way closer to the actual castle that we're having to defend right here. They're just crawling up on this slope, and it's almost like he's playing dynamic clicking or a different task.
So I wonder if they can't do like actual pressure type.
He's making micro adjustments and everything's itty bitty.
Like you can
on the
Kovacs,
horizon,
like an aim lab, like if it's a limitation.
When you're watching ARDD play this, they're getting a little close to where the castle defenders might get a little sketched out by these targets. So this is not going to be it. I think this means Cartoon's going to take it.
No way Ard can beat him. Yeah, Cartoon's insane.
ARDD.
Wow.
To still give the man credit though, it doesn't look.
We have a winner.
It's still freaking amazing to do 192,000.
Yeah, congrats to Cartoon for winning the grand finals.
10 G's
challenge, and wow, I think he had.
Well, is it the winner that gets 10 G's, or is it
head there on that last task?
10 G's that's available
the task you mentioned
total
previously? This target switching task for number 7, but it's just for the $500 now. That's what's on the line.
You can do pressure, it's not the same. I gotcha.
So as impressive as Cartoon is as static, I would like us to focus on ARDD during this. I think you can actually see how much Cartoon struggles with some of the targets, and being a world-class aimer as you will get a sense of how difficult this task is. If ARDD can still keep his composure and give us a show, it's certainly going to be a bit of a
angelic. I didn't know there's an angelic variant.
So with this task, right, kind of.
So is it just slightly more reactive?
Target switching that we did see, but the targets are a little bit more evasive and a little bit less predictable. They like to move a little bit more on this task as opposed to the other one, right? And then a little bit more unpredictable. So you'll see players that are tracking these targets, and they'll take a shift and be.
This is a really good sign. I love just the OG XY as well.
You should be able to see. So this is a pretty good run from Cartoon at 45%. This is actually might be one of his better ones. I think his personal best coming into the day is 109, so he's going to get close to that on this one. But ARDD might be able to gap him if he's still got his head in the game and trying to pick up $500 extra.
RAXY switch angelic T.
Yeah, that's a really good showing though. 107. I mean, Cartoon's definitely feeling it. He's kind of taking a bit of a victory lap there. But hopefully ARDD can do more than that, and he's very capable of doing so and able to take this final task and exit on a good note.
And ARDD's PB is only 4 more, so it doesn't necessarily mean that he's going to consistently hit those numbers too. So putting up at 109 is a great spot right now for Cartoon.
Yeah, absolutely. ARDD's looking really good.
Are just so good at evasive TS.
Accuracy. I think his best through this task is 47%.
His reading skills are just phenomenal. Like
capable of
omnidirectional reading.
This final task, I certainly hope he does. That'd be awesome to exit out on. He's very close to it. 46. We saw a 45 flash there for just a second, so hopefully he can chain a few targets together and bring that back. Aiming to the left side, which allows a lot of more targets to spawn on the right. He switches to the right side and cleans them all up, and then back to the left. This is generally how you play this task. Clean up that side of the house and then move to the other where the targets are freshly spawning. 44%, he's dropping off a little bit. I think this might be somewhere close to Cartoons. We actually have a race coming down to the wire here to see who's going to take this one. ARDD's going to need to clean up a few more tasks. He might not do it. 106.
Oof. Just did. Right? No, he didn't. It's 106 to 109, right? Or what was
107 it? Was 107.
Oh my god.
XY best dynamic scenario.
We would have had to have replayed the task. So that's not going to happen, and it looks like Cartoon is the decisive victor in this grand finals. He was the player you had to
Cartoon
at the start, and we'll
making
see,
the fat stacks.
He crushed it. He absolutely. I mean, round 2 and round 3, he's very predictable. Lost every single one, but won all the other tasks reliably.
Yeah, it didn't matter to him today.
Yeah, his snaps are really clean.
At static clicking,
the biggest thing is that he's really good at
task. He is the best of the world.
Matching the velocity.
A single one of those today. He has proven it, and he can rightfully hold the crown as the best aimer in the world.
Yeah, even when you mentioned the head-to-head here, Odd it came down to that task moving forward, but I didn't think it was going to be a 4-0 sweep from that spot on, and Cartoons definitely showed some some great accuracy moving on to the final tasks of this.
Well, that was fun. That was a cool little event.
Yeah, I think the tasks that were selected
Cartoon
for these
needs
guys
to
to play today definitely
buy me some
Cartoon's
beer.
strength, right? And he knew it. So
With
the
his,
guy was confident coming into it, and you can see why.
newly
he
found
definitely
winnings.
has lived up to all the hype and everybody's expectations of how good he actually is at those things. Was able to set PBs along the way and really put a world-class performance together. So I couldn't be happier for the guy.
Boom.
He's incredibly
All right.
deserving of it. ARDD.
I have
Maurice,
real work
Skookie,
I have to
great
go do.
performances
Thank
all
you
today.
for
I just can't- I'm
participating
over
in the
moon
watch
level
party.
to
That was fun.
Ending this as 1, 2, 3, both in placement and on the cash money board.
I'm going
It's
to be
great for
working
my
on
guys.
my
I would certainly say
evasive
Cartoon,
commentary
hats off
tomorrow,
to you,
probably.
man.
So
Incredible
you can be
performance.
looking
I'm
out
so
for
proud.
that, and then reactive tracking after that.
Well, I think you can say it to Cartoon directly
Peace, nerds.
because he just joined the channel for